Chapter 281. On a 10,000-meter-high mountain 100 miles away. Jiang Xi hid himself and only used the corner of his eye to observe Daoist Changbai and the wasteland where the interstellar transportation portal was. There were nearly 20,000 cultivators in the wasteland with a radius of 10 kilometers. Other than Xiao Xian and the others, the rest were all imprisoned in place. He and the Wen siblings were 100 miles away from the interstellar transportation portal, so they were not restrained by Daoist Changbai. What is he trying to do? Jiang Xi frowned and had a bad feeling. At this moment he saw Daoist Changbai move in the air. This nascent soul-stage cultivator with a handsome face and a slightly sinister aura reached out and grabbed at the air in front of everyone. A mid-Aurus core stage cultivator uncontrollably flew out of the crowd and landed in front of Daoist Changbai like a puppet. To be more specific, the top of this person's head happened to be in the palm of Daoist Changbai's outstretched hand. On the surface, Daoist Changbai did not do anything else. However, in just 10 seconds, the mid-Aurus core stage cultivator's breathing went from stable to disorderly and then to completely silent. He was dead. Daoist Changbai's expression did not change as he casually tossed the corpse aside. Then he repeated his actions and grabbed in the air. Another late Aurus core stage cultivator flew out of the crowd. 10 seconds later, another person died. Soul search. Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed. It was an extremely domineering soul search that did not care about the life or death of the person being searched. He was very familiar with this situation. This was because he had studied the soul search technique from Daoist Ji's inherited memories and had already mastered it. He's looking for something. When he saw Daoist Changbai complete the soul search on 10 golden core stage cultivators in just 2 or 3 minutes as if he was catching chickens, this thought surfaced in Jiang Xi's mind. Purple Heaven Sect. Could he be looking for something left behind by Master? Only the Purple Heaven Sword Manual could be so important to him. Several clues were connected in his mind. First, when he first became Daoist Ji's disciple, Daoist Ji's first task was to deliver the Purple Heaven Sword Manual to the Purple Heaven Sect within 100 years. Secondly, the Violet Firmament Sword Manual was one of the most important inheritances of the Violet Firmament Sect. Just by looking at its name one would know. The Violet Firmament Sword Manual was named after the Violet Firmament, so how could it not be important? Daoist Gu was the only inheritor of the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra. If he died, the inheritance would be severed. Thirdly, 10,000 years ago, Daoist Gu had once protected the previous ruler of Murong Planet, the Wen clan. Daoist Gu had even contributed greatly to the establishment of the Wen clan's ancestral land. Shizuan tricked me. This was the third time Jiang Xi lamented. Earlier, before he had entered Qianyang Cave, he had learned an important piece of information from the Wen siblings. More than 6,000 years ago, when Daoist Gu died in the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Formation, his life slip shattered. Half a day later, the Daoist child of the Wen clan's ancestor, Wen Yin, who was also the ancestor of the Qiao clan, Qiao Changxing, arrived with 3 mysterious primordial soul stage cultivators. Daoist Ji's protection of the Wen clan was wiped out. After that, the Qiao clan took over the Magpie's Nest and became the new ruler of Murong Planet. How did Qiao Changxing learn of Daoist Ji's death so accurately and in such a timely manner? Moreover, Daoist Ji's life slip could only be found in the Wen clan and the Purple Heaven Sect. The life and death of a Dao integration expert was definitely a big secret. The Wen clan would not be foolish enough to leak the news of Daoist Ji's death. The answer to who leaked the news was self-evident. 3 days ago, Jiang Xi had accidentally overheard a conversation between Feng Xi and the others and learned another important piece of information. For more than 6,000 years, the Qiao clan had turned Murong Planet, which belonged to the Dao Alliance, into a private territory. However, the Dao Alliance had never pursued this matter. The Dao Alliance's heavenly court office on Murong Planet was like a decoration. Even the Four Symbols sect, which ruled the Minglan Star region, did not want to provoke the Qiao clan on Murong Planet. One must know that Murong Planet belonged to the Minglan Star region and was under the jurisdiction of the Four Symbols sect. All of this pointed to a single point. Behind the Qiao clan stood the Purple Heaven sect. Only this colossus that ruled the Zixiao region could cause the Four Symbols sect to be wary of it. After all, the Minglan Star region was within the Zixiao region. The destruction of the Wen clan more than 6,000 years ago was for the Purple Heaven Sword Scripture? Or was it purely for the sake of destroying those related to Master? Or was it for both purposes? Daoist Changbai was so cruel that he treated human lives like grass and killed people like chickens. If I go to the Purple Heaven Sect, I'm afraid I'll be treated the same way, right? Jiang Xi felt helpless. He claimed to be the disciple of a Tao integration expert, but Taoist Gu was already gone. Without a backer there was no point in saying anything. If he went to the Purple Heaven sect like a fool, the result was predictable. For the Purple Heaven sword scripture, the people of the Purple Heaven sect would definitely search his soul. This was because they could not be sure if the Purple Heaven sword scripture that Jiang Xi took out was complete. Only by searching his soul would they be able to guarantee its authenticity. When Yoxin and Wen Feng turned to look at Jiang Xi, both of them were full of worry. They were not worried about the Purple Heaven sect, but how to leave. Daoist Changbai's appearance made them lose their chance to take action. How could they teleport under the nose of a nascent soul cultivator? 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Daoist Changbai was still searching the soul of a golden core cultivator in 10 seconds as if he was killing chickens. He did not even take the time to grab the person. Hundreds of golden core cultivators had already died from his domineering soul searching. At this rate, close to 20,000 cultivators would be buried in the wilderness in 3 days at most. Due to the restraints, these people couldn't speak or move. The fear in their eyes grew stronger and stronger. They could only wait for death to descend. Anger and despair. Feng Si, Fu Zai, and Jing Yuqing kept quiet out of fear, their faces even turning pale. They did not expect that this nascent soul cultivator from the Purple Heaven sect would be so cruel. Previously in the Qianyang Grotto Heaven, the 4 factions joined forces to kill more than 10,000 cultivators in order to fight for the opportunity. Each of them killed an average of 10 people. Although it was cruel, it was definitely not as cruel as this Daoist Changbai who wanted to kill 20,000 people alone. He was 1,000 times more ruthless than them. They were also guessing that Daoist Changbai might be looking for something. Perhaps he was not looking for the Tao integration inheritance of the Qianyang Grotto Heaven. After all, the number of Tao integration cultivators in the Purple Heaven sect was not small. As a nascent soul cultivator of the Purple Heaven sect, Daoist Changbai did not need to do such a cruel thing for a Tao integration inheritance. Compared to the 3 of them, Qiao Xian was the apparent ruler of the Murong planet. While they were frightened, they were more indifferent and even delighted. Because of the 20,000 cultivators, more than 10,000 of them were native cultivators of the Murong planet. It would be best if they were all dead. Then, the Qiao clan would be able to monopolize all the cultivation resources of this 4th-grade life-preserving planet. The only pity was that because of Daoist Changbai's appearance, the Wen clan's inheritance might not be fated with the Qiao clan. Chapter 282. Jiang Xi was also worried about the problem of leaving Murong planet. If Daoist Changbai was doing this for the Purple Cloud Sword scripture, then the purpose of this wanton soul-searching was very obvious. It must be to search for the person who obtained the Wen clan's inheritance in Qianyang Grotto Heaven, which was him and the Wen clan siblings. He wanted to see if he could find the Purple Cloud Sword scripture through the 3 of them. What was certain was that this Daoist Changbai didn't know whether Daoist Gu had left the Purple Cloud Sword scripture here, and was just holding on to a glimmer of hope. However, Jiang Xi was very clear that even if Daoist Changbai soul-searched all the 20,000 cultivators, he wouldn't get anything, unless he could find him and the Wen clan siblings. Therefore, this was the problem that Jiang Xi was most worried about. If after Daoist Changbai soul-searched, he didn't find the 3 people who had obtained the inheritance among those people, he would definitely guess that the 3 of them were still hiding somewhere on Murong planet. At that time, this nascent soul cultivator would very likely make the same choice as the Qiao clan and search the entire Murong planet. Even if he was more ruthless, he would also kill the Qiao clan. A nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense could easily cover thousands of kilometers. Under this kind of search, if he and the Wen clan siblings were still on Murong planet, there was nowhere to hide. Even a high-grade spiritual artifact disguise mask would lose its effect in front of Daoist Changbai. In the end, he could conclude that this was a dead end. What to do? Jiang Xi's brows were tightly knitted, his mind turning rapidly, trying to keep calm. At this time, the Qiao clan people were still searching all over Murong planet, forcibly bringing some cultivators who were hiding, or even in closed-door cultivation here. Scattered, the number of people was still increasing by a small margin. Soon 2 days passed. On the wasteland where Murong planet's interstellar teleportation array was located, there were more than 4,000 Jindan cultivators. However, there were even more dead people. In this wasteland, there were more than 10,000 corpses piled up into a mountain. On the wasteland there was a deathly silence. There were no rivers of blood, only gusts of cold wind. Incomparably terrifying Daoist Changbai was still repeating the soul-searching actions. His expression didn't change. From his performance, he wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. On the 3rd day the sky was bright. However, no one felt the slightest bit of warmth from the light. Even Xiao Xian and the other three were completely stunned. Tens of thousands of people had died in the war, and watching one person indifferently slaughter tens of thousands of people. The feeling it brought was completely different. Finally, the expression on Priest Changbai's face changed. He frowned slightly. He had already searched the souls of more than 10,000 people, but he still hadn't found the 3 golden core cultivators who had obtained the inheritance in Qianyang Cave Heaven. However, when he saw that there were still 6,000 to 7,000 people left, and that the Qiao clan was still sending over some of the fish that had escaped the net, he was shocked. Daoist Changbai's brows relaxed. Just kill them all. In his heart, even the lives of 1,000,000,000,000 people were not as important as the purple firmament sword scripture. 1,000,000,000,000 people, which was the number of life forms on 100 life planets. The Zixiao sect, on the other hand, was a massive immortal Dao sect that ruled over the entire Zixiao region. The number of planets under his control couldn't even be measured in terms of hundreds of millions. Therefore, the lives of these 20,000 people were not worth mentioning when compared to the important inheritance of the Purple Heaven sect. So be it. Daoist Changbai coldly reached out and grabbed another late-stage golden core cultivator. He was about to search his soul. However, at that moment, the nearby interstellar transportation formation lit up. His movements paused. Everyone's attention was drawn over. They were puzzled. Who would be teleporting over at this time? The light of the transportation formation dissipated, and a figure appeared in the interstellar transportation formation. It was a middle-aged man with a tuft of beard on his chin. His eyes were full of vicissitudes of life, and he gave off a dignified yet kind feeling. However, the most eye-catching thing was not his appearance. Instead, it was the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Everyone was shocked. Even Daoist Changbai frowned again. When he saw this person, Xiao Xian felt that things were getting more and more out of hand. The first to react were the disciples of the Four Symbols sect. Hundreds of disciples, led by Zheng Yuqing, flew over and bowed. Greetings, sect master. The newcomer was the sect master of the Four Symbols sect, Yi Shan. Then Xiao Xian, Fu Zai, Feng Si, and the other nascent soul cultivators also bowed. In terms of status, Yi Shan was not inferior to Daoist Changbai. After all, the Four Symbols sect was a top immortal Dao sect that ruled an entire star region. Yi Shan nodded slightly, then turned his dignified gaze to Daoist Changbai. Changbai, that's enough. Do you know what I'm looking for? Daoist Changbai replied coldly. The only one on the Murong planet that's related to the Purple Heaven sect is the one clan that was sheltered by Senior Gu 10,000 years ago. The one clan's Qianyang cave has just opened. I'm sure you're looking for something left behind by Senior Gu, right? Yi Shan chuckled. Since you know, why are you stopping me? Daoist Changbai asked. Yi Shan did not answer directly. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to speak. The Murong planet is a planet of life in the Minglan star region. Nominally, it's under the jurisdiction of the Four Symbols sect. You've massacred the cultivators of the Murong planet and these foreign cultivators. If word gets out, where will I put my face as the sect master of the Four Symbols sect? Where will the Four Symbols sect put its face? Daoist Changbai's expression was cold and unmoved. This was because Yi Shan's reason was obviously untenable. Just for face? How many people who have lived for thousands of years care about face? Yi Shan continued to speak. You're soul-searching just to find something left behind by Senior Gu. Maybe it's on someone here. I have a suggestion. Let these people swear to the natural law that they didn't find anything left behind by Senior Gu on the Murong planet. If they don't dare to swear to the natural law, there must be something wrong with them. In this way you'll achieve your goal and the Four Symbols sect's face will be saved, right? After the conversation, Yi Shan wore a smile on his face. No one could tell what he was thinking. Daoist Changbai was expressionless, but he had to admit that Yi Shan's suggestion was feasible. Cultivators didn't swear easily because it was a taboo. Because cultivators were different from ordinary people. With spiritual force and soul sense, they would have some kind of connection with heaven and earth. Especially when they swore to the natural law would respond when the oath was completed. Once violated, the oath would definitely take effect. Daoist Changbai had considered letting these people swear before, but he thought it was too troublesome and not as fast as soul-searching. In the face of Yi Shan's suggestion, he thought about it and finally nodded in agreement. Of course, there was another main reason. He was a little wary of Yi Shan because Yi Shan was not far from Dao integration. Furthermore, he was only at the early stage essence soul realm. In the next moment, dark thunder rumbled in heaven and earth. At that moment, There were still close to 10,000 cultivators who had yet to be soul-searched who were released by Taoist Chang Bai. These people were terrified but did not dare to escape. Chapter 283. Looking at the panicking cultivators in the wasteland, Yi Shan chuckled and said loudly, "If you want to live, come and line up to make an oath. Swear to the heavenly Tao that you didn't obtain anything left behind by Taoist Gu of the Purple Heaven sect on Murong planet. Otherwise you'll be struck by lightning and die." His words spread throughout the wasteland. On a 10,000-meter tall mountain 100 miles away, Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what kind of confrontation the two nascent soul cultivators had just had, it was obvious that his opportunity had come. "I still have to observe and see what the situation is like." Jiang Xi remained calm. He also signaled the Wen siblings to calm down and not be agitated. At the same time, the nearly 10,000 cultivators who had just been released by Taoist Chang Bai and were still in a state of panic were overjoyed. Although swearing to the heavenly Tao was a taboo, it was definitely not a problem to make this oath, because they really didn't obtain anything left behind by Taoist Gu. Therefore everyone hurriedly lined up. They were very orderly and didn't fight for anything. Taoist Chang Bai frowned slightly. He felt that Yi Shan had ulterior motives, but he didn't find anything wrong. Was it really just for face? First of all, there was definitely nothing wrong with this oath. It could indeed filter out the 3 people who had obtained the inheritance in Shenyang Grotto Heaven. Secondly, with his cultivation, he had already comprehended a Tao of heaven and earth. He could sense the fluctuation between heaven and earth when these cultivators completed their oaths. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about people making false oaths. From this point of view, Yi Shan's actions were also considered for him. Because Yi Shan had taken the initiative to ask these people to line up and make the oath. The only thing was that in terms of efficiency this method was much slower. Soul search one person every 10 seconds. One person every half a minute. In a day less than 3,000 people could complete it. After thinking about it, Taoist Chang Bai didn't say anything. After all, he had already promised Yi Shan. Soon everyone was in line. One by one they swore in front of Yi Shan and Taoist Chang Bai, "I, Dainu, swear to the heavenly Tao that I'm not on Murong planet. Otherwise I'll be struck by lightning and die." "I Wang Air." Loud voices sounded one after another, echoing in the wasteland. After everyone completed their oaths, because no one said anything, they didn't dare to leave. They gathered on the other side of the wasteland. It's about time. After watching for a day when more than 3,000 people had completed the oath, no one had died because of it. Jiang Xi made up his mind. He didn't use his spiritual sense, but signaled the Wen siblings to follow him with his eyes. Then, the 3 of them quietly descended from the 10,000-meter tall mountain without making any noise. He returned to the valley below. The teleportation formation he had set up earlier was still intact. "Fortunately, I didn't destroy the teleportation array when I came." Jiang Xi secretly rejoiced. Then he formed a hand seal to activate the formation. The 3 of them disappeared into the light of the teleportation formation in an instant. The 10,000-meter tall mountain happened to block the light. But in the end, when the teleportation was completed, the ripples spread out. 100 miles away, Taoist Chang Bai and Yi Shan both frowned and disappeared. In the next instant he appeared in the sky above the valley. Teleportation array. As soon as the 2 of them arrived, they saw the small teleportation array in the valley. Right at this moment, the transport formation trembled lightly. A portion of it shattered and was destroyed. A cold light flashed in Taoist Chang Bai's eyes. His spiritual sense instantly spread out 3,000 kilometers. He carefully examined the area, but in the end he didn't find anyone who had just finished teleporting. The only thing he found was that on the 10,000-meter tall mountain next to him, there were still faint remnants of the aura of 3 cultivators. It seemed that they had stayed there for a long time. Taoist Chang Bai was a little angry. There were actually 3 people who had been hiding right under his nose for 3 days, and then they had just swaggered away by teleporting away. "Sect Master Yi Shan, did you find anything?" Taoist Chang Bai asked coldly. With his early-stage nascent soul cultivation, the limit of his spiritual sense was 3,000 kilometers. Yi Shan, on the other hand, was in the late-stage nascent soul realm. His spiritual sense could reach 10,000 kilometers. It seems that the other party is very cunning. Yi Shan shook his head. His gaze inadvertently swept across the teleportation formation that had self-destructed, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Killing intent appeared in Taoist Chang Bai's eyes. A sword chi shot out and landed in the valley. Boom. The earth cracked and the entire valley and the surrounding mountains all collapsed. The mountains were moved and the sea was filled. The mountain range quickly turned into a large swamp. The chill on Dawish Changbai's body shot straight into the sky. Then, his figure flashed and he returned to the wasteland where the interstellar teleportation formation was. Qiao Xian increased the search. If there's a single golden core cultivator missing, I'll destroy your Qiao clan. Dawish Changbai said coldly. Qiao Xian's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly sent a message to the clan members in charge of the search. At this time, there were still more than 5,000 cultivators left in the wasteland who hadn't taken the oath. In addition, the Qiao clan members were still constantly bringing golden core cultivators from all over planet Murong to this place. Dawish Changbai didn't give up on screening these people. This was because he couldn't be sure if the ones who had escaped through the teleportation formation were the 3 people who had received the inheritance. About 10,000 kilometers away, on a barren island in the easternmost sea of planet Murong, Jiang Xi had just teleported here when he destroyed the small teleportation formation in front of him with a single palm strike. He had previously set up 10 small teleportation formations, excluding the 6 near the interstellar teleportation formation. This one was the closest to the one in the valley. The time required to teleport was also the shortest. If he teleported to other places such as the one in the small courtyard in Shenyang City, the distance would be a full 108,000 kilometers, and the teleportation time would definitely be longer. He might be discovered before the teleportation was even successful. Therefore he chose to teleport here. Whether or not we can leave planet Murong will depend on this. Take off your disguise masks and don't hide anything. Use your true faces. Jiang Xi said to the One Clan siblings when Yoxin and Wen Feng nodded and took off their masks, revealing their true faces. Both of them were quite good-looking. They looked like youths. The elder sister, Wen Yoxin, was dignified and gentle. She looked like a kind big sister next door. The younger brother, Wen Feng, also had a scholarly aura. He looked like a young scholar who was rushing to take the exam. We'll split up. If we can muddle our way through this time, we'll gather on planet Songlan. Remember that, right? Jiang Xi said. Don't worry, Martial Granduncle, the siblings said in unison. Then the 3 of them split up and flew away from the island in 2 different directions. Jiang Xi's plan was very simple. They would find a city and purposely let the Qiao clan discover them. Then they would borrow the Qiao clan's hands to go to that wasteland and muddle their way through. Therefore they had to take off their disguise masks, which were only high-grade spirit artifacts. If they wore masks with Dawish Changbai and Yishan, 2 nascent soul cultivators, their disguise would be useless. Their disguises would have no effect and would instead arouse suspicion. Chapter 284. The Wen siblings had always been wearing disguise masks and had never revealed their true appearances in front of outsiders. After taking off their masks it was actually safer. However, there was a hidden danger in Riverward. When I first came to Murong planet, the Qiao family had secretly followed me. There are many Qiao family cultivators in the wasteland. Maybe someone knows my true appearance. Jiang Xi thought for a moment. Dozens of fine sword rays appeared in his hand, and then he wiped his face. Instantly, dozens of hideous wounds appeared on his face and blood flowed out. But his expression did not change, and he immediately used the true meaning of Li fire. A ball of dark red flame appeared in his hand, and he applied it to his face. Chi-chi, the sound of burning flesh and blood was heard. Those hideous wounds immediately condensed into scars. But it was not over yet. He used gale to brush these scars many times. He completed the final aging process of the wind. After a few breaths, these scars became like they were left behind many years ago. His face was full of scars and full of bumps and hollows. It was unrecognizable. He changed his clothes and changed his hairstyle. Jiang Xi had completely changed. True appearance? This time even Yoxin and Wenfeng can't recognize me. In order to survive, Jiang Xi also became ruthless. This operation damaged the foundation of the wounds on his face, and it was very difficult to recover. He could not recover until he reached the nascent soul stage. But compared to survival, what was appearance? Even if he had to cut off his limbs, he would still do it. Of course, Jiang Xi was not worried that he would be permanently disfigured. As long as he could escape this crisis, reaching the nascent soul stage was only a matter of time. Under Jiang Xi's hideous face, his gaze was incomparably resolute. Next he had to fight. Staying on Murong planet was waiting for death. If he went to the wasteland and fought, he might still have a chance to survive. He flew all the way and soon arrived at a secular country near Murong planet's far east sea. He did not hide his figure, and the aura of a late-stage Jindan spread out without restraint when he flew to a big city in this secular country. A group of Qiao family Jindan cultivators flew in front of him. A team of 10 golden elixir cultivators from the Qiao family did not give Jiang Xi any chance to resist. Relying on their numbers, they forcibly took Jiang Xi away. Of course, Jiang Xi was happy to see this, but he deliberately put on a fierce and angry look. He cursed along the way and deliberately slowed down. 15 minutes later, he was brought to the wasteland where the interstellar transportation portal was located. He had left the teleportation array in the valley and arrived here. Almost half a day had passed since then. At this moment in the wilderness, the 5,000 cultivators who had completed their oaths stood at the side. On the other side, there were more than 4,000 golden core cultivators and more than 10 nascent soul cultivators who had not taken the oath. Everyone lined up and waited for the oath to be taken. After Riverward arrived, he was forcefully pressed into the team by someone. When he saw the figures of Dawish Changbai and Yishan, as well as the mountain of over 10,000 corpses, Jiang Xi pretended to be terrified. In reality, he was indeed a little nervous. Now he was dancing on the tip of a knife. Once he was exposed, he would not be able to escape. But he was still able to keep calm. He deliberately magnified the nervousness in his heart 100 times and turned it into panic. Therefore, on the surface, Jiang Xi's panic seemed very real and did not arouse any suspicion. However, his ferocious and terrifying appearance attracted a lot of attention. Soon these gazes turned to other places. Because Jiang Xi's wound was very real. It was obvious that it was an old wound. Moreover, this kind of appearance was not an exception among so many cultivators. After all, only after reaching the nascent soul stage could one have the strength to heal such a wound that damaged one's foundation. At this point, Jiang Xi was secretly relieved. But he still maintained a high level of vigilance. When he was lining up, he did not dare to look directly at Dawish Changbai and Yishan. These two nascent soul stage cultivators did not restrain their powerful aura. They constantly brought a kind of pressure from the depths of one's soul, especially Yishan. His aura seemed to be about to merge with heaven and earth. It was frighteningly strong. Nascent soul stage, Jiang Xi was looking forward to it, but on the surface he still pretended to be nervous. People lined up to take the oath one after another. In the wilderness, except for the voice of the oath, no one else dared to speak. After another half a day, Jiang Xi saw the Wen siblings flying over from afar with the people of the Qiao family. Then the siblings were also forcibly arranged into the line. Both of them were full of fear. But their fear was, to a large extent, real. Therefore, in this case they did not attract the attention of others. Many people had the same feeling. The Wen siblings had Jiang Xi's instructions, so after they arrived, they didn't deliberately look for Jiang Xi's figure. Of course, even if they wanted to find Jiang Xi, they could not find him. With Jiang Xi's current malevolent and terrifying appearance, perhaps only Jiang Daodu would be able to recognize him. No one else would be able to. In this way time passed. Another day passed. Finally it was Jiang Xi's turn. Standing in front of the two nascent soul stage cultivators, Jiang Xi magnified the anxiety in his heart by 10,000 times. His body even trembled a little. He looked no different from the cultivators who had taken the oath before. I, Jiang Xi, swear to the heavens that I did not obtain the relics left behind by Taoist Gu of the Purple Heaven sect on Murong planet. Otherwise, I will immediately be struck by lightning and die. There was no problem at all. An imperceptible fluctuation had descended upon Riverward's body from the darkness. The oath was completed. Dawish Changbai was expressionless. Yishan was still smiling. The Wen siblings in the crowd did not show any unusual reaction when they heard Jiang Xi's name. They had been hunted all year round and their minds were very firm. In the end, Jiang Xi successfully passed. With a nervous look, he came to another part of the wilderness. The cultivators who had completed the oath were all gathered here. No one said anything and no one dared to leave. Murong planet? I received master's inheritance on the first moon of Earth. Jiang Xi thought to himself. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Why did it feel like there was a loophole in this oath? Why did he have to emphasize that he did not obtain Daoist Ji's inheritance on Murong planet? He glanced at Yishan of the Four Symbols sect from the corner of his eye. This oath template was said by this nascent soul stage cultivator. Jiang Xi was extremely surprised. Soon another half a day passed. In the wilderness, except for the cultivators of the Qiao family, the Four Symbols sect, and the Cangyun sect, everyone had made the same oath. And the people of the Qiao family who were searching all over Murong planet had not brought back any new cultivators for an entire day. Daoist Changbai's expression finally changed from indifference to gloominess. In the sky, dark thunder rumbled as if the end of the world was coming. Suddenly, everyone was silent as they felt a strong sense of danger. Qiao Xian, are you sure that all the Aurus Core and Nascent Soul Stage cultivators on Murong Planet are here? Daoist Changbai's voice was cold. Chapter 285. Senior, our Qiao clan's cultivators are still trying their best to search. Qiao Xian was fearful but did not dare to make any guarantees. This was because it was indeed very difficult to find cultivators above the Golden Core stage if they really wanted to hide. For example, they could bury themselves 10,000 meters deep underground. Unless one used their spiritual sense to search inch by inch, it would be impossible to discover such a hiding spot. All of you swear an oath as well. Daoist Changbai's face darkened as he looked at the 1,000-odd cultivators of the Qiao clan, For Symbols sect, and Sangyun sect, as well as the lone space hunter Fuzia. Everyone's expression changed. They had all entered the Qianyang Grotto heaven. Yishan also frowned slightly, because there were more than 104 Symbols sect disciples inside. However, he did not stop them. Half a day later, these people also swore the same oath. At this point, everyone had passed the test of the oath. This also meant that no one in this wasteland had obtained Daoist Ji's inheritance on Murong Planet. Daoist Changbai's aura was about to erupt. Dark thunder rumbled in the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Then he said coldly to Qiao Xian, have your Qiao clan cultivators search inch by inch. Search the entire Murong Planet. Even if they are hiding in the depths of the planet's core, find them. He could not be sure whether the 3 people who had escaped from the valley had been found by the Qiao clan and brought here, and had also sworn an oath. However, he was certain that there was something wrong with those 3. Qiao Xian was filled with helplessness, but he did not dare to refuse. He immediately sent a message to the clan members in charge of the search. At the same time, he sent out all the Qiao clan cultivators here. This was destined to be a vast search operation. Searching inch by inch would probably take more than 10 years. At this moment, Yishan said, Daoist Changbai, can these people who have sworn an oath disperse? I'm leaving with them. Daoist Changbai's gaze swept over the 10,000 cultivators before he finally nodded. Swearing an oath to the heavenly Dao proved that there was nothing wrong with these people. Disciples of the 4 Symbols sect and those foreign cultivators, come out. Yishan said loudly. Many people were pleasantly surprised at his words. More than 2,000 people and 100 disciples of the 4 Symbols sect flew out from the group and came before Yishan. Jiang Ci and the Wen siblings were also mixed in the crowd and were inconspicuous. Then Yishan cupped his hands at Daoist Changbai and led the group into the interstellar transfer array. Daoist Changbai frowned slightly. He still felt that something was wrong. It was reasonable for Yishan to leave with the 4 Symbols sect. But why did he have to bring along those foreign cultivators who were neither relatives nor friends? Could it be that Yishan was only doing this for the sake of his reputation? Wait! Daoist Changbai suddenly shouted. At this moment, Yishan was about to activate the teleportation formation. He looked somewhat displeased. Fellow Daoist Changbai, are you really not going to give me face? Daoist Changbai was slightly taken aback, and his tone softened a little. I would like to confirm it again. Please forgive me, Sect Master Yishan. Yishan didn't smile at him this time. He was unhappy. Daoist Changbai no longer cared about offending Yishan. He used the powerful consciousness of the nascent soul stage to carefully examine the 2,000 or so foreign cultivators and the 100 or so 4 Symbols sect disciples. Among them were the unrecognizable Jiang Ci and the Wen siblings. After a quarter of an hour, the examination ended. Thank you, Sect Master Yishan. Daoist Changbai said with a sullen face. Yishan didn't say anything. He just snorted and activated the teleportation formation. His consciousness gathered a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi from the surroundings. Immediately, the interstellar teleportation formation was activated. In the dazzling light, the 2,000 or so people were teleported away at the same time. Daoist Changbai looked at the empty interstellar teleportation formation. Sword chi flashed in his eyes. Is he not on Murong Planet? He stayed on Murong Planet for 3,000 years. It's impossible that he didn't leave anything behind. He's a formation expert, and those 3 people also know how to set up teleportation formations. There must be a connection between them. It's very likely that they got his inheritance. But no one who swore an oath just now showed any abnormalities. It means that those 3 people are still on this planet. We have to find them even if we have to dig 30,000 feet into the ground. Minglan Planet and Kanglan Planet were both grade 6 life planets, and they were both core planets of a star zone. But in terms of prosperity, Minglan Planet was more than a grade lower than Kanglan Planet. After all, this wasn't a trading planet. Sect Master Yi Shan of the Four Symbols sect brought everyone to Minglan Planet. Minglan Planet's teleportation hall. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. Everyone said respectfully in unison. Yi Shan's dignified face showed a smile again. He said to the many foreign cultivators who still had lingering fears, "This is Minglan Planet. According to the interstellar teleportation formation fee, each of you has to pay 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. Of course, if you're short on money, you can develop on Minglan Planet first. Once you've earned enough money, you can pay the Four Symbols sect. I believe that you'll like Minglan Planet in the end." Everyone looked at each other. How could a nascent soul cultivator be like this? Thus, many people had bitter expressions. They could only stay on Minglan Planet. Before they went to Murong Planet, they had tightened their belts and only prepared 20,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. The interstellar teleportation formation fee was just right. Who knew that so many things would happen in between? In the end, they didn't get anything and unexpectedly came to Minglan Planet. If they had to pay another 10,000 low-grade spiritual crystals, they would have no money to go home. However, although everyone was helpless, they didn't have any complaints. After all, Yi Shan had saved them. Of course, some people could afford it. They paid 20,000 low-grade spiritual crystals and left through the interstellar teleportation formation. Minglan Planet is still too close to Murong Planet. We have to go. Jiang Ci didn't communicate with the Wen siblings. He also paid the interstellar teleportation formation fee and left. His destination was Tsanglan Planet. As for the Wen siblings, one was a darknet headhunter on Murong Planet, and the other was the owner of the darknet. They should be able to pay 20,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. In the sky above Minglan Planet, there were 4 huge floating islands. They were the headquarters of the Four Symbols sect. In the depths of one of the floating islands, there was an array boundary that prevented spiritual senses from probing. Inside the array boundary, there was an ancient altar supported by 4 stone pillars in the middle of a black lake. After Yi Shan left the teleportation hall, he immediately came here. He was waiting for something. After some time, the figure of a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared on the altar. The woman's face was ordinary, but there was a galaxy flowing in her eyes. Yi Shan greets Granny Yen. Yi Shan knelt on the ground respectfully. "I already know what you did on Murong Planet. You did very well." The woman's voice seemed to come from beyond the heavens. "Thank you for the compliment, Granny." Yi Shan was overjoyed. "In 100 years, I will get someone to reserve a spot for you in the Heavenly Court's ancient Tao origin world," Granny Yen said softly. "Thank you, Granny." Yi Shan was overjoyed. A late-stage essence soul cultivator was so excited that his face was flushed red. Chapter 286. When Yi Shan heard Granny Yan's promise, he could no longer maintain his composure. Even after Granny Yan's message disappeared, his face was still filled with excitement. His cultivation was at the late-stage essence soul stage, and he had already mastered 80% of the weak water Tao. If he wanted to cultivate it to perfection, he would need at least 100 years, and at most 1,000 years. If he encountered a bottleneck in the middle, he might die before he could reach perfection even after his lifespan was exhausted. However, even if he mastered the heaven and earth Tao, he would at most be invincible among the essence soul stage. If he wanted to become a Tao integration cultivator, there was one more obstacle: the fusion of spirit and Tao. This obstacle was extremely difficult. There were countless powerful primal Taoists in the Tao Alliance who had been stuck at this stage. Tao integration was difficult. If he did not reach the Tao, how could he reach the Tao integration stage? However, Yi Shan was confident that with his talent and comprehension, he could complete the fusion of spirit and Tao within 1,000 years. However, would succeeding in the Tao integration mean that he had reached the pinnacle? As the sect leader of a top immortal Tao sect, Yi Shan knew that Tao integration was just another beginning. "With my talent, I am confident that I can reach the Tao integration stage, but it will be extremely difficult for me to advance any further. The ancient Tao origin world of the Heavenly Court only opens once every 10,000 years. Even the disciples of the 3 sects and 6 sects have a hard time getting a spot. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to reach the threshold above Tao integration." Ha! His carefree laughter wantonly reverberated throughout the formation. Planet Tsanglan, Waterfront City, Teleportation Hall. When the light of the galaxy teleportation formation dissipated, he saw the familiar guard captain, Gong Shi. Jiang Xi finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. Gong Shi once again made an exaggerated gesture of greeting because he did not recognize Jiang Xi, who had a ferocious expression on his face. Jiang Xi did not intend to expose himself either. He found a cover and created a new identity on planet Songlan. He also sent a message to the One family siblings and told them to create new identities later. Then he left leisurely. Walking on the streets of Waterfront City, Jiang Xi made a decision as he looked at the different scenery of planet Songlan. I'll first complete the Golden Core transformation and reach the nascent soul stage before returning to Earth. Now that he couldn't treat the wound on his face, if he went back now, he would probably scare that little girl from Jiangdudu to tears. He might as well make a breakthrough first before returning. It just so happened that he was going to apply to become the Earth's Lord. Next, Jiang Xi spent more than 1 million spirit crystals to buy a manor at the peak of a mountain in Linhai City. This was one of the places with the highest concentration of spirit qi on the pale blue planet. It was the best place to cultivate. In the future, this would be his permanent residence in the starry sky. Jiang Xi stood at the top of the manor. He could see the sea of planet blue and the floating islands on the surface of the sea. With such a beautiful scenery, I must bring Dao to here to play in the future. Although he had such thoughts, he did not relax at all. With my current combat ability, I can be considered as invincible among the nascent soul stage cultivators. However, if I really want to take care of the head of the Qingxian sect, I still need to go further. Not only that, but there is also old ancestor Qingxian who is comparable to the nascent soul stage. He is an even more abnormal character. The crisis brought by the Qingxian sect had yet to be resolved. He still needed to continue working hard. After a while, the One family siblings arrived. Ever since they were born, they had lived in a society similar to the Qin dynasty on Earth. When they were on Minglan planet, they did not leave the teleportation hall. Therefore, they did not feel much about the outside world. However, now that they were on the pale blue planet, they were walking on the streets of this trading planet. The two late-stage Golden Core cultivators were completely dazzled. They had never seen such a bustling planet. Until they walked into Jiang Xi's manor, they were still a little absent-minded. The world was so big. When they saw Jiang Xi, they finally calmed down. Uncle Granduncle, your face? When Yoshin was concerned about Jiang Xi's appearance, when Feng was also worried. It's okay. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I will be able to recover. Jiang Xi smiled. When he grinned, those scars squeezed together and his face looked even more ferocious. The siblings looked at each other. Judging from Uncle Granduncle's tone, it seemed that it would be easy to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Uncle Granduncle was indeed powerful. What do you plan to do next? Do you want to do anything? Jiang Xi asked. Since he was Uncle Granduncle, he had to be responsible and care about the development of the younger generation. Our One family's inheritance is mainly the art of crafting. It will require a lot of practice. Therefore, When Feng and I plan to open a crafting workshop and cultivate at the same time. When Yoshin smiled. That's fine. I will help you find someone for the crafting workshop. Thank you, Uncle Granduncle. Jiang Xi smiled. No matter where one went, there was no lack of connections and relationships. In the galaxy, besides the strong being respected, sometimes it would be easier to do some things with someone to guide you. The interstellar merchant Shen Wanxi, who was only one word away from the great merchant Shen Wansan, had many connections on the pale blue planet. He could ask him for help. Shen Wanxi would be very happy to hear this news. This was because the spirit artifact trade was one of the top industries in the Tao Alliance's 9 major galaxies. Spirit pills and spirit artifacts were indispensable to cultivators. Moreover, the legacy of crafting artifacts was as rare as the legacy of arrays. It was very difficult for ordinary people to get involved in the spirit artifact trade. I can't sell the things left behind by my ancestors every day. There will definitely be more and more spirit crystals for cultivation in the future. The One family is good at crafting artifacts. Their legacy of crafting artifacts was famous in the Zixiao region 10,000 years ago. I can use this opportunity to get involved in the spirit artifact trade. This was another consideration in Jiang Xi's mind. Cultivation required money. That day Jiang Xi called Shen Wanxi over. This interstellar merchant, who dreamed of buying a manor in Linhai City, saw Jiang Xi's seaside manor and called him Jianggu enviously. As for the wound on Jiang Xi's face, he didn't ask about it at all. Who knew what kind of weird fetish this mysterious and noble young master was up to? Then Shen Wanxi started to complain. Jianggu, you've got me in trouble. That's clearly a place of Tao integration inheritance, but you told me it's a place of primordial spirit inheritance. Also, Jianggu, you've made a big deal out of this. I heard that 20,000 to 30,000 golden core cultivators died. A few nascent soul cultivators also died. In the end, even primordial spirit cultivators died. If it weren't for the fact that I have a lot of connections and that I'm just a small fry, I would have been dragged to the pale blue cloud sect by now. Jiang Xi smiled and didn't interrupt him. Shen Wanxi's words hinted at one point, which was that he didn't reveal that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Ever since Yi Shan brought the surviving foreign cultivators out of the Murong planet. What happened on the Murong planet spread throughout the pale blue planet. Chapter 287. What happened on Murong planet had caused a huge commotion on Blue planet, because more than half of the cultivators who went to Chenyang Grotto Heaven came from Blue planet. Dao integration inheritance. 20 to 30,000 golden core cultivators died. Many nascent soul cultivators also died. Even the nascent soul cultivators of Purple Heaven sect and the sect master of Four Symbols sect from Minglan Star region died. This incident caused a huge uproar on Blue planet. So many people died. It was almost the entire strength of a level 4 or level 5 planet. However, no one dared to talk about Daoist Changbai slaughtering 10,000 golden core cultivators. If they offended such a huge monster, it would not be enough even if they died 10,000 times. When Shen Wanxi was almost done complaining, Jiang Xi said with a smile, "Let me introduce you to a big business." Big business? Shen Wanxi's eyes lit up. Then Jiang Xi introduced the Wen siblings. When Shen Wanxi heard that these two came from a refining family with a 10,000-year heritage, he immediately sent them to the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court office. However, the Wen siblings' plan to build a refining workshop was still a little small. According to Jiang Xi's plan, if they wanted to develop and make money, of course they had to plan it bigger. Therefore, under Jiang Xi's leadership, an interstellar trading group called Mountain Sea Star Trade was established. As the saying goes, even blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. In the newly established Mountain Sea Star Trade, Jiang Xi took 50% of the shares, the Wen siblings took 20% each and Shen Wanxi took the remaining 10%. Among them, Jiang Xi and Shen Wanxi had to pay, but the Wen siblings did not need to pay. They were technically investors. 10% of the shares required 100,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. In terms of scale, Mountain Sea Star Trade was just a prototype now. To what extent it could develop to in the future, they still needed to work together. Of course, if they only relied on the Wen siblings, they would have to work non-stop to refine. The spiritual weapons they produced would not be able to support a group that specialized in spiritual weapon trading. Therefore, their initial plan was to recruit refiners. Then, without revealing the Wen family's refining heritage, the Wen siblings would guide those refiners. The Wen clan's blacksmithing inheritance was famous in the Zixiao region 10,000 years ago. Naturally, it had its own uniqueness. The refined spirit artifacts were very sought after at that time. They were often the finale items of the various major auction houses in the interstellar era. Now, it definitely wouldn't be any worse. He believed that with the guidance of the Wen siblings, the Mountain Sea Star Trade Association would have a bright future. After dealing with these matters, Jiang Xi went into secluded cultivation with a peace of mind, completing the final golden core nascent soul transformation process. At the same time, he was deducing the next level of the true meaning of sword and true meaning of fire. He had gained a lot from the trip to Murong planet. First of all, he had accomplished his main goal. By refining the baleful yang energy, he had completed the nurturing of his golden core. Secondly, he unexpectedly comprehended the true intent of departing fire through the Wen clan's inheritance. True Dao intent was naturally incomparably precious. An additional Dao art meant an additional means. After that, there were still more than 100,000 Inferno Dao crystals left in the Chenyang Grotto Heaven. Dao crystals were very valuable because they were tainted with the Dao of heaven and earth of a Dao integration expert. Under normal circumstances, a doctrine crystal was equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. In other words, his current net worth had already exceeded 100 million. Finally, there was the harvest of experience points. That wisp of departing fire had brought him 100 million experience points. That was also 100 million. He looked at the remaining experience points. Frowny face experience points. 232. 64 million. More than 200 million was a huge amount. Sufficient experience points were the capital to become stronger. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jiang Xi had reached the final stage of his nascent soul transformation. Xin Tian Li Bai Bai Hu Yen. Wen Yoxin Wen Feng. The 5 of them stood guard outside Jiang Xi's cultivation room. Xian Tian and the other 2 had returned from a space hunter training ground in the Pale Blue Star region last month. He and Li Baibai had successfully passed the training test and had become space hunters. From the aura emitted by the 2 of them, it could be seen that their strength had improved a lot. However, the 2 of them were not satisfied because they realized that the gap between them and Jiang Xi was getting bigger and bigger. Li Baibai shook his head and said helplessly, "This kid, he was still an ordinary person when we were in the spirit-nurturing realm. Now he has surpassed us by a whole realm. Comparisons are odious, so we can't compare. As long as we are still improving, it's fine." Xian Tian smiled and was in a good mood. Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng looked at each other. They had only recently learned that this young martial granduncle was indeed very young. He was only in his 20s. The 2 of them were already more than 200 years old when they heard this. They really doubted life for a moment. Night fell. The aura of a nascent soul cultivator spread from the cultivation room to the entire manor and then to a radius of 100 miles. This aura attracted many spiritual senses to investigate, but these spiritual senses only scanned and quickly retracted. On the Pale Blue Star, golden core cultivators were only considered elites. Those who could cultivate to the nascent soul stage were top experts. Therefore, the owners of these spiritual senses did not dare to probe too much for fear of offending this new nascent soul cultivator. Success. Outside the cultivation room, the 5 of them were happy for Jiang Xi. This was especially so for Xian Tian and Li Baibai. The 2 of them were much happier than the Wen siblings and Hu Yan. Because Jiang Xi had reached the nascent soul stage, it meant that he could apply to become the Lord of Earth. Once Earth was marked by the heavenly eye of the Tao Alliance, it would no longer be a barren planet but a private territory. No one could trespass without permission. Otherwise, the Lord of the planet could apply to the heavenly court to arrest and kill the trespassers. As a result, Earth would become safer. Inside the cultivation room, Jiang Xi looked inside with his spiritual senses and saw that his golden core had already turned into an infant in his lower dantian. Nascent soul. Streaks of spiritual energy stronger than a late-stage golden core cultivator circulated around his body with the nascent soul as the core. It's still not enough. I'm still a little bit away from being truly invincible in the nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi shook his head again. His cultivation base and Tao domain were both at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Previously, when he faced Qiao Xian and Fu Zai, who were both invincible in the nascent soul stage, he used his strongest sword to barely block their attacks. However, his strength was not invincible in the nascent soul stage. His strongest move was only equivalent to an invincible in the nascent soul stage. His ultimate move was equivalent to an ordinary attack. He opened the experience panel. Cultivation, Nascent Soul, Early Stage 1, 81 million, Tao Technique, Gale Domain 5,000/5,000,000, True Intent of Lee Fire, 500, 0,000/500,000, True Intent of Sword, 1,000,000/1,000,000, Amplitude, 100 Deduction, 10,000 experience points per use. Cultivation Technique, Purple Firmament Sword Manual, Peacock Visualization Method. Experience points, 225. 34 million. I've broken through the bottleneck of my cultivation. There won't be any obstacles in my future advancement. Peak Nascent Soul Stage? Jiang Xi's eyes shone. If he spent some more time and ate a few more spiritual fruits, he would reach the peak of the Nascent Soul Stage. Chapter 288. However, Jiang Xi didn't plan to increase his cultivation level immediately. I'll heal my face first. That was because there were only a few days left until the new year of the Dixia Kingdom. He had to rush back to celebrate the new year with Jiang Dudu. As for increasing his cultivation level, anywhere was fine. His face was the most important thing now. Moreover, he had to go to the Tao Alliance building to do something. The last time he went there, he was only at the late-stage Golden Core realm. If he went there with his late-stage Nascent Soul realm cultivation level now, it would definitely cause trouble. After all, it had only been a year. Who would believe that he could improve so much in a year? Anyway, the condition to apply for the Earth Overlord title was that he only needed to be at the Nascent Soul realm. It didn't say whether he was at the early stage or late stage. Immediately after, Jiang Xi circulated his Nascent Soul realm spiritual power to heal the hideous and terrifying scars on his face. It took him a full 3 days to completely recover. Then the scars fell off. The new skin made Jiang Xi speechless. He was a standard fair-skinned guy, after walking out of the training room. "Jiang Xi, you've become a gigolo." Xian Tian was the first to tease him. The others also laughed. Because the new skin on Jiang Xi's face looked very fair and tender, with a hint of red in it. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. It seemed that he had to be exposed to more wind in the future and become more rugged. After everyone joked, Jiang Xi looked into the distance. That was the direction of the Dao Alliance building. "Big brother, sister Bai, it's time to get down to business." Xian Tian and Li Bai's expressions became solemn as they nodded vigorously. 15 minutes later, the three of them walked to the Dao Alliance building. The middle-aged Taoist in the early nascent soul stage clearly remembered Jiang Xi at the place where the application or transfer of the planet's overlord status was made. He was very surprised because it had only been a year and 2 months since Jiang Xi and the others last came in such a short time. Jiang Xi had broken through from the late-stage golden core realm to the early-stage nascent soul realm. He was on the same level as him. "Fellow Taoist, do you still want to apply to become the overlord of that planet?" The middle-aged Taoist asked with a smile. "Not bad. Here are the original data and 100 million low-grade spiritual crystals." Jiang Xi handed over the astrolabe and a Dao Alliance crystal bank card he had prepared beforehand. These 100 million low-grade spirit crystals were exchanged for by him using the 100,000 Dao crystals. Without using the treasures left behind by the ancestors of Earth, strive not to be a prodigal. The middle-aged Taoist acted according to the rules. This time he didn't ask Jiang Xi to hand over Earth to the Dao Alliance. The doppelganger of the Eye of Heaven shot out a beam of light from the stone pillar that was engraved with spell formations, and examined the astrolabe again. A moment later, the middle-aged Taoist handed the astrolabe to Jiang Xi. At the same time he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Taoist Jiang Xi. The Eye of Tongtian has branded the earth and the sky around it. From this moment on, you are the new Lord of the Earth." New Moon Year 97, December 10th. Jiang Xi, Xian Tian and Li Bai, the three powerhouses of Earth, returned to their hometown through the interstellar teleportation array. As for Hu Yin, he was left behind by Jiang Xi on the Kanglan planet to help the Wen siblings and Shun Wanxi manage the Mountain Sea Star trade. After all, the Mountain Sea Star trade had just been established not long ago. There were many places that needed manpower. This time the three of them returned mainly for the new year. It was a tradition of the people of Great Xia that no matter where they were, they would want to go home for a visit during the new year. Pak Sun Province, Villa 92 in the Tongtian district. Xian Tian and Li Bai had already returned to their respective homes. They had promised Jiang Xi that they would return to the Kanglan planet after the new year. These two were battle maniacs. After becoming starry sky hunters, they couldn't stay idle and wanted to go to the stars to train and fight. Late at night in the villa, Jiang Dao stared at Jiang Xi's face for a long time and said enviously, "Brother, can cultivation really beautify your face? Your face is white and rosy. It's really the skin of my dreams." Jiang Xi was speechless. Women. At first glance they all looked at the face. Speaking of which, after leaving for a year, Jiang Dao was already 18 years old. She was a big girl now. Then he smiled helplessly and said, "After cultivating to the nascent soul stage, your spiritual power will undergo a qualitative change, and you will be able to make certain adjustments to your body. However, it's better to stay in the original state. If you make any changes, it's easy to cause problems." "It's okay. I just need to whiten my skin. The nascent soul stage. I must cultivate to the nascent soul stage." Jiang Dao clenched her fists tightly. Actually, in Jiang Xi's opinion, her current appearance was good enough. After becoming an adult, Jiang Dao could no longer be seen as the bean sprout when the two of them were wandering around. Now she was slim and elegant, and her face had completely grown. Although she wasn't as beautiful as a fairy, her temperament was definitely first class. In terms of personality, she only showed her coquettish side in front of Jiang Xi. In front of outsiders, she could only be cold and aloof. After all, Jiang Dao was now at the golden core stage and she was also a peak powerhouse on Earth. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi's expression became serious. After failing to possess Jiang Dao's body, the remnant spirit of Yin was unexpectedly bound and became Jiang Dao's slave. Then Jiang Dao's cultivation took a big leap for the third time and directly reached the golden core stage. When this happened, he had only been on Murong planet for half a month. After Jiang Dao sent him a message, he was very worried and immediately rushed back. When he learned that Jiang Dao could control the life and death of the remnant spirit of Yin, he was relieved. Jiang Dao had a big secret which Jiang Xi had known for a long time. During the third and fourth spiritual aura awakening, Jiang Daodu's cultivation had both shown signs of greatly increasing. Although Jiang Xi was shocked that the Dao integration remnant spirit was defeated by Jiang Daodu, it was still within the acceptable range. Seeing Jiang Xi's expression become serious, Jiang Daodu immediately understood what he was thinking and smiled. "Come out." Suddenly, an old woman the size of a thumb flew out from her shoulder. The old woman had little hair and her face was full of wrinkles. She looked like she had suffered a great deal. Moreover, she was ghastly. As soon as she came out, she emitted a cold chill. "Greetings, young master Jiang Xi." Ying Tianxing bowed to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was only at the nascent soul stage, and she was a Dao integration remnant spirit. However, with the relationship between Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu, she did not dare to disrespect Jiang Xi. Moreover, after secretly observing in the past, she was also a little afraid of Jiang Xi. It was not only because Jiang Xi was Daoist Ji's successor, but also because Jiang Xi's speed of improvement was too fast. Although he could not compare to those heaven-defying races who were born at the Golden Core stage, he could definitely be called a top genius in the universe. "Do you still hate my master?" Jiang Xi asked directly. "I'm already a remnant spirit, and your master is already dead. As the saying goes, a dead man is like an extinguished lamp. How can I still hate him?" Ying Tianxing smiled bitterly. "The inheritance of the ghost sect in the Fengdu mystic realm is with you?" "No, I only ascended the fifth of the 6 heavenly palaces on Fengdu Mountain before I was stopped by your master." "Really? I don't dare to lie at all." Ying Tianxing hurriedly shook his head. Chapter 289. At this time Jiang Daodu smiled and said, "Brother, old Yin didn't lie." Relying on the comfort of Ying Tianxing's remnant spirit, she could sense the other party's thoughts. Jiang Xi nodded and smiled. "I won't say much about threats. If you really have any other intentions, Daodu won't show mercy." "I don't dare." Ying Tianxing shook his head again. Then Jiang Daodu took back her so-called ghost pet. "Brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Moreover, it's useful to keep old Yin. She can guide me in cultivation or something. You can't be careless. Later, I'll teach you a few restrictions against spiritual sense. You can put them on her. It'll be safer." "That's good. Give me a more ruthless and powerful one." Jiang Daodu's eyes lit up. The two of them chatted with each other and started chatting again. They each told each other about their experiences in the past year. In fact, in the past year, the two of them had also contacted each other through the communication bead. But most of the time Jiang Xi was either working on Murong planet or cultivating in seclusion. They rarely contacted each other and most of them were just a few hurried words. Therefore the two of them chatted for 3 whole days this time. Then they began to prepare New Year goods and visit their relatives and friends. For example, their former neighbor in Luming District, Old Yang, Zhenten Budakhan's Zhang Wei, Uncle Jiang, Lu Shan, and Qin Yuan. There was also the president of the Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association, He Changxing, and so on. These were all elders and friends. Jiang Xi took the initiative to visit them all. As for the rest of the martial arts world in Paksun province, they were all here to visit Jiang Xi. Of course, whether Jiang Xi would see them or not was another matter. After not seeing each other for a year, everyone thought that Jiang Xi was in seclusion. When they saw Jiang Xi again, everyone was very surprised. Because they could still feel Jiang Xi's spiritual power aura in the past. Now they realized that they could not see through Jiang Xi at all. Except for Jiang Dudu, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai. No one knew that Jiang Xi was already in existence that far surpassed the current cultivation world on Earth. He was even the Lord of Earth after the New Year. Jiang Xi left Earth with Jiang Dudu, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai. The 4 of them announced to the outside world that they were still in seclusion. As for Jiang Xi's other 2 servants, Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong, he would continue to shoulder the responsibility of Jiang Xi and the others and protect everything in the Great Xia Kingdom for them. After arriving on the Blue Planet, Shen Tian, Li Baibai, and Hu Yen went to other planets in the Blue Planet to train and fight. Jiang Dudu, accompanied by Jiang Xi, played on the Blue Planet for more than 2 months. They didn't stop until they were tired of playing. The only thing worth mentioning was that when the Wen siblings met Jiang Dudu for the first time, they called her Martial Aunt, which made Jiang Dudu blush. However, the little girl's mentality was very good. After that, she happily rewarded the Wen siblings with a wonderful stone as if nothing had happened. She also had a lot of these things in her hands. The Wen siblings were very surprised to find auxiliary magic treasures that could increase the speed of cultivation. Jiang Dudu's generosity made her quickly become familiar with the Wen siblings. She even had nothing to do with the Mountain Sea Star trade. Sometimes she would go over to help. The backbone of the Mountain Sea Star trade all knew Jiang Dudu's identity, so naturally they treated her well. However, Jiang Dudu didn't blindly order them around. She just wanted to experience the feeling of being a big sister. The following days were relatively peaceful. Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu lived on the blue planet for half a year and on Earth for the other half. It was like traveling. Of course, they didn't forget about cultivation. Just like that, another 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the edge of the solar system, in the desolate starry sky, there was a place like the surface of the water. Waves appeared and a flying boat shuttled out of it. The head of the Qing Shen sect, Qin Yi, stood on the deck of the flying boat. Looking at the empty starry sky, he let out a long breath. He had finally broken through the dangerous chaotic star belt. Although he looked young, his eyes were full of vicissitudes. He had lived for at least 1,000 years. Yen was talking about this galaxy. He really didn't lie to me. Qin Ye's expression was complicated before this. He still had some doubts about this arrogant disciple in his heart. He suspected that Hu Yen didn't want to hand over Earth to the sect. Now it seemed that he had misunderstood his disciple. It's been more than 3 years and there's no response to my message. It seems that something bad really happened. But why didn't the life jade break? This was something that Qin Yi couldn't understand. He decided that when he reached Earth, he would investigate carefully. With the speed of a top-grade flying boat, it would only take 3 to 5 days to reach Earth from here. As he spoke, he took out the astrolabe used for interstellar navigation. Inside it was the navigation route that Hu Yen had given him. What? Qin Ye's expression changed drastically. Previously, Hu Yen had told him that this was a desolate galaxy. However, when he opened the astrolabe, he immediately discovered something. This starry sky had the imprint of the heavenly eye of the Tao Alliance. Qin Ye's expression was uncertain. In this galaxy, the only planet that is qualified to be imprinted by the Tao Alliance's heavenly eye is Earth. This means that someone has already applied to become the overlord of Earth. Who is it? Hu Yen? Or a native? No matter who it was, Qin Yi knew that he was in trouble now. The Tao Alliance's decree, private territory, sacred and inviolable. If he broke in without permission once he was discovered by the overlord of Earth, after that, it was very likely that he would be arrested and hunted down by the Tao Alliance's law enforcers. In the Blue Star region he might be a famous nascent soul expert. But compared to the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, it was nothing. Any team of law enforcers could kill him. Let's see what the Patriarch has to say. Qin Yi sent a message to his Patriarch. Soon, Patriarch Qing Xian's figure appeared on the deck of the flying ship. Patriarch Qing Xian had the appearance of a teenager. He had long red hair, wore a blood-red spiritual artifact battle armor, and carried a long saber on his back. When he saw the desolate starry sky of the solar system, he smiled. You did well. Patriarch, there's an unexpected situation. This place already has the imprint of the Tao Alliance's heavenly eye. Someone has applied to become the overlord of Earth. Qin Yi shook his head. Is it that disciple of yours? Patriarch Qing Xian's expression darkened. I'm not sure yet. But now that this planet has become a private territory, I can't trespass. If the Tao Alliance's heavenly court pursues the matter, not only me but also the Qing Shen sect will be implicated. This is the result of 3,000 years of hard work of the Patriarch and the Qing family. Qin Yi smiled bitterly. What are you afraid of? Patriarch Qing Xian suddenly shouted coldly, and a blood-red light shot out from his eyes. Qin Yi was stunned. He did not know why the Patriarch was angry. Patriarch Qing Xian laughed coldly. So what if the Tao Alliance's heavenly court pursues the matter? So what if the Qing Shen sect is implicated? What do you think the Qing Shen sect is ranked in the top 10 among the countless immortal sects in the Blue Star region? It's because of the Qing Shen sect. It's because I killed a nascent soul cultivator with 3 slashes. Power? Power is the foundation. Honor and reputation are bullshit. Chapter 290. Qin Ye's expression changed. Old ancestor Qing Xian continued to scold him. You should have heard about what happened on Murong planet in Minglan Star region 3 years ago. So many cultivators died because of a path unification inheritance. Not only are 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures buried on this desolate planet called Earth, but they're also buried here. There are also top demon bloodlines like the Dragon Python and the Black Tortoise. Who knows how many other hidden opportunities there are. You have to remember that the most fundamental law of the universe is that the strong are respected. So, who cares if he's an overlord? Just capture him or kill him and then snatch the opportunity. If I can get the opportunities on this planet, I will have a chance to reach path unification. By then, will the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance still pursue the trespassing of private property? If the Qingxian sect is destroyed, so be it. As long as I don't die, as long as I reach path unification, I can rebuild it. And the rebuilt Qingxian sect will only be stronger. Old ancestor Qingxian did not hide the ambition in his heart as his long red hair fluttered. Even though they were separated by a communication pearl, Nie Tian could still sense the bloodthirsty aura pulsing in his deep eyes. Qing Ye's eyes became firm. He was awakened by the old ancestor's words. Indeed, he had always thought too highly of the Qingxian sect and neglected the fact that strength was the foundation. Thank you for your teachings, old ancestor. I will go to Earth now. Very good. Go and find out the details of Earth. If there is a threat, solve it if you can. If you can't, contact me. Old ancestor Qingxian nodded. 4 days later, Qing Yi drove the flying ship and traveled to the starry sky near Earth. When he saw the 2 moons hanging in the sky outside Earth, he understood the old ancestor's words even more. There must be a great opportunity in such a blessed land. By then, not only would the old ancestor reach path unification, maybe he would also have a chance to touch the threshold of path unification. Path unification was the peak of cultivators. In the pale blue star region, the whereabouts of path unification experts were not obvious. They could be the strongest on the surface when they were only in the primordial soul realm as long as they could reach path unification. Even if they built the Qingxian sect into a top immortal Dao sect like the Zhangyun sect, they might still have a chance. Qing Ye's eyes were burning as he drove the flying ship through Earth's atmosphere and landed on Earth. I wonder if it was Hu Yen or an aboriginal who applied to become the Earth's overlord. After all, there are 2 Dao integration stage experts buried on this planet. Let's investigate in secret first. With such cautious thoughts in mind, he began to use his spiritual sense to investigate. With his nascent soul stage cultivation base, the limit of his spiritual sense exploration was 1,000 kilometers. In an hour he would be able to roughly explore the entire Earth. At this moment, Qing Yi was in the air above the African continent. Soon he made a discovery. With his spiritual awareness, he discovered a pyramid 10,000 meters below the surface of an oasis in the desert. This is an ancient altar. It's an altar that only Dao integration stage powerful beings can build. An altar like this can contain the Tao of heaven and earth of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Qing Yi was ecstatic. They had only just begun, but they had already discovered a Tao integration stage inheritance. Moreover, it was clear that this altar had existed for over 10,000 years and was not left behind by Taoist Guanyin Tian. Qing Yi took a deep breath and went deep into the ground. He carefully searched the pyramid but didn't find anything. What a pity, it turns out to be an abandoned ancient altar. From the looks of it, there might be more than one Tao integration stage inheritance on this planet. He continued north and arrived at the continent where the Holy Alliance was located. He soon made a new discovery. In the air above the 1,000-year-old holy city of the Holy Alliance, Qing Yi stood in the air, his figure hidden in the void. The Holy Alliance, which only had one golden core cultivator, couldn't discover him at all. The city is very strange. It seems like there's a powerful array formation. There's a faint, frightening fluctuation. Qing Yi was secretly shocked. Out of caution, he didn't go down and only memorized the location of the holy city. He continued to investigate other places. Next, he went to the Atlantic Ocean, the American continent where the Shadow Nation was located, and then to the Pacific Ocean. Along the way he made many discoveries. Especially at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, he discovered a group of abandoned cities. There's actually a civilization left behind by the Sea Tribe? Qing Yi was shocked again. In the 9 major galaxies of the Tao Alliance, the Sea Tribe was on the verge of extinction. Only a small number of them lived in the remote galaxies of the Tao Alliance. Then, Qing Yi followed the line of the equator and investigated all the way from the Pacific Ocean to the subcontinent where the Peacock Nation was located. Qing Yi turned pale with fright. His spiritual sense quickly discovered ancient temples that were buried deep in the ground. Although these ancient temples were old, he could see the majestic scene from them. There's actually Buddhist ruins here. Even with Qing Ye's invincible nascent soul cultivation, his throat couldn't help but dry up. The Tao Alliance had 3 factions and 6 sections. The 3 factions were the Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, and the Sword sect. Any one of them was a transcendent existence in the universe. The Buddhist sects were the most mysterious of all. This was because in the 9 major galaxies of the Tao Alliance, the Buddhist realm ruled by the Buddhist sect had always been at the edge of the 9 major galaxies. In the other 8 major galaxies, it was very rare to see a Buddhist disciple. And on this planet he actually saw the ruins of Buddhism. And it's not an ordinary Buddhist ruin. It seems like a powerful and famous Buddhist mountain once existed here. Qin Ye's throat moved. The shock in his heart couldn't be suppressed for a long time. What's the origin of this planet? He clearly knew that this was no longer as simple as the Tao integration stage. It was related to existences above the Tao integration stage. What kind of third-grade planet is this? I'm afraid it's even higher than 6th grade. Thus, Qin Yi became even more careful. He didn't dare to rashly explore the Buddhist ruins here. Everyone knew how powerful the Buddhist sect was. If they violated any taboos, they might not even know how they died, or they might not even have the chance to die. Qin Yi carefully set off again. Soon he arrived at the western plateau of the Great Xia Kingdom. He first explored to the east. In a mountain range near the Shu Mountain Prefecture, Qin Yi made a new discovery. It's a grotto heaven mystic realm. Qin Yi found the entrance to the Fengdu mystic realm under a small mountain. The Dark Suppression Army and the Shu Jia guarding this place were not worth mentioning in Qin Ye's eyes. He easily avoided the seal and entered the stone cave. This place is close to the Buddhist ruins. Why is it so gloomy? So pure? Could it be the power of Yin? Qin Yi was puzzled at first. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. That was an extremely precious energy body. In a flash he passed through the spatial door. Then he saw the majestic Fengdu mountain at first glance in the Fengdu mystic realm. This? Qin Yi was frightened. His face was filled with fear. He could no longer maintain his composure and fled this place. From the time he entered to the time he came out, it took less than 3 seconds. Chapter 291. Ghost Race. It's the ruins of the Ghost Race. How is that possible? The Ghost Race is the greatest enemy of the human race. It's impossible for there to be ruins of the Ghost Race in the 9 major stellar zones of the Tao Alliance. After Qin Yi escaped, he looked at the black space door, the entrance to the Fengdu mystic realm, with fear and trepidation. After a long time he managed to dispel some of the fear in his heart, but he was still a little shaken. The 3 strongest races in the universe were the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race. The 3 of them were enemies and had fought each other in the extraterritorial battlefield for countless years. Qin Yi knew very well that with his strength, he could be called a top expert in the Pale Blue Star region. But in the extraterritorial battlefield, he was just cannon fodder against the demon race and the ghost race. And there was such a large-scale ghost race ruin here. Qin Yi swallowed his saliva and looked at the space door again with lingering fear. Even a Tao integration stage elite would be terrified on that black mountain, wouldn't they? Yes, according to the patriarch, Taoist Gu followed the ghost race's Tao integration expert Yin Tianxing here. It seems like Yin Tianxing came here for this place. No matter what, I can't go in anymore. The ghost race has strange methods. With my invincible nascent soul strength, if I really encounter danger, I won't even know how I died. Qin Yi shook his head and continued to explore other places. Soon he arrived at the Kunlun Mountains and stood in the air. Such an immortal mountain terrain, it's natural. It seems like there's a powerful array formation here. But this place is close to the Buddhist and ghost race ruins. There shouldn't be any shocking existence here. Just as this thought appeared in Qin Ye's mind, his spiritual consciousness discovered Kunlun's Death Valley. Another entrance to the Grotto Heaven mystic realm? Was it opened by an Essence Soul expert? Or a Tao integration expert? Yes, the outer barrier is so obvious. It must have been left behind by an Essence Soul expert. Qin Yi carefully explored the mountain range again and didn't sense any dangerous aura. Then he entered Death Valley in a flash and was transported to the Jade Pool mystic realm. After seeing the beautiful scenery in the mystic realm, Qin Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some undead creatures, they were obviously not from the ghost race. In a few breaths' time he arrived above the Tongtian Mountain. The Tongtian Mountain was guarded by the military of the Great Xia Kingdom and the martial artists of Genten Budokan. At this moment, He Tu and the 2 spirit vessel cultivators from the Great Xia Empire were present. However, with their cultivation level, they were unable to detect Qin Yi, who was invincible in the nascent soul realm. There's a floating lake? It seems like this place was left behind by a formation master. No, this lake does not exist in this grotto heaven. There is a second heavenly abode here. It must have been left behind by a Tao integration stage powerful being. I wonder where the entrance to the second paradise is. Qingyi was a little surprised. Furthermore, there were humans in the lake at the top of the mountain. He felt that there was no danger here, so he began to carefully explore with his spiritual sense. Subsequently, he first detected the stone tablet that had the words Heavenspan Mountain inscribed on it. What era is this language from? This place dares to call itself Tongtian? Qingyi was extremely surprised. In the entire Tao Alliance, only the Heavenspan Eye would dare to be named Heavenspan. With this thought in mind, his spirit sense found the stone door leading to the second heavenly abode in the lake at the top of the mountain. Just as he was about to go over at this moment. Scram! The voice of a woman echoed in his mind. Qingyi was so frightened that his body trembled and his face turned green. A high-grade flying boat suddenly appeared. He drove the flying boat as if his life depended on it, and instantly passed through the barrier of the Jade Pool mystic realm. With another shuttle he escaped from Earth. Because he was too flustered, he did not have time to hide his aura. Hei-Tu and the others, who were in charge of guarding the Heavenspan Mountain, immediately discovered this situation. Although they did not see clearly, no one dared to ignore such an abnormality. They immediately reported the situation. At this moment, Jiang Xi was cultivating at home in the Heavenspan district. He was worried that the people from the Qing Xian sect would come early. Half a year ago he returned to Earth with the Xian Tian, Li Baibai and Hu Yan. As for Jiang Dudu, for the sake of safety, he forced the little girl to stay in the Blue Planet. If they were unlucky and old ancestor Qing Xian came, Jiang Dudu could also survive. This was also the reason why he brought Hu Yan back. Because if he really met with an accident, the spiritual sense restriction on Hu Yan's body would be unsealed. At that time, no one would be able to control Hu Yan. Not only Hu Yan but also Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong. He brought them with him. If something happened, he could take them away together. When the abnormal situation occurred in the Jade Lake secret realm, Jiang Xi immediately learned the news from the Xiantian. He, Hu Yan, Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong drove the flying boat together. From the sky above Pak Sun province, they instantly arrived at the Kunlun Mountains and entered the Jade Lake secret realm. The Xiantian and Li Baibai arrived after a while. There are remnants of the spiritual power of the nascent soul stage here. Jiang Xi frowned. Both of their expressions immediately turned solemn. There was no other cultivator on Earth except for Jiang Xi. Then it could only be someone from the Qing Xian sect. Where is he? Is he still on Earth? The Xiantian quickly asked. Jiang Xi's figure kept flashing in the sky above the Kunlun Mountains, investigating the whereabouts of the spiritual power aura. In the end, he found that the spiritual power aura of the nascent soul stage had passed through the atmosphere. He left Earth. Let's go and chase after him. Jiang Xi drove the flying boat and chased after the spiritual power aura with the Xiantian and the others. Qingyi did not dare to stop at all. The flying boat shuttled desperately and only stopped when it was near Mars. Because he found that no one was chasing after him. There's actually a living powerhouse there. Is it the Path Integration Powerhouse who opened the Grotto Heaven secret realm? No, if it's a Path Integration Powerhouse, that cold shout just now would have shattered my soul. Why didn't she kill me? Qingyi's face was still very pale, and his heart was filled with fear. No matter what, he definitely did not dare to go to Earth now. Who knew what the powerhouse who told him to get lost meant? After thinking about it, he sent a message to his own patriarch. This was no longer a threat that he could deal with. Patriarch Qing Xian's voice soon appeared on the flying boat. He saw that Qingyi was still in the starry sky, looking panicked and pale. He was immediately puzzled and asked, did you find anything? Patriarch, there seems to be a living path integration powerhouse on this planet. Qingyi's throat moved. A path integration powerhouse? Patriarch Qing Xian was shocked. Although he had the ability to kill an essence soul stage cultivator, he was not strong enough in front of a path integration powerhouse. A casual attack from the other party could destroy his soul. There's a Grotto Heaven secret realm where there's a second Grotto Heaven that can only be opened by a path integration powerhouse. When I was about to enter, a woman's voice directly shouted at me to retreat. Qingyi briefly explained the situation in the Jade Lake secret realm. Chapter 292. Show me the data recorded on the astrolabe. Patriarch Qing Xian was calmer than Qingyi. Qingyi finally reacted. When he used his spiritual consciousness to explore Earth, he had been using the astrolabe to record those scenes. It was just that he was scared out of his wits just now and did not remember. Then he injected spiritual energy into the astrolabe, and illusions appeared in front of them. They were the scenes he had explored on Earth. Starting from the ancient pyramid altar underground, to the Jade Pool mystic realm. Patriarch Qing Xian flipped through it, and he could clearly feel that his breathing had become rapid. These are all places left behind by at least Tao integration experts. This small planet actually hides so many powerful relics. When he saw the illusion of the Fengdu mystic realm, his expression changed greatly. Ghost race. There are ruins of the ghost race. That black mountain is very similar to the legendary sacred mountain of the ghost realm. No wonder Yin Tianxing came here. In front of Qing Yi, Patriarch Qing Xian suppressed his shock and did not show it. After flipping through these data records, his heart was in a perilous situation. The Grotto Heaven mystic realm that scared Yer away in the end actually has a mountain that dares to use the name Sky Piercing. And that Grotto Heaven mystic realm is located in an endless mountain range. That mountain range is like a celestial mountain, and the heaven and earth array is faintly formed. It is also very similar to some of the Tao sect's array formations. The Tao sect, Buddhism sect, and ghost race ruins actually appeared on this planet at the same time. Perhaps there is more. This planet hides a huge secret, a huge terror. No matter what, I can't go there. Not to mention the Tao sect and Buddhism sect, just the ghost race ruins alone. If there is something hidden, it can make me die without a burial place. Patriarch Qing Xian was scared out of his wits even after looking through these recorded images. He had seen more than Qing Yi and knew more. The ignorant were fearless, but the knowledgeable were deeply fearful. The more one knew, the more one would feel the terror of this planet. Patriarch Qing Xian pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. He said to Qing Yi, You guessed wrong. The woman who scared you away is the legendary artifact spirit. Weapon spirit? Qing Yi was puzzled. He had never heard of it before. That's right. A Dharma treasure that surpasses a spirit weapon will produce a weapon spirit. As long as the Dharma treasure is not destroyed, the weapon spirit will not be destroyed. A Tao integration expert's lifespan is at most 10,000 years. Only a weapon spirit can live for endless years. Old ancestor Qing Xian explained. Then why didn't the artifact spirit attack me? Qing Yi was still puzzled. Will the saber kill by itself? Old ancestor Qing Xian laughed. Qing Yi suddenly understood. What he didn't know was that even old ancestor Qing Xian himself wasn't sure if his guess was correct. Old ancestor Qing Xian did this just to let him, a descendant, go and investigate. As for Qing Yi, due to his trust in the old ancestor, he did not have any suspicions. Then old ancestor Qing Xian laughed and said, You've already scouted this planet, so go ahead and find the planet's overlord. It's best to capture him and place a spiritual sense restriction spell on him so that he can become your slave. In this way we can explore the opportunities on this planet without any worries. If there's no other way we can kill him, but we must kill him quickly. We can't give him a chance to send a message to the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. Anyway, this is a barren planet. Very few people set foot here. We also have a chance. As he said this, suddenly, someone's coming. Qing Ye's expression changed. A flying ship was shuttling through the starry sky not far away. There's a flying ship. It's Jiang Xi, Qing Yi said again. His spiritual sense had discovered the figure on the flying ship. My disciple Hu Yan is also there. It seems that he has really betrayed us. Qing Ye's eyes flashed coldly. As old ancestor Qing Xian was a messenger, he couldn't use his spiritual sense to investigate. Therefore, after Qing Ye's reminder, he knew that someone was approaching this starry sky. Old ancestor Qing Xian laughed. Haha, a mere golden core cultivator. So what if he has betrayed us? We'll just kill him together. They have a Dharma treasure like a flying ship. It seems that they have been to other planets. The overlord of this planet must be among them. You don't have to make another trip. Capture them. Qing Yi laughed too. He was full of confidence. He drove the flying ship and flew straight over, after leaving the earth and traveling through the starry sky twice. After Hu Yan's reminder, Jiang Xi knew that the nascent soul cultivator of unknown origin took the same route as Hu Yan when he came to the earth. In this way he could be sure that the nascent soul cultivator was from Qing Xian sect. He traveled along this route and soon came to the starry sky near Mars. He saw the flying ship 1,000 kilometers away. Old ancestor Qing Xian. Qing Yi. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense instantly discovered the figure on the deck of the flying ship. His expression suddenly changed. Old ancestor Qing Xian was also here. He had already learned from Hu Yen about the appearance of the nascent soul cultivators from Qing Shen sect. Therefore he recognized the two figures at a glance. No. Jiang Xi was relieved again. It turned out that there was only one nascent soul cultivator's aura, and old ancestor Qing Shen was just a messenger. If there was only Qing Shen sect's chief, Qing Yi, there would be no problem. Seeing the other party's flying ship flying over unscrupulously, Jiang Xi, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai looked at each other and smiled. Then Jiang Xi flew straight out of the formation enchantment of the flying ship and stood in the starry sky, waiting for the other party's arrival. He wanted to face the other party head-on. Shen Tian and Li Baibai were even calmer. They were not worried at all. Hu Yen, Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong were also full of confidence in their master. Soon the two sides met. Qing Yi also flew down from the flying ship and stood in the starry sky. Old ancestor Qing Shen had not finished his message. His figure was still on the deck of the flying ship, watching the battle. He wanted to see Qing Yi defeat the enemy with his own eyes and master the opportunity of this planet. At this time, Qing Yi frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that he could not see through Jiang Xi's cultivation. When he was 1,000 kilometers away, he used his spiritual sense to check Jiang Xi's aura. He was still at the late stage of golden core. But now Jiang Xi's aura was a bit hazy. There were only two possibilities for this situation. One was that Jiang Xi had reached the full nascent soul stage, and his control of the nascent soul stage's spiritual power had reached the extreme. Only those in the nascent soul stage could detect it. The other possibility was that Jiang Xi had reached the nascent soul stage. Impossible. It's only been 3 years. Qing Yi directly denied these two speculations. 3 years ago, Hu Yen mentioned to him several geniuses on Earth, and Jiang Xi was one of them. He knew that Jiang Xi was still at the golden core stage 3 years ago. Thinking of this, Qing Yi was relieved. He did not put Jiang Xi in his eyes, and then directly used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice to the flying ship behind Jiang Xi. Hu Yen, why did you betray us? Because Master treats me better. Hu Yen chuckled and just said a simple sentence. Chapter 293. Master. Qing Ye's expression changed, but before he could react. However, he heard a burst of laughter from Jiang Xi's telegnosis ability. Forget about reminiscing about the past. Your Qing Shen sect is always thinking about grabbing the fated chances of your disciples. You want to do something good without risking anything. It would be strange if people don't rebel. Kid, how dare you humiliate my Qing Shen sect? Qing Yi was furious. A blood-red battle saber appeared in his hand. The saber was suffused with a thick blood-red light as it slashed towards Jiang Xi. At the same time, the blood territory spread out in the starry sky. The monstrous blood qi seemed to be able to corrode one's soul. This was a complete Tao territory. An invincible nascent soul stage technique. Good timing. Jiang Xi was not afraid at all. His body flickered as if he had penetrated through space. In the next moment he had crossed hundreds of miles. The upper-grade spiritual weapon, Killing Shadow Sword, condensed a thin and misty sword shadow. It was accompanied by a layer of blade-like wind and blazing fire. 3 layers of Taoist art suddenly stabbed out. This sword instantly defeated Qing Ye's blood-red saber light. In the universe's vacuum, there was only a dazzling explosion of light, but there was no sound. It was extremely strange. What? Impossible. Qing Ye's expression changed. He was an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. And Riverward was actually able to easily defeat his attack. What did this mean? Jiang Xi was also an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. Nothing is impossible. Goodbye. Jiang Xi smiled indifferently. The sword's power did not decrease. It suddenly pierced through space and arrived in front of Qing Yi. The sword? Jiang Xi can't be so strong. You're not Jiang Xi. Who are you? Qing Yi was shocked. He slashed out with his saber and at the same time, his body swayed as he tried to dodge Jiang Xi's sword. Who am I? Sorry, a dead man has no right to know. Jiang Xi's voice was transmitted to Qing Ye's mind through his spiritual consciousness. Then, Qing Yi realized that his head was separating from his body, but he did not feel any pain. Strange. What a fast sword. Qing Ye's consciousness gradually dissipated. Even with his invincible nascent soul strength, he was actually unable to dodge this sword. In the end, a thought flashed across his mind. This is the primordial soul stage? You have killed a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Experience points plus 3,800. Jiang Ci casually swung his sword as he listened to the notification on the EXP panel. Not far away, after Qin Ye's corpse lost its inertia, it quietly floated in space and was quickly frozen by the extremely cold temperature of the vacuum. Only blankness remained in those frost-covered eyes. Until his death, he still did not know whether the person in front of him was Jiang Ci or not. Why would he have the battle prowess of a nascent soul cultivator? Nascent soul stage? Barely. Jiang Ci looked at Qin Ye's corpse with an indifferent expression. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved Qin Ye's storage magic treasure. He looked at the experience panel. Cultivation level. Nascent soul, late stage 1, 06 million 1, 06 million. Dao techniques. Gale domain 5, 00000/5, 0000000. Fire domain 5, 00000/5, 0000000. Sword intent 1, 000/1, 0000000. Amplitude 100. Deduction 10,000 experience points per use. Cultivation technique. Purple Firmament Sword Sutra, Peacock Visualization experience points 415. 86 million. This was the result of his 2 years of cultivation, opening, and cultivation, cheating. Perfected Nascent Soul Stage. Perfected Fire Domain. In addition to the perfected Gale Domain and Sword Intent. All in all, his overall combat strength surpassed the invincible Nascent Soul Stage and barely reached the early stage Nascent Soul Stage. Of course, if he encountered a real Nascent Soul Stage cultivator, he would definitely not be their match. Even the weakest Nascent Soul Stage cultivator had a preliminary understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. It was much stronger than a Tao domain. There are countless Nascent Soul cultivators in the Tao Alliance. Even after thousands of years, they still can't reach the invincible Nascent Soul Stage, let alone reach the Nascent Soul Stage. I improved so much in 2 years. It's not bad. Jiang Ci understood that this was mainly due to the EXP panel and his own hard work. The EXP required to reach the Nascent Soul Stage was much more than the Golden Core Stage. The early stage Nascent Soul Stage required 810,000, the mid-stage 940,000 and the late stage 1.06 million. A total of 281 million experience points. It might seem a lot, but with the EXP panel, it was just a matter of eating 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits. In the past 2 years, the one that consumed the most experience points was the Fire Domain. Starting from the true intent of fire, it consumed nearly 50 million experience points before it reached the Fire Domain. Then, it consumed another 5 million experience points to upgrade the Fire Domain to the perfected level. However, his experience points did not decrease. Instead, it increased. It exceeded 400 million. This was because he had killed many monsters on Earth in the past 2 years. Especially the monsters in the sea. Some of the 4 oceans on Earth often turned into a sea of blood. It could not be helped. There were too many monsters in the sea. After solving the crisis brought by the Qing Shen sect, it's time to tidy up Earth. Jiang Ci thought to himself. After all, he was the Lord of Earth. Before that, there's one more person I need to deal with. Jiang Ci focused his gaze and turned to the other flying ship in the starry sky. When he took Qin Ye's storage treasure, he did not turn off the other party's communication pearl. Therefore, old ancestor Qin Shen's voice had not disappeared yet. Jiang Ci flashed and directly penetrated the formation enchantment of the upper-grade flying ship and landed on the deck. Jiang Ci. Old ancestor Qin Shen. Both of them called each other's name to show their respect. At this time, old ancestor Qin Shen no longer treated Jiang Ci as a junior. Just now, Jiang Ci killed Qin Yi, who was invincible in the nascent soul realm. This proved that Jiang Ci was also a powerhouse at the nascent soul realm. And Jiang Ci would not underestimate this legendary cultivator in the Kanglan Star region who was known as the Blood Disciple. Can you transfer Earth to me? Old ancestor Qin Shen asked. Are you daydreaming? Earth is my hometown. If I were to buy your hometown, would you be willing? Jiang Ci sneered. No problem. As long as you can transfer Earth to me, not only my hometown planet. The Qin Shen sect and the thousands of vital planets under its control can all be used to exchange with you. Old ancestor Qin Shen was very decisive. You are really crazy. Jiang Ci sneered. In order to reach a higher realm, so what if I have to give up everything? Old ancestor Qin Shen disagreed. Then I hope the next time we meet you can block my second sword. Jiang Xi nodded gently. You are crazy enough. Don't worry, I will not give up Earth. Old ancestor Qing Shen's eyes were suffused with a bloody light. Even through the transmission one could feel the determination in his eyes. Then he took the initiative to end the transmission. Because he also read Jiang Xi's determination from Jiang Xi's words. People must have something in their hearts. In old ancestor Qing Shen's heart, there was only the pursuit of becoming stronger. For this he could give up everything. What was Jiang Xi holding? It was Jiang Daodu, it was home. Whether it was in his previous life or this life he was born on Earth, and Jiang Dudu was his only family now. Even if Earth did not have many secrets and was an ordinary vital planet, he would not exchange it. So what if he had thousands of vital planets? If his home was gone, no matter how much he wanted, in the end, his heart would only feel empty. As for becoming stronger? With the experience points panel, he would become stronger sooner or later. Chapter 294. However, Jiang Xi was not relaxed. Elder Qing Shen was still alive, which was a hidden danger. When he used his spiritual sense to detect Qing Yi and Elder Qing Shen, he found that the two of them were using the astrolabe to check the many ruins on Earth. He knew that Qing Yi must have recorded this with the astrolabe when he sneaked into Earth. In other words, Elder Qing Shen already knew the basic situation of Earth. Earth, what secrets does it have? Jiang Xi smiled bitterly. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he had almost turned Earth upside down in the past 2 years. He was even more thorough than Qing Yi. Therefore he knew everything about the relics on Earth. Taoism, Buddhism, ghost race, demon race, sea race, and so on. He even found some traces of the Sword Gate in Shu Mountain Prefecture. Combined with the myths and legends that had been passed down since ancient times in the Xia Empire, Jiang Xi felt that the veil covering Earth was getting thicker and thicker. The stronger he was, the more he could sense the horror hidden in the mystery. No matter what, Earth must not be exposed. Since Elder Qing Shen has his eyes on Earth, he will not give up until he reaches his goal. He will not easily reveal the situation of Earth. Unless he really feels that there is no hope. I have to find a way to deal with this threat. After returning to Earth from the starry sky near Mars, Jiang Xi was still thinking about this problem. Unfortunately, he did not know where Elder Qing Shen was. According to Hu Yan, Elder Qing Shen had left Qing Shen sect 2,000 years ago and his whereabouts were unknown. He did not even appear when Qing Shen sect was in danger. Of course, even if he knew where Elder Qing Shen was, he was no match for him. It seems that I can only rely on the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. After Jiang Xi made up his mind, he did not hesitate and directly went to planet Songlan through the interstellar teleportation array of the first moon. At the Tao Alliance building in Linhai City, he found the law enforcement department of the Tao Alliance's planet Songlan office. Then he handed in the relevant evidence that he had sorted out. As the Lord of Earth, someone had broken into his territory and attacked without restraint. This kind of banditry was extremely vile. As the intruder, Qing Yi had already been killed by him. Therefore he was requesting the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance to arbitrate Patriarch Qing Shen and the Azure Mystic sect. The Tao Alliance had decreed that private territory was sacred and inviolable. In just half an hour, 1 late-stage primal divinity cultivator and 10 nascent soul cultivators formed the Tao Alliance's enforcers of the heavenly court. He left through the Linhai City's teleportation hall. His destination was the Tianshan Galaxy where the Qing Shen sect was located. Such a commotion alarmed many experts on the Blue Planet, because it had been over 1,000 years since they had seen such a scene. The Ashen Blue Planet was a 6th-rank planet, which was why the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance stationed here were all quite powerful. The strongest law enforcer that was stationed there was named Earth. He was a late-stage essence soul cultivator. Something that could make Earth personally enforce the law was definitely not simple. His opponent might also be a primordial spirit cultivator. All of a sudden, all the cultivators above the primordial soul stage stopped their closed-door cultivation and focused on this matter. Jiang Xi hadn't expected this either. All he had done was make a request. He hadn't expected the Tao Alliance's heavenly court to send out such a powerful force. A late-stage essence soul cultivator had actually appeared. This was already an expert on the same level as the sect master of the Zhangyun sect. In a situation where Tao integration cultivators' whereabouts were unknown, late-stage essence soul cultivators could be said to be the strongest in a galaxy. They should be wary of Patriarch Qing Shen? Jiang Xi wasn't sure. However, he felt that this wasn't the reason. Although Patriarch Qing Shen had a record of killing primordial soul cultivators, His actual cultivation was still at the perfected nascent soul stage. Under such circumstances, they only needed to send out a primordial soul cultivator. There was no need to send out a late-stage essence soul cultivator. Jiang Xi couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He tossed this question to the back of his mind. No matter what the reason was, now that a late-stage essence soul cultivator had appeared, he might be able to get rid of Patriarch Qing Xian. Actually, Jiang Xi didn't know that this involved a secret from 2,000 years ago. Back then, the early-stage essence soul cultivator that Patriarch Qing Xian killed was Earth's younger brother. After Patriarch Qing Xian did this, he immediately fled to another galaxy and hid in an unknown barren galaxy. His whereabouts were unknown. Due to the restrictions of the Tao Alliance, the enraged Earth couldn't casually destroy the Azure Mystic sect that Patriarch Qing Xian had left behind. The Azure Mystic sect was one of the top 10 immortal Tao sects in the Pale Blue Star region. He was the strongest cultivator of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court stationed in the Pale Blue Star region. If he made a move, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and bring about punishment from the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Therefore he could only endure it. At the same time he would search for Patriarch Qing Xian's traces. And now Jiang Xi had provided him with an opportunity. The Azure Mystic sect had committed a crime. Even after 2,000 years he wouldn't forget such a deep blood feud. The Heaven Mountain Galaxy was a famous and prosperous galaxy in the Pale Blue Star region. The Azure Mystic sect controlled 6 vital planets here, which were also their headquarters. On this day the cultivators on these 6 vital planets were massacred. The perpetrators were the law enforcers of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court office in the Pale Blue Star region. Nearly 300,000 cultivators from the spirit vessel to the golden core to the nascent soul stage were killed. Not a single one was spared. The planet where the Azure Mystic sect's headquarters was located was even split apart by Earth's 3 axes. Lava erupted from the planet's core, turning the entire planet into a purgatory. The Azure Mystic sect was destroyed. Soon the news spread. Countless powerful vital planets in the Pale Blue Star region were in an uproar. The Azure Mystic sect was one of the top 10 immortal Tao sects in the Pale Blue Star region. Although it had only been established for 3,000 years, forefather Qing Xian's strength was widely acknowledged in the Pale Blue Star region. Many cultivators knew about the secret incident 2,000 years ago. They were aware of the grudge between Earth and forefather Qing Xian. Therefore some people accused Earth and the enforcers of being cruel and merciless. Some even reported to the heavenly court and asked for Earth's punishment. However, when the enforcers announced that the Azure Mystic sect had trespassed on someone else's territory and almost killed their lord, all the cultivators in the Pale Blue Star region were furious. In an instant the angry voices of accusation disappeared without a trace. The Azure Mystic sect had violated the Tao Alliance's laws. Jiang Xi's mountaintop manor in Linhai City on the Pale Blue Star had been named Daodu Manor by Jiang Dudu. After submitting the application at the Tao Alliance building, Jiang Xi returned here. When he heard that the Azure Mystic sect had been destroyed and that nearly 300,000 cultivators had been implicated, he was shocked. Jiang Xi was very calm. His expression did not change at all. However, he was a little disappointed. Because just now the enforcers of the Tao Alliance had sent him a message. They searched the entire Heaven Mountain Galaxy but could not find forefather Qing Xian. What a ruthless person. He did not even react when his base was destroyed. Looks like I can only deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Jiang Xi shook his head. No matter where Earth would go in the future because of forefather Qing Xian, he had to work hard to improve his strength. Strength was the foundation of everything. As long as he was strong enough, he would not be afraid of anyone. Chapter 295. After the matter of the Qing Xian sect came to an end for the time being, Jiang Xi took the time to take a look at the development of the Mountain Sea Star trade. The headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star trade was set up on a floating island in the sea next to Linhai City. The overall development in the past 2 years was good. This was because the Wen siblings had a deeper understanding of their ancestral refining inheritance. With their core technical guidance, the spiritual weapons refined by the refiners were mostly of excellent quality. With such an advantage, the business of the Mountain Sea Star trade had expanded to hundreds of life galaxies in the Pale Blue Star region. Of course, the main business was still low-grade spiritual weapons. Not to mention the low cost, the main reason was that the number of low-grade cultivators was the largest, and the market was large. The turnover of the Mountain Sea Star trade has increased from the initial 1 million low-grade spiritual crystals to the current 80 million low-grade spiritual crystals. Our farthest station has developed to the Orph galaxy in the Pale Blue Star region. Shenwansi, the general manager of the Mountain Sea Star Trade, proudly introduced the latest development of the group to Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci listened to Shenwansi's introduction and nodded slightly. His expression was indifferent, but his heart was shocked. In the past 2 years he had been busy dealing with the Qing Shen sect and did not pay much attention to the development of the Mountain Sea Star Trade. He did not expect the Mountain Sea Star Trade to develop so quickly. The total turnover in 2 years had increased by 80 times. The 80 million low-grade spiritual crystals turnover, after deducting all expenses, had at least 60% of the net profit, which was almost 50 million low-grade spiritual crystals. And he had half of the shares in the Mountain Sea Star Trade, which was 25 million low-grade spiritual crystals. Back then he had only invested 500,000. The spiritual weapon trade was indeed a top industry. This was robbery. However, the main contributor to the rapid development is Jiang Ji's 2 grand disciples. Now, the refiners of the Mountain Sea Star Trade are almost treating them as grandmasters. He is being treated like a master craftsman. Shenwansi praised again. Well, not bad. Jiang Ci nodded lightly. He thought to himself, the refining inheritance of the Wen siblings was passed down by a Dao reunion expert. How can it be bad? Next, Jiang Ci looked around the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade. He found that the Wen siblings were seriously guiding the refiners, so he did not disturb them. He left with a satisfied mood. With the Mountain Sea Star Trade as a cash cow, he would not have to worry about the resources he needed for cultivation. Shenwansi respectfully sent Jiang Ci to the door until he could no longer see Jiang Ci's figure. Only then did he turn around and go back. As for the changes in Jiang Ci's cultivation, he didn't even ask. Firstly, he had to be polite and not pry into other people's cultivation. Secondly, in his opinion, Jiang Ci might have originally been in the late nascent soul stage, but he didn't show it before. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Jiang Ci to survive the Dao integration inheritance incident on Murong planet a few years ago if he had only been at the golden core stage. Only those in the late nascent soul stage could escape unscathed from such a situation. No matter what, Shenwansi now felt that he had made the right decision to meet Jiang Ci outside the teleportation hall on planet Songlan. This mysterious and noble descendant of an ancient family casually gave him a hand. From a small interstellar merchant, he had become an elite among the interstellar merchants. However, he knew that he was still far from being a big interstellar merchant. Therefore he had to hold on tightly to Jiang Ci's thigh. Sooner or later he would also become a big interstellar merchant. At night, when Yoxin and Wenfeng returned to Daodu Manor. During the day they were guiding the artifact refiners. After learning that Jiang Ci had come to planet Songlan, they immediately returned. Greetings, Uncle Granduncle. The Wen siblings bowed. No need to be so polite. Let me ask you, is Shenwansi reliable? Jiang Ci asked directly. When Yoxin and Wenfeng looked at each other. Then Wenfeng said, based on my observations over the past 2 years, there are no problems at the moment. He's doing his best. He used to be the head hunter of the dark net on planet Murong and was good at gathering information. Naturally, he also had the ability to recognize people. Jiang Ci nodded slightly relieved. After all, the Mountain Sea Star Trade was developing better and better, and the business side was in Shenwansi's hands. If it wasn't reliable, it would be easy for the Mountain Sea Star Trade's vitality to be greatly damaged. Jiang Ci circled around in his heart, looking for an opportunity to make sure. It was not that he didn't trust others, but he had to be vigilant. However, after thinking for a while, he said to the Wen siblings, don't forget about cultivation. After all, cultivation is the foundation. The art of artifact refinement can be studied slowly. Don't worry, Uncle Granduncle. In fact, the Wen family's artifact refinement inheritance and cultivation complement each other. The higher the attainment of artifact refinement, the faster the improvement of cultivation. When Yoxin smiled. This surprised Jiang Ci a little. With a thought, he immediately searched for the inheritance memories of his master, Taoist Go. Sure enough, he found the introduction of the Wen family inheritance and it did mention this. Jiang Ci sighed in his heart. It was indeed a Dao integration inheritance. Then he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip with a smile. Yoxin, this is a formation inheritance that I've sorted out. Take it and study it. Don't spread it. Ah, thank you, Uncle Granduncle. I swear to the heavens that I will never spread it. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. When Yoxin was very surprised and swore repeatedly. Jiang Ci smiled. He had promised to give Wen Yoshin the formation inheritance 2 years ago on Murong planet. The array formation inheritance in this jade slip was also carefully selected by him from his inherited memories. In total, it was less than 1% of the entire formation inheritance. However, if this 1% was spread, it would cause a great disturbance in the entire Blue Star region. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu would only be alone after the Wen siblings had left for the manor's side courtyard. Jiang Daodu was also working hard on her cultivation. With the guidance of a Dao integration remnant soul, the little girl's cultivation progress was faster. If she didn't count the 3 hibernation upgrades, her current cultivation speed had increased by at least 10 times. Just now, when Jiang Xi was talking with the Wen siblings, Jiang Daodu was also listening. She said with a serious expression, "Brother, let me manage the Mountain Sea Star trade." "Manage it? Don't joke around. You're only 20 years old. The employees of the Mountain Sea Star trade are at least 100 years old. They're all very smart." Jiang Xi shook his head. Don't look down on me. I'm only 20 years old, but I have old Yin by my side. She's an old demon who has lived for more than 10,000 years. Jiang Daodu wrinkled her nose. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about this. With the tool refinement skills left behind by a Dao integration stage powerful being, he had no doubts about the future of the Mountain Sea Star trade. However, in the current Mountain Sea Star trade, only Wen Yoshin and Wen Feng could be considered as his own people. It was fine if the scale was small now, but if it grew larger one day, he wouldn't feel at ease without a reliable person to rely on. If Jiang Daodu took over the management, there would be no problem with Yin Tianqing's guidance. An old demon who had lived for more than 10,000 years had many tricks up her sleeves. Controlling an interstellar trading group would be child's play. Thus, the two of them happily made a decision. Jiang Daodu was naturally very happy. She cheered like a child who had received her favorite toy. This scene made Jiang Xi's eyelids twitch. He was considering whether to take back his previous decision. Chapter 296. In the end, Jiang Daodu stayed on planet Songlan and became the chairman of Shanghai Star Trade. She did not return to Earth with Jiang Xi, because she had her own considerations. Seeing that Jiang Xi's strength was increasing faster and faster, she would soon be unable to see Jiang Xi's back. Jiang Daodu did not want to chase after Jiang Xi all the time. She also wanted to help Jiang Xi do something. The appearance of Shanghai Star Trade gave her a chance. She decided to develop Shanghai Star Trade with the help of Old Yin and become a powerful help on Jiang Xi's cultivation path. And Jiang Xi returned to Earth, because there were still many things to deal with. For example, solving the monster problem that had plagued humans on Earth since the recovery of spirit energy. Counting the time, this problem had existed for a full 110 years. New Moon Year 99, December 31st. Today was the day that the fate of Earth would be changed. Earth, Wuxia Kingdom, Shantian City. On this day, a shocking scene took place. After the recovery of spirit energy, only the top powerhouses of the 5 major countries flew in the air and gathered here. This was only secondary. What was even more shocking was, 10 terrifying great demon figures flew in the sky. They were the Dragon Python, Black Turtle, White Crane, and Lion King on land. The Dragon Whale King, Octopus King, Tiger Shark King, Seahorse King, Turtle King, and Crocodile King in the ocean. They were all at the Golden Core stage. If they did not know that the powerhouses of the 5 major countries had arrived at Shantian City, everyone would have thought that the monsters were about to attack Shantian City. At this time, in the largest conference hall of Shantian City, there was a long, wide table. The cultivators of Wuxia Kingdom were led by Jiang Xi and Huang Kuan. Shantian and Li Baibai sat on the left and right sides of the table. On the left side of the long table, there were 6 golden core cultivators of the reclusive families, the Qin family, Shujia Han family, and so on. Even the zombie Ma family's ancestor had come. On the right side of the long table, there were 4 golden core cultivators of Peacock Country, Shadow Country, Sacred Alliance, and Alpha Star. Among them, the gold core stage cultivator from the Alpha Star only broke through last year. The 4 of them frowned, feeling a little uneasy. He didn't know why Jiang Xi, who had been in seclusion for 3 years, suddenly summoned everyone. Last time, Jiang Xi's invasion drill had already scared them out of their wits. Today, I've gathered everyone here to discuss some matters with the great demons. But before that, we humans on Earth need to unify our battle lines. Jiang Xi knocked on the table and paused to attract everyone's attention. Let's put it simply. From today onwards, the Earth Alliance will be established. With my Wuxia Kingdom as the leader, it will be called the Great Xia Alliance. Does everyone agree or disagree? Jiang Xi smiled. His voice was soft but domineering. His gaze swept over the golden core cultivators of the hidden families and the other 4 countries. I have no objections. Huang Kuan was the first to speak. Among the people present, his cultivation was the lowest. He was only at the spirit nourishment stage, but he represented the Great Xia Kingdom. Agreed. Xian Tian smiled. Agreed. Li Baibai also smiled. Agreed. Agreed. None of the 6 golden core cultivators of the hidden families objected. After all, they were also from the Great Xia Kingdom. Even the late-stage golden core elder of the Ma family agreed. It was as if Jiang Xi wasn't his enemy at all. In fact, the elder of the Ma family was now very afraid of Jiang Xi. He had lived for 1,000 years and had a keen sense. He could faintly feel a terrifying aura from Jiang Xi. Nascent soul. His stiff face was also filled with horror. He was scared. The only ones left were the 4 foreign golden core cultivators. They could be said to be the pillars of the 4 countries. They were the fundamental guarantee of survival and deterred the monsters around the cities of their respective countries. Facing Jiang Xi's overbearingness, the 4 of them only felt extremely bitter in their hearts. They knew that this day had finally come. The cultivators of the Great Xia Kingdom were too strong. They couldn't catch up at all. Instead, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Agreed. Everyone gritted their teeth and spat out these 2 words with difficulty. Very good, you will soon cheer for this decision. Jiang Xi chuckled. Bullshit. The 4 foreign cultivators squeezed out a smile on their faces, but they were cursing in their hearts. At this moment, Jiang Xi stood up and walked out. Let's go out and meet those great demons. Everyone followed. In the sky above Shentian City, the 10 great demons were still hovering in the air. The great demons didn't know what Jiang Xi's purpose was. Because of the previous invasion of the foreign enemy, the dragon python and the black tortoise had witnessed Jiang Xi's strength. Under the propaganda of the 2 of them, the other great demons basically knew how terrifying Jiang Xi was. Therefore, they didn't dare to make a move now and could only wait here. Of course, there was also a great demon who was impatient. The tiger shark king from the Atlantic Ocean was tyrannical by nature and had been waiting anxiously for a long time. The dignified king of the billions of sea monsters was actually waiting here for a small human. Moreover, he was being watched by these humans. The tiger shark king's aura was getting stronger and stronger, wanting to erupt. After the dragon python and the black tortoise tried to persuade him, they found that it was useless and ignored him. They knew that this demon was courting death. In fact, the tiger shark king lived in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean all year round and didn't pay much attention to the human cultivation world. Therefore, he didn't know how terrifying Jiang Xi was. What's more, he had always regarded humans as food. Even with the reminder of the dragon python and the black tortoise, he didn't believe that humans could be so strong. Everyone was at the gold core stage. Why was he so powerful? Whoosh. A total of 14 human cultivators appeared in front of them. Huang Kuan was at the spirit nurturing stage and couldn't fly yet. However, with Jiang Xi's Gale domain, it didn't matter if he couldn't fly. Roar. Humans, what do you want to do? The tiger shark king roared with an aggressive aura. Jiang Xi frowned slightly, thinking that today was a friendly negotiation. He relaxed his brows. Then he smiled and said, I want to discuss the future of humans and monsters with you. In short, I want you to move with the monsters on Earth. Move? My home is in the Atlantic Ocean. Where do you want me to move to? The tiger shark king's tone was very aggressive. Jiang Xi smiled. I have prepared 4 grotto heavens for the monsters on land. As for the monsters in the sea, I have prepared a little more, a total of 6 grotto heavens. Each of these grotto heavens is enough to meet the normal survival needs of 100 million monsters. My request is, except for ordinary creatures, all the evolved and mutated monsters must move into these 10 grotto heavens. And you 10 gold core stage demons? Speaking of this, the tiger shark king suddenly said angrily, Human, you are courting death. You actually want to lock us up. Jiang Xi's face turned cold, noisy. He directly slapped with his palm, and the gale domain swept over with a whistling sound. Brr. What? The tiger shark king swung his tail and wanted to escape in horror. Crush. But how could a little early gold core stage escape from Jiang Xi's attack? In just an instant he was crushed by Jiang Xi's palm. Chapter 297. The early gold core stage tiger shark king, after refining and condensing his spirit power, his huge body was still 10 feet long. At this time, it instantly turned into a pile of flesh and blood, mixed with crushed bones. But it did not fall, strange and terrifying. This scene stunned everyone in the demons. They couldn't believe it. Even the early gold core stage great demon couldn't withstand Jiang Xi's palm. How powerful was Jiang Xi? The eyes of the 4 foreign practitioners were filled with terror, lingering fear, and relief. They finally understood why Jiang Xi said that they would cheer for his decision. It turned out that disagreeing meant death. The 6 gold core stage cultivators of the reclusive family also looked at each other with a wry smile and helplessness. The protagonist of this era was not them after all. But the 3 in front of them, Jiang Xi, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai. Jiang Xi ignored the shock of these people and demons. He waved his hand and put the Tiger Shark King's flesh and blood essence into a new storage ring. Then he handed it to Huang Kuan and smiled. Elder Huang, with so much gold core stage flesh and blood essence, it is estimated that it can be used to cultivate several spirit-nurturing stage martial artists for the military. Keep it well. Is there such a good thing? I think it's better to kill all these great demons. Huang Kuan's eyes lit up. The 9 gold core stage great demons, including the dragon python and the black tortoise, were so scared that their bodies trembled. Of course, Jiang Xi couldn't really kill them. Keeping these great demons was still useful. When he explored the earth before, he had already figured out the distribution of the earth's monsters. The monsters on land and in the sea were added together, not counting those ordinary creatures that had not evolved and mutated. The number of F-class and above monsters exceeded 1 billion. 10 Grotto Heaven's secret realms. Now that the Tiger Shark King was dead, there were only 9 left. It was more than enough to put all these monsters in. These gold core stage great demons, as the kings of the earth's monsters, played a leading role. Well, it was equivalent to letting the gold core stage great demons help him manage the huge monster group in disguise. After the monsters moved in, Jiang Xi would set up a sealing array at the entrance of these Grotto Heaven secret realms with his current attainments and formations. The sealing formations that he had set up were already sufficient. Next time, when the level of the array formation improved, he could just reinforce it. After all, the most powerful monsters on Earth were these few golden core realm monsters. Then, the 9 Grotto Heavens were divided into different levels of difficulty. They were simply named from the first secret realm to the 9th secret realm. The overall strength of the monsters living there increased accordingly. In the end, the Great Xia Alliance, which he had forcibly formed, was formed. With the Great Xia Kingdom as the leader, they would establish a global martial arts association and establish a more perfect martial artist nurturing system. For example, he wanted to establish more college of martial arts and make the competition more reasonable. As for the 9 great secret realms where the monsters were sealed, they became the training grounds for human warriors. As for whether it was too extravagant to give these Grotto Heavens and secret realms to the monsters, Jiang Xi had already considered this beforehand. After his careful investigation of Earth, he found that there were more than 100 Grotto Heavens and secret realms of various sizes. As for these 9, he had checked them multiple times. They weren't very valuable. Even if they were valuable, he had already taken them away. For example, the Grotto Heaven secret realms in the 6 seas were all left behind by the oceanic race. They had long been empty. The 9 Grotto Heavens and secret realms also had one thing in common: they were large in size. The size of each secret realm was at least comparable to the Great Xia Kingdom. 2 of them were even comparable to the entire Asian continent. In this way, when human warriors went in to train, the situation was similar to when they were training in the wilderness. Jiang Xi had once imagined that he could slaughter all these monsters and turn them into experience points. However, after thinking about it, why kill them all? Couldn't he just raise them? Then he could keep these monsters and use them as sparring partners for the human warriors on Earth. After all, only by going through battles could one become stronger. In the more than 100 years since the recovery of spirit energy, the human warriors on Earth had gone through this. It could be said that Earth was Jiang Xi's foundation. Only when Earth's overall strength was stronger and more powerhouses appeared could Earth not be afraid of the changes that might occur in the future relying on him alone. History had proven that at any time when a force could only rely on one person, it would decline and even perish. In the following year, the monsters on Earth carried out a great migration, and the human warriors also carried out a great integration at the same time. No matter when or where, there was no escape from the 4 words: the strong are respected. Jiang Xi's strength was enough to crush all the warriors and cultivators on Earth. No one dared to object. Even if there would only be one result: death. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. This was the eternal truth. While Earth was undergoing these changes, Jiang Xi did not leave. He wanted to see the completion of these changes with his own eyes. During this period he once again explored several important places. For example, Mount Tai, Mount E, and so on. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he couldn't find anything even after using his spiritual awareness to explore inch by inch in these places. Other than the slightly richer spirit energy, there was nothing else unusual. Perhaps my strength is not enough. Or perhaps, there really is nothing left. Jiang Xi knew very well that these places, which had left a lot of color in myths and legends, were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. In addition to the ones on Earth, he also explored the 2 moons. The first moon was still dead silent and incomparably bleak. The dilapidated Guanghan Palace and the interstellar teleportation array told of the endless years here. Jiang Xi originally thought that with his current combat strength that had barely reached the early stage of the Essence Soul realm, he could touch the second moon that seemed to be in another time and space. Unfortunately, when he flew to the starry sky where the second moon was, it was still empty. Only his eyes could see it, but he could not touch it, nor could he touch it. His spiritual consciousness could not discover it either. The brand new Guanghan Palace was magnificent, as if there was a faint immortal sound echoing in this starry sky. This moon that had started the recovery of Earth's spirit energy once again revealed its mysterious veil to Jiang Xi. Mysterious. There is only one conclusion. I'm still too weak. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. If he wanted to unveil these mysterious veils, he still needed to continue to work hard and cultivate. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. Among the 3 major Tao techniques, the Gale domain and the Fire domain had also reached perfection. Only the Sword intent had been lagging behind. Now, if he wanted to improve his strength again, there were 2 ways. First, through the Sword intent and the Purple Cloud Sword scripture, he could deduce a higher level of the Sword domain. At that time, his strength would be greatly enhanced, and his actual combat strength might be able to surpass the early stage of the Essence Soul realm in one fell swoop. After all, the Sword domain was one of the top Tao domains. In the perfect state, it was comparable to an ordinary Tao of heaven and earth that had just been comprehended. Second, he could deduce the next stage of the Gale domain or the Fire domain, the path of Gale and the path of Fire. These 2 rare Taos of heaven and earth, as long as he could deduce one of them. After the domain turned into Tao, he could refine his spiritual consciousness, condense his essence soul, and become an essence soul realm cultivator. Chapter 298. Taoist Ji's cultivation was already at the peak of the Tao integration stage when he was alive, and he had a very profound understanding of Tao techniques. In the inheritance memories that he left for Jiang Xi, there was also a detailed explanation of the types of Tao techniques. Simply put, the types of Tao techniques were divided into 3 levels: special, rare, and ordinary. In terms of power, the special level Tao techniques were naturally the strongest. For example, the Tao techniques comprehended through these weapons were all of the special level. The rare level, like the Gale and Li Fire that Jiang Xi had comprehended so far, belonged to this category. As for the ordinary level Tao techniques, they didn't seem to match Jiang Xi's status. Then Jiang Xi compared the 2 paths in front of him. Under the premise of perfection, the Sword intent spirit power amplitude is 20 times, while the Gale intent and Li Fire intent are 10 times, a difference of 2 times. After the Gale domain and Li Fire domain are perfected, the spirit power amplitude will reach 100 times. If I can deduce the Sword domain with the lowest deduction of 2 times, after the Sword domain is perfected, the spirit power amplitude will reach 200 times. At that time, my strength will directly double. It doesn't seem like much, but in a battle between experts, sometimes a difference of 0.01 times can determine the outcome. The spirit power amplitude of Tao techniques couldn't be stacked, and he could only choose the highest one. Jiang Xi had already confirmed this point. If I can deduce the Gale Tao or Li Fire Tao, according to the previous 10 times advancement law, when these 2 Tao techniques of heaven and earth are perfected, they can provide a spirit power amplitude of 1,000 times. Obviously, the second path has higher benefits, but the difficulty of deduction is definitely greater. Jiang Xi's eyes flickered as he thought quickly. The benefits were average and the deduction difficulty was low. The benefits were high and the deduction difficulty was high. Which path should he choose? After thinking about it, he shook his head and smiled. Is it just to consume more experience points? I'll just walk both paths. Therefore, when the great changes on Earth occurred, Jiang Xi also began his deduction path. Killing monsters, gaining experience points and deducing Dao techniques. Although the monsters on Earth were moving, it was obvious that as they moved, there were much fewer monsters. Time passed and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. New Moon Year 101 January 5th. According to Jiang Xi's plan, Earth had finally completed its first major change. Very soon, after Jiang Xi had completed the sealing of the 9 great monster secret realms, humans would no longer be trapped in various cities. Under the guidance of the newly formed Great Xia Alliance, the humans on Earth began to unify and build new cities on the vast territories that they had recovered. Humans on Earth had finally entered a new stage. Better future. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daoda flew side by side in the sky above various places on Earth, witnessing this huge construction scene that was in full swing. When he saw some teenagers in ragged clothes, they were working hard to move bricks. Jiang Dudu suddenly asked, "Brother, there won't be any more street kids in the future, right?" Compared to Jiang Xi, she was the one who was truly a vagabond. No one can guarantee that. There will always be vagrants in any era. It could only be said that under the new situation, there would be fewer and fewer homeless people. As long as they are willing to work hard, they will definitely have food, clothes, shelter, and necessities in the future, Jiang Xi said with a smile. That's good. Those who don't work hard deserve to starve to death. Jiang Dudu also laughed. The vast land of Earth had once again returned to the hands of humans. With abundant resources, those who worked hard would never fall to the point of wandering again. After the new situation on Earth was basically determined, Shen Tian and Li Baibai, the 2 battle maniacs, felt bored, so they took Hu Yen to other planets in the Blue Star region to train and fight. As for Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu, they were leisurely shuttling back and forth between Earth and the Blue Star region. Occasionally they would go to other galaxies in the Blue Star region to have fun. The Blue Star region had tens of thousands of habitable galaxies. As for the desolate galaxy, it was hard to count and was not included. Each of the tens of thousands of habitable galaxies was at the same level as the Milky Way, covering tens of thousands of habitable planets. If the 2 of them wanted to visit all these places, with their current cultivation and lifespan, there was probably no hope. Therefore, the 2 of them did not forget to cultivate. While Jiang Dudu was cultivating, she would also control the management and development of the entire Mountain Sea Star trade with the help of Yin Tianxing. Although Yin Tianxing was not a business genius, she used to be a Dao integration expert after all. She stood at a different height, so she had a better view of the overall situation than Jiang Xi and the others. With her help, the Mountain Sea Star trade controlled by Jiang Dudu developed even faster. The group's spiritual artifact business rapidly expanded in the major habitable galaxies in the Blue Star region. Just like that, time passed day by day. Until one day 2 years later, something unexpected happened. In the most remote Orph galaxy in the Blue Star region, the core planet, Orph Planet, was a level 5 habitable planet. There were also nearly 10,000 habitable planets of level 4 and below. On this day, Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu visited Orph Planet. At the same time as the chairman of the Mountain Sea Star Trade, Jiang Dudu also had the purpose of inspecting the group's branches. 4 years ago, the Mountain Sea Star Trade's business expanded here. At the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade on Orph Planet, Jiang Dudu expressionlessly checked a jade slip with her spiritual sense. This jade slip contained the detailed account books of the Mountain Sea Star Trade in the Orph Galaxy for the past 4 years. The general manager of the station, Hirue, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, was standing aside. At this time, Jiang Xi acted as if he was invisible and just watched quietly from the side. He found that Jiang Dudu's eyebrows raised slightly. He was very familiar with this action. The little girl was angry. Sure enough, half a day later, Jiang Dudu frowned and said, "Manager, he explained to me the situation of the spiritual artifacts entering and leaving the warehouse on White Bird Planet, Chela Planet, Yucca Planet, these 19 planets in the past 3 years." Hirue's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm. He smiled without changing his expression and said, "Chairman, there are no interstellar teleportation arrays on White Bird Planet, Chela Planet, and the rest of the 13 planets. They need to use flying ships to transport spiritual artifacts. The interstellar routes from Orph Planet to these planets are filled with galactic pirates. Our caravans are often attacked." After a while, Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu left the Mountain Sea Star Trade's headquarters on Orph Planet. "Why did you stop investigating?" Jiang Xi was a bit confused. This was not in line with Jiang Dudu's personality. Beat the grass to scare the snake and then fish. Jiang Dudu's eyes flashed with wisdom. "Oh. The problems in that account book are not just limited to the 13 planets. It can be said that it's rotten to the core. The value of the spiritual artifacts involved is as high as 4 million low-grade spirit crystals. Then just send He Rui to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court office and deal with him according to the Tao Alliance's rules. I don't think this matter is that simple. Even if we deal with him, the root of the problem is still not solved. In the future there will be Wang Rui, Zhang Rui, Li Rui and so on. Then what do you plan to do? Let's go to Whitebird Planet and swagger there. It's a good opportunity to inspect the place and see if there are galactic pirates there. I've never seen a galactic pirate in my life. Jiang Dudu waved her hand. Chapter 299. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu drove the flying ship away from Aofu Star and flew towards Whitebird Star. Ever since he handed over the Mountain Sea Star trade to Jiang Daodu, he did not plan to interfere. In the past 3 years, Jiang Daodu improved very quickly. Not only did her cultivation reach the middle stage of Golden Core. In the field of business, she showed outstanding talent. Now, many of the decisions of the Mountain Sea Star trade came from Jiang Daodu. Yin Tianxing acted as a think tank most of the time, standing from a higher point of view and providing advice. So this time, Jiang Xi wanted to see how Jiang Daodu would solve such a serious business corruption. 4 million low-grade spirit crystals was already more than the entire wealth of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. If it was not dealt with, this snowball would only get bigger and bigger. After all, the Mountain Sea Star trade was also growing. At the same time, in a luxurious manner on Aofu Star. He Rui stood respectfully in front of a young cultivator. The young man's face was handsome, but it revealed a kind of feminine aura. Young Master Yuan, they really went to Whitebird Star. Not bad, you did well. From today onwards, you are the first-level manager of Flying Rainbow Star Trade. Our business in the Aofu Star system will also be handed over to you, and you can get 10% of the profits. The young man smiled. Thank you, young Master Yuan. He Rui was overjoyed. Then he asked hesitantly, Young Master Yuan, what do we do next? What do we do? Of course we kill them. They dare to steal our business, isn't that courting death? The young man said casually. He Rui was relieved. The only thing he was afraid of was Jiang Xi, it would be good if he died. Moreover, he was full of confidence in young Master Yuan's strength and methods. This young Master Yuan in front of him was called Yuan Changshua, a genius of Flying Rainbow sect. He had cultivated for less than 400 years and had already reached the middle stage of nascent soul. At the same time, he was in charge of Flying Rainbow sect's important source of wealth, Flying Rainbow Star Trade. If he could cultivate to the nascent soul stage within 1,000 years, he would have a chance to become the next sect master. As for the Soaring Rainbow sect, they were even worse. This was a top immortal Dao sect in the Kanglan Star region, second only to the Tsangyun sect in terms of comprehensive strength. As for the sect master of the Soaring Rainbow sect, he was at the late stage of the primordial soul stage and was extremely powerful. It was even rumored that there was a Dao integration stage patriarch within the sect. Therefore, with this comparison, in He Rui's eyes, the Mountain Sea Star trade was nothing. The Soaring Rainbow Star trade was backed by the Soaring Rainbow sect. As for the Mountain Sea Star trader, there was only the late nascent soul stage cultivator that he had just met. Therefore, when Yuan Zhangshua found him 2 years ago, he didn't know what to do. He didn't even think about it before joining Flying Rainbow Star Trade. This time, when He Rui heard that the chairman of the Mountain Sea Star Trade Association was coming to inspect the off-planet branch, he immediately informed Yuan Zhangshua. That was why Jiang Dudu had discovered the problem with the spiritual weapon inventory. In fact, he didn't take Jiang Dudu, who was in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, seriously. He was only afraid of Jiang Xi, who was in the late nascent soul stage, so his attitude was very respectful. He Rui was very confident that his fake account book was flawless. The problem with the spiritual weapon inventory on the 13 planets was deliberately revealed under Yuan Zhangshua's instructions. The only thing that surprised He Rui was that it only took Jiang Dudu a short time to discover this problem. He thought that this little girl in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm would take 10 days to half a month to figure it out. He didn't expect that she would discover it after half a day. No matter what, these two people with the surname Jiang are going to die. The Whitebird planet was about 0.5 light-years away from the off-planet. It would take half a year to reach it if one maintained the speed of light. But there was one thing to mention here, which was what would happen when one's speed reached the speed of light. After the speed of light reaches the speed of light, one can travel to the source space, not the ordinary starry sky travel. Compared to the universe, the source space is 3,600 times smaller, 3,600 to 1. In other words, if the distance between the same two planets in the universe is 3,600 light-years, then the distance in the source space is shortened to 1 light-year. Under the condition of flying at 1 time the speed of light, one can travel 3,600 light-years through the source space in 1 year. Jiang Xi recalled in his heart. This was the information he had long learned through his inherited memories. It was just that in the past he had always used the interstellar teleportation array to travel and had never used a flying boat for long-distance interstellar travel. It was worth mentioning that the flying boat he was using now was obtained when he killed the sect master of the Qing sect, Qin Yi. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon. And the speed of a high-grade flying boat could reach 1 time the speed of light, which satisfied the minimum requirements for the source space travel. 0.5 light-years in the universe traveling through the source space, the distance is shortened by 3,600 times. It only takes 1 hour and a quarter to reach the White Bird planet. However, Daodu's goal is to fish, so he definitely can't travel through the source space. Otherwise, where can he go to fish? Jiang Xi drove the flying boat and flew at sublight speed, slowly heading to the White Bird planet. Speaking of which, this was the first time they were traveling in the universe like this. The two of them leaned side by side and looked at the universe through the formation barrier of the flying boat. They admired all kinds of celestial bodies and felt the magic and tranquility of the universe. They didn't feel lonely or bored. It was as if such a scene wouldn't be boring for 10,000 years. A month later they passed by a desolate galaxy. There were meteorites everywhere. There were no stars, only a few dead planets. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. After his cultivation reached the perfected nascent soul realm, the detection limit of his spirit sense had reached 1,000 kilometers. He found that a black flying boat appeared in the starry sky about 800 kilometers away. Space pirates? It was as if this flying boat had been waiting for them here for a long time. Soon, the other party arrived in front of Jiang Xi's flying boat and blocked its way. There really are galactic pirates? Jiang Daodu stood up in a flash. It's not space pirates. It seems that Helyui's problem is serious. He's on that flying boat now. Jiang Xi's expression was serious. Brother, I seem to have seen that flying boat somewhere. It seems to be Flying Rainbow Star Trade. It seems that Helyui is not only corrupt but also a traitor. Jiang Daodu's expression turned cold. The biggest star trade group in the Blue Star region was, of course, the Blue Cloud Star Trade. And the biggest spiritual weapon trade group was the Flying Rainbow Star Trade. As the chairman of the Mountain Sea Star Trade, Jiang Daodu naturally knew about the situation of her competitors. Even if she wasn't sure whether the black flying boat was from the Flying Rainbow Star Trade, Helyui's appearance on that flying boat already explained a lot of things. Yes, the other party brought 10 Yuan-Ing realm cultivators. It seems that it was premeditated. Jiang Xi nodded. 10 Yuan-Ing realm cultivators? Brother, can you do it? Why don't we retreat? Jiang Daodu's expression suddenly changed. They were not space pirates. Hey, can a man say no? Jiang Xi knocked on her head. Then he flashed through the array and appeared in the starry sky. Take the initiative to attack. Jiang Daodu looked at Jiang Xi's back. Although she was worried, she was not afraid. Because Jiang Xi was there, she didn't need to be afraid of anything. Chapter 300. At the same time, there were a total of 10 nascent soul cultivators including Hirue. 9 of them had already left the flying ship and were charging over. The leader of the group was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. He held a long spear and exuded a powerful aura. Uncle Chang, kill them for me. The mid-stage nascent soul Yuan Zhangshua did not leave the black flying ship. Instead, he commanded it remotely. He had already learned from Hirue that one of the 2 people from the Mountain Sea Star Trade was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, he brought most of the nascent soul cultivators from the Flying Rainbow Star Trade. Fortunately, great-grandfather supported me and even assigned Uncle Chang to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to mobilize so many nascent soul cultivators. Yuan Zhangshua seemed to be very relaxed in a situation where he could crush the other party with absolute strength. His great-grandfather was the current sect master of the Flying Rainbow sect. Uncle Chang was naturally the late-stage nascent soul cultivator. His name was Yuan Chang, and he was his great-grandfather's servant. A mere late-stage nascent soul cultivator dares to steal business from the Flying Rainbow Star Trade? You won't even know how he died. Seeing the young man with the long sword also leave the flying ship and step into the starry sky, Yuan Zhangshua smiled. The next moment. What? His smile froze. In the desolate star system densely filled with meteorites, 9 nascent soul cultivators, led by the late-stage nascent soul cultivator Yuan Chang, charged toward Jiang Ci at an extremely fast speed. Yuan Chang took the lead, his long spear like a dragon. A majestic spear shadow that was tens of thousands of meters long swept out 70% of the Dao domain. Behind him there were 8 other nascent soul cultivators. There were early-stage and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Among them was the early-stage nascent soul cultivator, Hirue. The 8 of them also made their moves, erupting with astonishing energy attacks. The dark starry sky suddenly lit up. It was as if a grand fireworks party was being held. Colorful energy surged wildly and was extremely dazzling. Even the late-stage nascent soul cultivator Yuan Chang did not have the confidence to take on so many powerful attacks at this moment. Jiang Ci's expression was very calm. The gale domain around him spiraled as he flew across the sky. He flashed through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind afterimages. The high-grade spiritual artifact in his hand, the killing shadow sword, condensed a dark red sword shadow. The fire domain power. With a wave of his sword, a sword shadow flew out along with a gust of wind. Noiselessly, it penetrated the spear shadow that was over 10,000 meters long. The scene was extremely strange. The mighty spear shadow actually dissipated into thin air. Moreover, the sword shadow's power did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it defeated the attacks of the other 8 people. What? Invincible nascent soul. This scene made Yuan Zhangshua's face change abruptly. He was so scared that he sat up on the deck. Then he drove the flying boat away from this place. In the blink of an eye, it reached the speed of light. The black flying ship disappeared into the origin space. Similarly, Yuan Chang's expression changed drastically. He no longer cared about cursing Yuan Zhangshua. Instead, he looked at Jiang Ci's rapidly approaching figure in horror. Invincible nascent soul. As a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, he was naturally aware of the situation when a nascent soul realm cultivator attacked. Perfect control of the original infant stage spiritual energy and the power of the domain. And Jiang Ci's sword was just like that. His spirit power and domain power did not dissipate in the slightest. Completely condensed into one. Compared to that, his spear just now had a very mixed spirit power and domain power, and the degree of condensation was poor. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He roared and transmitted his spiritual sense to everyone. Without him saying, Hirue and the other original infant stage cultivators also knew. They turned and fled at top speed. Since you've come, don't leave. Jiang Ci's eyes were cold and murderous. He originally thought it was a business corruption incident, but he did not expect it to be an unruly business competition incident. It was very bad. When it came to chasing and escaping, the Gale domain had never disappointed Jiang Ci. Whoosh! The Gale domain immediately spread out, changing the vacuum environment of the universe. Up and down within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, the Gale howled, forming a spherical space. The casting range of the Dao technique depended on the detection limit of the cultivator's spiritual sense. As the caster, Jiang Ci's cultivation was already at the peak of the original infant stage. His spiritual sense could cover 1,000 kilometers. The 9 original infant stage cultivators who were running for their lives were directly trapped in the Gale domain, and their speed dropped sharply. This Dao domain, 1,000 kilometers. Invincible nascent soul indeed. And it's a wind-related Dao technique. It's over. Yuan Chang despaired. Whoosh. Like the other 8, he tried to use his strongest attack, trying to disperse the Gale domain's power that was binding them. But it was useless. Even though he had comprehended 70% of his Dao domain, he could not shake Jiang Ci's Gale domain. This was because Jiang Ci's Gale domain was a rare Dao technique, while his mystic water domain was only a normal Dao technique. Their attacks were destined to be like throwing eggs at a rock. Fellow Daoist, please spare me. I'm willing to give you all my life savings. Yuan Chang chose to beg for mercy. No need. Jiang Ci was unmoved. His figure flashed and caught up with Yuan Chang. A sword condensed again. The sword did not have any energy waves, but it faintly emitted a dark red glow, emitting a terrifying aura. I've cultivated for 2,000 years and finally reached the late stage of the original infant stage. Fellow Daoist, you are so vicious. I'll drag you down with me even if I die. Yuan Chang roared when he saw that his pleading was futile. Whoosh! The immense spiritual power of the late stage of the original infant stage surged violently. His entire body began to expand, and he was about to self-destruct. This trick again. What a joke. Only you are allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you? Jiang Xi sneered. Whoosh. The sword stabbed out lightly, but it emitted a terrifying aura. The sword shadow flew past, and the starry sky trembled. In an instant, it traversed a distance of 100 kilometers. It pierced into Yuan Chang's expanding body. You have killed a late-stage original infant-stage cultivator. Experience points plus 3,800, boom, boom. A violent explosion occurred in this group of meteorites. The meteorites within a few hundred kilometers shattered and turned into smaller meteorites. It was like the end of the world. In the face of such a powerful explosion, Jiang Xi only had a thought. He used the Gale Domain and Li Fire Domain to protect himself and Jiang Daodu, who was on the flying ship behind him. As for the 8 early and middle stage original infant stage cultivators, they were miserable. The 2 early stage original infant stage cultivators closest to him were blown to pieces by the power of the explosion. The other 6 people also suffered injuries of varying degrees. Director Jiang, please spare us. Senior, please spare us. He Rue and the other 6 people were begging for mercy. They were bound by the Gale Domain and could no longer escape. Jiang Xi was expressionless. He took light steps and flashed in front of one of them. When the sword was drawn, the person died. You have killed an early stage original infant stage cultivator. Experience points plus 3,000. You have killed a middle stage original infant stage cultivator. Experience points plus 3,400. In an instant, only He Rue and another middle stage original infant stage cultivator were left. Director Jiang, please spare us. They forced me to do it. Please spare us. He Rue almost knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, he was only an early stage original infant stage cultivator. He could not move at all under the restraint of the Gale Domain. Forced? Jiang Xi sneered. He pressed his hand on He Rue's head. Soul Search. Chapter 301. After a while, Jiang Xi returned to his flying ship. Big bro, are they people from Flying Rainbow Star Trade? Jiang Daodu walked up and asked. Yes. Jiang Xi nodded and then said, and a big fish. The early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator who drove the black flying ship away at the beginning is Yuan Zhangshua, who is in charge of Flying Rainbow Star Trade. This was the information he obtained from Helui and the early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator just now. The black flying ship was also a high-grade spirit artifact, so it would be impossible to catch up with it now. Yuan Zhangshua? No wonder. Relying on the excellent quality of our spiritual tools, our Mountain Sea Star Trade has occupied the spiritual tool market of thousands of habitable galaxies in the Pale Blue Star region in recent years. Although I have deliberately avoided Flying Rainbow Star Trade, sometimes the information is not in place, so it is inevitable to touch the other party's market. Jiang Dudu suddenly understood. Soon she frowned slightly. This is troublesome. We are not afraid of direct business competition, but we are afraid of the other party's tricks. We can't afford to offend Flying Rainbow Sect now. I thought you were not afraid of anything. Jiang Xi joked. If I'm not a fool. Flying Rainbow Sect is the second most powerful immortal sect in the Blue Star region. The current sect master is a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, and it is said that they have a Dao integration stage ancestor. Flying Rainbow Star Trade is the most important source of Flying Rainbow Sect's assets. If we touch their cake, it is normal for them to retaliate. But I didn't expect Flying Rainbow Sect's revenge to come so quickly. They don't follow the rules and don't give us any chance to develop. Jiang Dudu's tone was full of worry. We can give up the development of Mountain Sea Star Trade first. When we become stronger in the future, we can regroup and take back the market. Jiang Xi smiled. He didn't want Jiang Dudu to worry too much. He just wanted her to be happy. Is that so? Mountain Sea Star Trade is your life's work. I don't want it to decline in my hands. Jiang Dudu still didn't want to give up. As long as we can live, we will come back sooner or later. Jiang Xi smiled and comforted. All right then, but it's such a pity. Jiang Dudu was a little dejected. Jiang Xi stood on the deck of the airship and looked at the endless starry sky with a firm gaze. Of course, he also felt that it was a pity that the Mountain Sea Star Trade had grown so much in just 6 short years. Their turnover had increased from 1 million lower spiritual crystals to 1 billion. It was conceivable that the Mountain Sea Star Trade would become a huge interstellar trading group in the future. However, based on the current situation, they were indeed not a match for the soaring Rainbow Sect. Not to mention whether there was a Tao integration stage patriarch, just the late-stage primordial soul stage sect leader was not someone they could deal with. Not to mention the soaring rainbow sect had many other experts. Just like this time they had mobilized so many nascent soul stage cultivators, and there was even a late nascent soul stage cultivator among them. It wouldn't be surprising if another primordial spirit cultivator appeared. The Flying Rainbow Star Trade under the Flying Rainbow sect was the largest spiritual artifact trading group in the Blue Star region. Jiang Ci was very clear that if the Mountain Sea Star Trade wanted to develop, it would not be able to avoid them. It would inevitably come into contact with the other party's commercial market. Through this robbery, he could tell that the other party was not the kind of person who took the path of legitimate commercial competition. For the time being he would hide as much as he could. Therefore it was a good choice to avoid the sharp edge. When his strength increased, the Mountain Sea Star Trade would have greater development. By then he would have more resources. The people around him, Jiang Dudu, Shen Tian, Li Baibai, the Wen siblings, etc., would also have grown up and would not be afraid of the soaring rainbow sect. Of course, this was not something that could be done overnight. It would take 100 years or even 1,000 years. However, Jiang Ci could afford to wait. After all, he was only 29 years old. Compared to those nascent soul stage old monsters who were hundreds or even thousands of years old, he was still a teenager. After that, Jiang Ci and Jiang Dudu did not continue to fly to the White Bird planet. The two began their return journey and flew to Orf planet. They wanted to use the interstellar teleportation array there to return to the Blue Star and consolidate the spiritual artifact business of the Mountain Sea Star Trade. Therefore, soon the Mountain Sea Star Trade announced a large-scale withdrawal from all life planets. This caused quite a stir in the cultivation world of the Kanglan Star region. Because the Mountain Sea Star Trade had developed too quickly in the past few years, the high-quality spiritual artifacts quickly occupied the spiritual artifact market of many life planets. Many people were puzzled. What caused the rapidly expanding Mountain Sea Star Trade to reduce the market? Some people guessed that it might be because of pressure from the Blue Cloud Star Trade or the Flying Rainbow Star Trade. There was a lot of discussion, but no one had a definite answer. The Mountain Sea Star Trade did not announce the reason. Flying Rainbow Galaxy, Flying Rainbow Planet. A long rainbow hung in the sky above Flying Rainbow Planet, as if it had been there since ancient times. Yuan Zhangshua walked out of the interstellar teleportation array with a gloomy face. Previously, when he saw that it was an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator who attacked him, he quickly fled on his flying boat. After returning to Orf planet, he did not dare to stay there and directly took the interstellar teleportation array back to Flying Rainbow planet. This was the headquarters of the Flying Rainbow sect. Damn it. An invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. I lost 8 nascent soul stage cultivators and even Uncle Chang died. Even though he was safe, Yuan Zhangshua was still furious. Those 8 nascent soul stage cultivators were the foundation of his control over the Flying Rainbow Star Trade. As for He Rui, he did not put him in his eyes. He was just a chess piece. Yuan Zhangshua knew that although his great-grandfather was the sect master of the Flying Rainbow sect, he was not the only successor. He also had competitors. The Flying Rainbow Star Trade was one of the most important sources of wealth for the Flying Rainbow sect. If something happened to the Flying Rainbow Star Trade in his hands, there was no need to think, he would not be able to become the sect master anymore. Yuan Zhangshua exuded a tyrannical aura as he flew towards the Flying Rainbow sect's sacred ground altar. This time he came back not only because he was afraid of that invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. Because of the death of so many nascent soul stage cultivators, there were already people in the sect who wanted to kick him out of the Flying Rainbow Star Trade. Therefore, he had to come back and meet his great-grandfather, although his great-grandfather had not contacted him since the beginning. Uncle Chang was my great-grandfather's closest servant. Now that he died because of me, my great-grandfather will definitely be angry. Yuan Zhangshua was also very worried and uneasy. If his great-grandfather alienated him because of this, he would lose his biggest backer. Then he would really be finished. The sacred ground altar was located in the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven and was heavily guarded. The sect master of the Flying Rainbow sect was in seclusion here. Before Yuan Zhangshua reached the entrance of the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven, he restrained his tyrannical emotions and walked forward respectfully. Uncle Chu, I want to see my great-grandfather. The person guarding the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven was a late-stage nascent soul stage cultivator. That person's face was cold and did not give the successor of the sect master any face. Go in. The gatekeeper formed a seal and opened the entrance of the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven. Yuan Zhangshua smiled bitterly in his heart. He bowed and flew in. He understood that it was because of the previous robbery. Because Uncle Chang and Uncle Chu were close friends who had known each other for more than 1,000 years. In the past, Uncle Chu was very friendly to him. Now it had completely changed. Chapter 302. In the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven, the heaven and earth spirit chi was extremely rich. In some places, the spirit chi had even condensed into a spirit spring. The sacred altar of the Flying Rainbow sect stood at the core of the Grotto Heaven secret realm and was surrounded by a spirit chi lake. Spirit chi filled the air and the dense aura made the place look like a fairyland. Only those who have perfected the Tao of heaven and earth have the ability to open up a Grotto Heaven secret realm. However, to open up a Grotto Heaven secret realm of such a scale, one must be at the Tao integration stage. Tao integration stage, lifespan of 10,000 years? Yuan Zhangshua thought in his heart and was extremely envious. He then took a deep breath and flew toward the sacred altar. He did not dare to fly too fast as he was afraid of disturbing the seniors of the sect who were cultivating in seclusion in the Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven. He then flew all the way to the spirit lake where the sacred altar was located. There was a black palace there. Great-grandfather, great son Zhangshua requests an audience. Yuan Zhangshua knelt in front of the palace. Come in. A leisurely voice came from the palace. Yuan Zhangshua entered the palace respectfully. The sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect, Yuan Mu, was sitting at the top of the palace. He was a late essence soul stage cultivator. Although he had cultivated for more than 3,000 years, he still looked like a young man. His face was very similar to Yuan Zhangshua's, handsome and feminine. Zhangshua, what's the matter? Great-grandfather, great-grandson is here to ask for forgiveness. This time, in order to deal with the Flying Rainbow Star Trade's competitors, I'm here to ask for forgiveness. In the end, I implicated Uncle Chang and even lost 7 nascent soul stage cultivators of the sect. I deserve to die. Please punish me, great-grandfather. You, sigh. You deserve to die. You're too impatient. You didn't investigate the enemy's situation in advance and acted rashly. Do you know the enemy's strength? I thought the enemy was a late nascent soul stage cultivator. I didn't expect him to be an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. You've disappointed me. Yuan Mu suddenly sighed. You deserve to die. Yuan Zhangshua was terrified and quickly knelt on the ground. Yuan Mu continued, there's not only an invincible nascent soul stage cultivator behind the Mountain Sea Star Trade, there's also a late essence soul stage cultivator. Late essence soul stage cultivator. Yuan Zhangshua was shocked. Let's put this matter aside for now. Great-grandfather, even if it's a late primordial soul stage cultivator, our soaring rainbow sect doesn't need to be afraid, right? We still have the patriarch. There's no need to disturb the ancestral patriarch over such a trivial matter. What I said was temporary. In the next 10 years, don't target the Mountain Sea Star Trade anymore. Yuan Mu said in a low voice. He was very patient with his most doted great-grandson. Great-grandfather, why is that? In another 10 years the Mountain Sea Star Trade will really expand. Yuan Zhangshua was unwilling to give up. If they didn't deal with Mountain Sea Star Trade and allowed it to develop freely, wouldn't that reduce the strength of Flying Rainbow Star Trade? That was his capital to compete for the position of the next sect leader. He came back this time with the purpose of asking for help. He asked his great-grandfather to send the nascent soul realm experts of the sect to deal with the invincible nascent soul realm cultivator from the Mountain Sea Star Trade. The 9 Realms Battle of the Tao Alliance that happens once every 10,000 years is about to take place. The sect doesn't have the energy to deal with such trivial matters. Yuan Mu explained. 9 Regions Genius Battle. Yuan Zhangshua's expression changed drastically. Then he thought of something and asked, Great-grandfather, which of the 3 gates and 6 sects is hosting this time? The 3 gates and 6 sects. Apart from the transcendental sects like Taoism, Buddhism and Sword Gate, the other 6 sects take turns hosting the 9 Regions Genius Battle. This time, it's Purple Heaven Sect's turn. Yuan Mu said. Purple Heaven Sect. Yuan Zhangshua was fascinated. Apart from the 3 gates and 6 sects, the Purple Heaven Sect was the strongest. Great-grandfather, can I participate? The first requirement of the 9 Regions Genius Battle is that you must not be more than 300 years old. Yuan Zhangshua smiled bitterly and said, then I can't participate. It's useless even if you participate. You can be considered a genius in Flying Rainbow Star region, but in Azure Star region, you can't even be ranked. let alone compared to the billions of geniuses in the Tao Alliance. Yuan Mu said mercilessly. He continued, this time, according to the requirements of the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court, our Flying Rainbow sect has selected 100,000 talented young cultivators from more than 50,000 planets. They will be trained in Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven for a period of time. If one of them can make it out of Azure Star Region's selection battle, I will be satisfied. Yuan Zhangshua's eyes widened. 100,000 young cultivators selected from more than 50,000 planets couldn't even make it out of Azure Star Region? Alright, you can leave now. Cultivate well and forget about this matter. Be careful next time. Yuan Mu waved his hand. As for the death of 8 nascent soul stage cultivators, he didn't care at all. As a late-stage nascent soul stage cultivator, he had long set his sights on the Tao integration stage. Great-grandson thanks great-grandfather. Yuan Zhangshua was pleasantly surprised and quickly left. After leaving Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven, he looked at the rainbow in the sky. He thought that the 9 Regions Tao Alliance would be lively this time. The geniuses of the 9 Regions Tao Alliance that appeared once every 10,000 years. Countless geniuses would gather in one place. As for the Mountain Sea Star region, when Yuan Zhangshua thought of this, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Although great-grandfather didn't punish him, he had still lost 8 nascent soul stage cultivators. His competitiveness in the sect had decreased. He had to take revenge for such a big grudge. Mountain Sea Star region and that invincible nascent soul stage cultivator. This time I will let you live for another 10 years. When the 9 regions genius competition is over, Azure Star region Waterfront City. A late-stage nascent soul stage enforcer from the Heavenly Court's Azure Star region enforcer came to Daodu Manor. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu were puzzled. They didn't seem to have done anything wrong, right? Then the enforcer smiled and said to the two of them. Hello, Mr. Jiang Xi. Our commander, Lord Earth, asked me to pass on a message to you. He said that by solving the threat of Flying Rainbow Grotto Heaven for you, he has repaid the favor he owed you last time. Please take care of yourself. After saying that, he left Daodu Manor. He came quickly and left quickly. Only Jiangxi and Jiang Daodu were left behind with faces full of astonishment. Earth? The commander of the Heavenly Court's Azure Star region enforcer? Jiang Daodu said in surprise. That's him. Last time, when I applied for the Azure Mystic Sect's trial, it was Earth who led people to destroy the Azure Mystic Sect. Jiang Xi was also very surprised. Owe him a favor? Just because he gave him the opportunity to destroy the Azure Mystic Sect? After Earth attacked last time, he specifically looked into it and knew about the grudge between Patriarch Qing Shen and Earth. However, Jiang Xi vaguely felt that it wasn't that simple. He shook his head. There was no point in thinking about things that he didn't understand. In short, the crisis of Mountain Sea Star region was temporarily resolved. Although the way it was resolved was very sudden and unexpected, and it caught everyone off guard. However, the outcome was good. Daodu, this is a lesson. You have to plan the development of Mountain Sea Star region properly. Jiang Xi said. Yes. Previously we took too big a step and didn't have a solid foundation. We have to be steady in the future. Jiang Daodu nodded. We also have to do a good job of internal discipline and supervision. Jiang Xi made suggestions and Jiang Daodu made the main decisions. The two of them reflected seriously. However, they didn't expect a storm to arise. Chapter 303. Year 106 of the New Moon Era, August 6th. Planet Songlan, Linhai City, Daodu Manor. Jiang Xi was lying on a recliner, basking in the sun as he welcomed the sea breeze. He looked like he had fallen asleep. In reality, he had been chanting in his heart, deducing Tao techniques. At the same time, he was comprehending the inherited memories left behind by his master, Taoist Go. This was his cultivation method. After the crisis of the Mountain Sea Star trade was resolved, Jiang Xi spent the most leisurely 3 years of his life. It could be said that he had never been so carefree before. There were no battles, no worries in life, and no messy matters to disturb him. In his spare time, he would either accompany Jiang Daodu to various planets or return to Earth to guide the young cultivators of the Great Xia Alliance. These days were very comfortable. The only thing that worried Jiang Xi was that his cheap master had given him a deceptive commission. Within 100 years, he had to send the Purple Cloud Sword manual back to the Purple Cloud sect. He had become Taoist Ji's disciple in year 95 of the New Moon Era. It was now year 106 of the New Moon Era. 10 years had passed. Ever since he had seen the way Taoist Changbai of the Purple Cloud sect did things on Murong planet. Jiang Xi knew that without strength, there was no way he could do this job. Master must be a very simple person. Why didn't he think that if I went to the Purple Cloud sect like this, I would be eaten until not even my bones would be left? Jiang Xi was worried. Even if I cultivate to the Essence Soul stage, I can't guarantee that it will be foolproof. I have to reach the Tao integration stage first. But after spending countless experience points in the past few years, my Tao techniques have not improved at all. Are the Tao of heaven and earth and the sword domain so difficult to deduce? Although that was the case, Jiang Xi also knew that his cultivation speed was actually beyond the scope of heaven-defying. Many geniuses cultivated for thousands of years before they could cultivate their Tao domain to perfection and have the opportunity to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. In comparison, he had only cultivated for 10 years and achieved this. However, the problem was that he was not 100% sure that he could complete the fusion of Tao and reach the Tao integration stage in the remaining 90 years. This was because the difficulty of cultivation in the future would definitely increase. Back then, Jiang Xi had made a Tao oath in front of Taoist Go. If he couldn't complete it, he wouldn't be able to make any further progress in the Tao. The importance of Tao was self-evident. After reaching the Aurus core stage, the advancement of each major stage was closely related to the Tao. If one was restricted in the aspect of Tao, then one's future cultivation would basically be gone. Therefore, it was impossible for him to give up this commission. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Dudu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Brother! Look, there's a painting in the sky." Jiang Dudu was also basking in the sun. Jiang Xi opened his eyes. Immediately, a landscape painting that covered the sky appeared in the sky. It was so huge that it could be seen from the entire blue planet. What kind of divine ability is this? Tao integration stage? Jiang Xi was shocked. The next moment he knew that he had guessed wrong. Shen Tian and Li Baibai sent a message from a distant galaxy. They also saw the same landscape painting. Big brother and sister Bai are so many light years away from the blue planet. I can't believe there are people there as well. This is not something a Tao integration stage cultivator can do. Jiang Xi was shocked. He thought of a similar existence to this divine ability. The heavenly eye of the Tao Alliance that covered the entire universe. Could it be that this landscape painting also covered the entire universe? Thinking of this, Jiang Xi hurriedly sent a message to Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong, who were guarding Earth, as well as Shen Wanxi, who was handling the Mountain Sea Star trade business on another planet. What puzzled Jiang Xi was that there was no such abnormal change in the sky of Earth. However, a landscape painting appeared in the sky of Shen Wanxi's planet. "Brother, Old Yin said that this is the heavenly mountain river painting of the Tao Alliance," Jiang Dudu said at this moment. Then Yin Tianxing, a thumb-sized remnant spirit of the Tao integration stage, appeared on Jiang Dudu's shoulder. "Young Master Jiang Xi, although I was born in the ghost realm, I have heard of the Tao Alliance's supreme treasure." Yin Tianxing smiled sinisterly. "Tao Alliance's supreme treasure?" Jiang Dudu was interested. "That's right. This landscape painting is the heavenly mountain river painting. It's said that no matter where you are in the universe, as long as you have the heavenly mountain river painting's approval, you can enter it with your spiritual sense. However, I don't know what it's used for," Yin Tianxing explained. Jiang Xi nodded. He had already found it in Taoist Ji's inherited memories. The heavenly eye and the heavenly mountain river painting. These two supreme treasures complemented each other and could cover the entire universe. The heavenly mountain river painting. Could it be that the Tao Alliance's 9 Zones Genius Tournament is about to begin? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He had also found information related to the 9 Zones Genius Tournament after searching through his inherited memories. At this moment, ripples appeared on the heavenly mountain river painting hanging in the sky. Lines of ancient words reflected a golden light and appeared in the sky covered by the heavenly mountain river painting. Tao Alliance's 9 Zones Genius Tournament, Purple Heaven Sect Qualifications. 1. Human Cultivators 2. Lifespan less than 300 years 3. Comprehension of at least one true intent of Tao and cultivation not exceeding the nascent soul stage. Method of participation. Please register at the Tao Alliance building on each planet. Venue, Heavenly Mountain River Painting Process. 1. Preliminaries will be held in the various star zones of the 9 zones. The top 3,600 from each star zone will enter the finals. 2. The winners of the preliminaries will enter the finals to determine the top 3,600 Tao Alliance geniuses. Rewards. The top 3,600 Tao Alliance geniuses in the finals will directly become Ninth Heaven disciples of the Purple Heaven sect and receive a minimum of 100 million low-grade spirit crystals as a reward and the right to enter the ancient Tao origin world. Please consult the Tao Alliance building on each planet for more details. These golden words illuminated the entire universe. Every planet belonging to the Tao Alliance could see the details of the Nine Zones Genius Tournament except for Earth. Jiangxi and Jiang Daoda raised their heads to look at all of this. Their faces were filled with shock. At the same time, Blue Planet, Songyun Sect. In name, the entire Blue Planet was under the control of the Songyun Sect. However, that was not the case. The Blue Planet covered more than 80,000 star zones. Every star zone had tens of thousands of planets with life. In such a vast territory, the Songyun Sect only had a little over 1,000 star zones with life. For example, although the Soaring Rainbow Star Zone was also part of the Blue Planet, it was actually under the control of the Soaring Rainbow Sect. Inside the Songyun Grotto Heaven, the Songyun Sect had selected 1 million young cultivators from over 1,000 star zones with life. They were gathered together to receive Sect Master Wu Kuei's teachings. In the end, Sect Master Wu Kuei sat up high and his loud voice spread throughout the Grotto Heaven. In the upcoming Nine Realms Geniuses Tournament, if any of you are able to qualify for the selection in the Blue Sky Star Sector, you will be rewarded with 100 vital planets. Immediately, the young cultivators were in an uproar. 100 planets with life. Chapter 304. These millions of young cultivators had cultivations ranging from the Spirit Vessel stage to the Nascent Soul stage. They all had Taoist rhymes circulating around their bodies. They were all outstanding figures in the cultivation world of their respective planets. They were very clear. 100 planets with life. It was enough for a cultivator, a family, or a force to soar. The nascent soul genius of the Songyun sect, Feng Si, was among these millions of young cultivators. He was also very excited. 100 planets with life was only secondary in his eyes. Feng Si was concerned about something else. This 9 Regions Genius Tournament is hosted by the Purple Heaven sect. If you can make it to the finals, you will have a chance to become a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. In the entire universe, apart from the Taoist, Buddhist, and Sword sects, the Purple Heaven sect was the strongest. In fact, the current leader of the Heavenly Court was from the Purple Heaven sect. Once you passed the 9 Regions Genius Tournament and became a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, even if you were still at the Nascent Soul stage, your status would be comparable to the Nascent Soul stage. Although the chances of making it to the finals were very small, so small that in these tens of thousands of years, no disciple of the Songyun sect had ever made it to the top 3,600. But there was still a sliver of a chance. On an extremely cold planet with life, frost covered the entire world. A young man with snow-white hair had a frost domain wreaking havoc around him. In an instant, he had slaughtered over 100 nascent soul stage snow devils. At this moment, the Skyspan Mountain River diagram that lit up in the sky attracted his attention. 9 Regions Genius Tournament. Haha, the chance to become famous in the universe has come. The man laughed wantonly as frost swept across, forming a polar storm. This was a world of flames. A woman in red clothes had flames circling beneath her feet as she swept past countless fire spirits. She devoured the Taoist rhymes contained within those fire spirits. Instantly, her aura grew stronger. Feng the 9 Regions Genius Tournament has begun. Hurry up and register. An old woman's voice came from the depths of this world. 9 Regions Genius Tournament. Thank you, Granny. The voice remained in place, but the woman and those fire spirits had disappeared without a trace. The melodious sound of a flute could be heard. A young shepherd riding an old water buffalo passed by a willow tree by the lake. The melodious sound of the flute seemed to penetrate deep into one's soul, yet it also seemed to be able to nurture all living things. The willow tree that fluttered in the wind seemed to have a spirit as it waved at the shepherd boy. As for the shepherd boy, he had a bright smile on his face as he waved at the willow tree to show his respect. Soon, the sky-piercing mountain river diagram announcing the 9 Zones Genius Tournament appeared in the sky of the planet. 9 Regions Genius Battle? I can see a bigger world? The shepherd boy's eyes lit up. The willow tree's branches and leaves were also dancing happily. You also support me going? Whoosh, the wind blew. Good. Let's go. The willows rustled gently and the shepherd boy bid farewell. Each of the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance had 400 star zones, for a total of 3,600 star zones. Every star region had tens of thousands of habitable galaxies. Each life-bearing galaxy contained tens of thousands of life-bearing planets. If one were to make a rough calculation, the number of planets with life was at least 10 trillion. It was unknown how many geniuses these planets had nurtured. Even if a planet produced a young genius who comprehended the true intent of the Tao, there would still be tens of billions of participants. And this was only the minimum amount. A grand banquet of human geniuses in the universe. Countless young geniuses in the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance were in an uproar. With this opportunity, this is my chance to rise in the universe. It said that the current master of the heavenly court is from the Purple Firmament sect. If I can become a disciple of the Purple Firmament sect, I won't have to worry about my future cultivation. One chance to enter the ancient Tao origin world. Once I enter, I have a chance of reaching the Tao integration realm. My enemy is extremely powerful and controls 3 life-bearing galaxies. If I can make a name for myself in the 9 regions genius tournament, I can take revenge. At this moment, Xian Tian and Li Baibai had already rushed back from a distant star system. They had formed the Starry Sky Wanderer team with Hu Yen and had been training in the Pale Blue Star region for the past few years. After countless battles, these two, who were originally ranked first and second on Earth, had now reached the late-stage Golden Core realm. Their actual combat strength had long since reached the nascent Soul realm. Pale Blue Star, Waterfront City, Dowda Manor. Big brother, sister Baibai, are you going to participate in the 9 regions genius tournament? Jiang Xi asked with a smile. The two of them were battle maniacs. They must have rushed back for this matter. Of course. I entered the Tao through martial arts. If I don't fight, how can I improve? This is a tournament where billions of geniuses will gather. The battles will definitely be exciting. Xian Tian's eyes lit up. In the past few years, the opponents we've encountered in the Pale Blue Star region have become less and less challenging. We have to fight stronger battles to continue improving our strength. Li Baibai said with a smile. Jiang Xi chuckled. Don't blame me for discouraging you. There are more than 80,000 life-bearing galaxies in the Pale Blue Star region. Each life-bearing galaxy has at least 10,000 life-bearing planets. Based on the minimum standard of 1 genius per planet, there are at least 800 million participants. When the time comes, you'd better not be killed as soon as you enter. Kid, don't look down on us. I've already learned that in order to ensure fairness, the participants of the 9 regions genius tournament will have their own consciousness. After their soul consciousness enters the sky-reaching mountain and river painting, the spiritual body formed will have the cultivation of the perfected nascent soul stage, Xian Tian said with widened eyes. That's right. With our understanding of Tao, we might have a chance to qualify for the finals if we're at the same level. Li Baibai was also full of confidence. Jiang Xi smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't continue to discourage them. He had already learned about the 9 regions genius tournament in detail through Taoist Ji's inherited memories. This tournament that covered the human race in the universe was not so much a genius tournament as a selection of disciples for the immortal Tao sects among the 3 sects and 6 sects. Except for the Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect and the Sword sect, the other 6 sects took turns to host the 9 regions genius tournament every 10,000 years. They selected the most outstanding young geniuses from the human race in the universe and trained them. After all, a race could maintain its strength. Not only did it rely on the top powerhouses, but it also relied on the cultivation of geniuses. Only an endless stream of powerhouses could ensure that the human race stood at the top of the universe. What was the key to becoming a powerhouse? Comprehension. The ability to comprehend Tao. Just look at the announcement of the tournament's qualifications. Other than the age and cultivation restrictions, the most important thing was that they had at least comprehended one true meaning of Tao. The true meaning of Tao was the first step on the path of Tao. The human race occupied a vast territory in the universe and nurtured many Tao geniuses. Xian Tian and Li Baibai might be top geniuses on Earth, but compared to the universe they were nothing. Jiang Xi wasn't trying to discourage them. Chapter 305. Don't just talk about us. Are you going? Xian Tian asked Jiang Xi. It was obvious that he was not affected at all. You're all going, so how can I not go? Jiang Xi said with a smile. The purpose of his participation in the competition was not to show off. There were 3 main reasons. First, it had been too peaceful recently. Just as Xian Tian and Li Baibai had said, those who entered the Tao through martial arts would never forget the fighting spirit that flowed through their bodies. Second, Taoist Gu had given him a mission, so he had to complete it. If he could enter the top 3,600 in the finals, he would be able to join the Purple Heaven sect. Although he was not very confident, he still had to try. What if he succeeded? Once he entered the Purple Heaven sect, he could find a suitable opportunity to return the Purple Heaven sword manual. It was better than sitting here and worrying. Finally, he had his eyes on the final prize, which was a chance to enter the ancient Tao source world. In Taoist Ji's inherited memories, the ancient Tao source world was a piece of information that was heavily emphasized. The Tao source, the source of all Taos. It was said that one could see Tao techniques there with their naked eyes. The efficiency of comprehending Tao techniques was hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times faster than usual. I have the experience points panel, so cultivating Tao techniques is not a big problem. The key is that there might be a large amount of experience points there. This was what Jiang Xi was looking forward to the most. Experience points were the foundation for him to improve his strength. Last time on the Murong planet, he had comprehended the Tao of fire left behind by the One clan's ancestor and obtained 100 million experience points. The ancient Tao source world had a large amount of Tao of heaven and earth that could be seen with the naked eye. How much experience points would there be? Just thinking about it made Jiang Xi excited. Others could comprehend Tao techniques, while he could earn experience points. If he had enough experience points, he could even deduce Tao techniques 10,000 times a day. Therefore, in summary, Jiang Xi had no reason not to participate. Apart from him, Xian Tian and Li Baibai Jiang Daodu did not like to fight, and she was currently focused on the mountain and sea star trade, so she did not participate. The One clan siblings were also focused on the Tao of equipment refinement for similar reasons. In the end, only Jiang Xi and the other two arrived at the Tao Alliance building. The Tao Alliance building wasn't too crowded at the moment. This was because although there were more than 100,000 cultivators above the Golden Core stage on the entire Kanglan planet, there were only a few 100,000 of them. However, there were less than 10,000 people who were qualified to participate. Participant: Jiang Xi, Kanglan Star Region, Kanglan Galaxy, Kanglan Planet. Participant: Xian Tian. Participant: Li Baibai. In order to prevent Earth from being exposed, the three of them used their identities on the blue planet to register for the competition. After that, the staff of the Tao Alliance building began to examine their qualifications. Age, cultivation, Tao arts. There were 3 items in total. Jiang Xi was 32 years old. He was at the peak of the nascent soul realm and had 2 great Tao domains. Xian Tian was 92 years old. He was at the later stage of the Golden Core realm. His saber true meaning was perfected. Li Baibai was 81 years old. He was at the late Golden Core stage and his true meaning of swiftness had reached perfection. With Jiang Xi and the other two's qualifications, of course, there were no accidents and they easily signed up. When the 9 Zones Genius battle begins, your spiritual senses will be able to enter the Skirich Mountain River diagram through your communication pearls. The staff of the Tao Alliance building returned the 3 communication pearls to Jiang Xi and the other 2. Judging from their qualifications, he knew that these 3 were all geniuses. His attitude was much better and his face was full of smiles. The 3 of them put away their communication pearls and scanned them with their spiritual senses. They discovered that there seemed to be some inexplicable changes in their communication pearls. Registering here wasn't just for the examination of their qualifications. The staff also had to make special adjustments to the communication pearls of the participants. According to Jiang Xi's understanding, this should be to adjust their network permissions in the Skirich Mountain River. The universe was the public network and the Skirich Mountain River diagram was the internal network. After that, they left the Tao Alliance building and waited for the competition to begin. The Skirich Mountain River diagram hung in the sky of the planet, covering the sky and the sun. The rows of golden ancient words reflected the billions of planets in the universe. Below the ancient words, there was a row of jumping numbers. Participants in the Kanglan Star region: 7,925, 8,201, 8,846 billion. The numbers were still increasing at an astonishing speed. The first stage of the 9 Zones Genius Tournament was the preliminary selection by star region. Therefore, this number only showed the number of participants in the Kanglan Star region. Finally, when the registration period ended, the number was fixed at 3,519 billion. The Kanglan Star region alone has so many participants. The 9 zones of the Tao Alliance have a total of 3,600 star regions. At a rough estimate, there are at least 1 trillion participants. Jiang Xi was speechless. There were a total of 1 trillion participants in the 9 zones. What a terrifying number. Xian Tian and Li Baibai looked at each other in dismay. Now that they thought about it, it seemed that they had been too confident. As participants, the three of them quickly received the detailed process of the competition through their communication pearls. In the first stage, the participants of each star region will be divided into 360 regions after their spiritual senses enter the Skirich Mountain River diagram. The participants will fight in spirit form. If their spirit form dies, they will only lose a wisp of their spiritual sense. It won't affect their main body. Every participant will have 2 origin points. Killing a participant will give you half of the opponent's points. The participant who ranks first in each region will get a spot in the finals. In this way there will be 360 spots in the finals. Then, the second to 100th place in each region, a total of 35,640 participants, will compete in one-on-one round-robin matches to compete for the remaining 3,240 spots in the finals. From this, the top 3,600 participants of the entire star region will be selected. The second stage. Soon, the three of them finished reading the detailed introduction. Shen Tian took a deep breath and said, "If it's divided into regions, we might still have a chance. We just need to make it into the top 100. Li Baibai was full of fighting spirit. In short, there will be a lot of battles. There is indeed a chance. There are 3,519 billion participants in the Kanglan Star region. If they are evenly divided into 360 regions, there will be nearly 10 billion participants in each region. Apart from the first place in each region, the top 100 participants will all have a chance to get a spot in the finals." Jiang Xi nodded. Even so, the three of them felt a lot of pressure. These participants were all geniuses who had at least comprehended the true meaning of Tao. There were definitely many who had Tao domains. There were even some abnormal ones who might have comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, everyone would be in spirit form at the peak of the nascent soul stage. In the case of the same cultivation, it would depend on Tao, combat experience and willpower to see who was better. Just now, they had also received their respective regions through their communication beads. Jiang Xi was in the 101st region of the Kanglan Star region, Shen Tian was in the 6th region, and Li Baibai was in the 360th region. "Brother, sister Baibai, shall we compete to see who has the highest ranking this time?" Jiang Xi said with a smile. "I don't want to compete with a freak like you." Shen Tian whistled and turned his gaze to the sea in the distance. "Haha." Li Baibai sneered and turned to leave. "Hey." Chapter 306. Before the official start of the 9 Regions Genius competition, countless contestants were working hard to cultivate and strive to improve their strength. Time passed, and the once-in-10,000 years human genius banquet finally began under everyone's anticipation. In the cultivation room with the highest level of defense in Dao manner, Jiang Xi, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai sat cross-legged. Holding the communication bead in their hands, their spiritual consciousness felt an inexplicable attraction through the communication mark. In an instant, their spiritual consciousness was drawn into the Tongtian Mountain River painting. With a turn of his spiritual sense, Riverward found himself in the starry sky. The galaxy was flowing, and under his feet was a huge meteorite. Jiang Xi knew that all of this was illusory and not real. Is this a spiritual body? It feels exactly like a real body. Jiang Xi operated his spiritual power and spiritual consciousness in amazement. He was a perfected nascent soul realm cultivator, so he could perfectly control this spiritual body. "Contestant, please choose your battle equipment." A loud voice sounded in the starry sky. Jiang Xi's heart moved, and a supreme-grade spiritual weapon long sword appeared in his hand. It looked exactly the same as the killer shadow sword. "It's really amazing. But why do I feel like this scene is familiar?" Spirit cloud illusion? Jiang Xi recalled the scene when he challenged Lingwan Road on Earth. Wasn't the trial illusion of every step of Lingwan Road like this? Choose your equipment first, then fight. It felt as if the Tongtian Mountain River painting was the official server, and Lingwan Road was the private server. Not knowing if his guess was correct, Jiang Xi could only temporarily suppress the shock in his heart because the official competition was about to begin. "Contestant, please get ready. In 3 seconds, you will be teleported to the 101st Division of the Blue Star region." 3 seconds passed. Whoosh! Heaven and earth changed. Jiang Xi appeared in the 101st Division of the Blue Star region. It was a planet with life similar to Earth. Everything was very real. Land, sea, mountains, lakes, and cities. Jiang Xi was now in a city with many tall buildings. He didn't let his guard down just because he had mastered 2 great Dao domains instead. He quickly restrained his aura and hid his body. Kill. Almost instantly, the sound of fierce fighting could be heard nearby. Ding ding ding. Clang clang clang. A huge burst of energy erupted and the aura surged. Someone died as soon as he entered. Nearly 10 billion contestants had gathered on a single planet. Every one of them was in the state of spirit body and had the cultivation of the perfected nascent soul realm. Once a battle broke out, there was no stopping it. More and more people joined the battle. After all, only a few people were truly cautious. Everyone was wild and unrestrained, killing anyone they saw. This was especially true for those cultivators who were usually only at the spirit-nurturing realm and golden core realm. Now that they suddenly had the spiritual body of a great circle nascent soul realm cultivator, they immediately became arrogant. Soon, tens of thousands of people joined the chaotic battle. Boom, boom. In their spirit bodies, the nascent soul peak stage contestants unleashed a series of terrifying attacks. The smallest was a few hundred feet, while the largest was tens of thousands of feet. They wreaked havoc in this space. Those who were weak were eliminated at the first moment. Only those who were truly powerful had the right to survive. But now, the only things that differentiated the strong from the weak were Dao techniques, battle experience, and willpower. Meanwhile, on the vital planets of the 3,600 star regions, the Skyspan Mountain River map hanging in the sky changed. The landscape painting that covered the sky changed and turned into 360 huge pictures. It displayed the real-time situation of the 360 competitions in each star region. Of course, Earth couldn't see this. On the vital planets covered by the Skyspan Mountain River map, those who didn't participate in the competition were all paying attention to the real-time situation of the various competitions. Oh, what a pity. Ergo was killed as soon as he entered. He was the hope of our village. Nailin Yen of the Cloud Mist planet is indeed a genius. She killed thousands of contestants in a chaotic battle and entered the 88th competition in 11th place. We'll soon know who the real genius is. Songyun Sect. Sect Master Wu Kuei and a group of nascent soul stage elders were also watching the situation of the various competitions in the Kanglan Star region. Everyone take a closer look. If there are any suitable seedlings, we can try to recruit them, Wu Kuei said with a smile. Sect Master is right. In the 9 regions genius competition, not only are the 3 gates and 6 sects selecting disciples, but we can also recruit some talented young people. The first elder nodded with a smile. They didn't dare to think about the geniuses who entered the top 3,600 in the finals. However, they could still fight for the young geniuses who performed well in the first stage. Sect Master Feng Si is doing well. He has already entered the top 1,000. Judging by his cautious style, it won't be a big problem for him to enter the top 10. An elder praised. Everyone's eyes immediately locked onto one of the huge images. Feng Si, the nascent soul stage genius of the Zhangyun sect, was in a one-on-many battle. He was very cautious, but his efficiency was very high. A few years ago, he comprehended a second rare Dao technique on the Murong planet in the Minglan Star region. In addition, he has already comprehended 80% of the Fog Demon realm. His strength has improved a lot. Wu Kuei nodded with gratification. Our Zhangyun sect hasn't had a disciple enter the top 3,600 in the finals for 50,000 years. Feng Si might have a chance. The first elder smiled. It'll be difficult. With his current strength, he has the confidence to enter the top 10,000 in the finals. His chances of entering the top 3,600 are too slim. Wu Kuei smiled helplessly. The 9 regions of the Dao Alliance had 3,600 star regions. The Kanglan Star region wasn't outstanding among so many star regions. It could only be considered below average. Due to the strong interstellar trade atmosphere in the Kanglan Star region, the cultivation of cultivators had fallen behind. The Zhangyun sect was the top immortal Dao sect in the Kanglan Star region. In the past 50,000 years, its best result in the 9 regions genius competition was entering the top 5,000 in the finals. Those who stood out in the first stage could only be called geniuses in their respective star regions. Only those who entered the top 3,600 in the second stage of the finals could be considered geniuses in the 9 regions of the Dao Alliance. It's not just the Zhangyun sect. In the past 50,000 years, no one in the entire Kanglan Star region has entered the top 3,600 in the finals. The best was only 3,601. Wu Kuei was helpless. After all, the Zhangyun sect was the top immortal Dao sect in charge of a star region. This was a very shameful record. If anyone could enter the top 3,600 in the finals, he would also be proud. Sect Master, First Elder, look at that black-clothed youth in the 6th region. Look at his saber. An elder suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted. A saber intent. A special Dao art. Wu Kuei and the First Elder's eyes lit up. The person they were looking at was none other than Xian Tian in the 6th region. At this moment, Xian Tian was killing a contestant with an ordinary Dao domain with a single slash of his saber. A special Dao art at the perfect level of saber intent was comparable to 40% of an ordinary Dao domain. Chapter 307. Note it down and check his background. Wu Kuei said immediately. The elders were excited. As primordial soul stage cultivators, they understood the Dao of heaven and earth. Naturally, they knew what special Dao techniques meant. Dao techniques were divided into 3 levels: special, rare, and normal. Cultivators who could understand rare Dao techniques were definitely geniuses. On the other hand, the number of cultivators that had comprehended special Dao arts was extremely few. This was especially so for Dao intent, which was completely used in battle. It was extremely rare. Although this black-robe youth's Dao technique was still in the Dao intent stage, as long as he was nurtured well, he would have the chance to become a powerful cultivator. Everyone believed that if the 9 Zones Genius competition was held 200 years later, this person would definitely have the chance to enter the top 3,600. Dao de Manor. Jiang Dudu, Wen Yoxin, Wen Feng, and Shen Wanxi were all anxiously watching the 3 huge screens in the sky. Other than the 101st region where Jiang Ci was, there were also the 6th and 360th regions. On the left side of each screen was the real-time ranking of the top 100,000. What is brother doing? I can't see his ranking. It's beyond the top 100,000. Jiang Dudu was very confused. She then looked at the rankings of the other 2 regions. Brother Xian Tian is already in the top 10,000 of the 6th region. Sister Bai Bai is also in the top 50,000 of her region. Jiang Dudu was even more confused. Riverward's strength was clearly stronger. It was normal for him to be in the top 1,000. Could it be that Jianggu has met his match? Shen Wanxi asked hesitantly. Impossible. In such a competition, only martial granduncle can kill others. Wen Yoxin was very confident in this young martial granduncle. I'm afraid only those with primordial soul stage battle prowess are qualified to be martial granduncle's match, Wen Feng said. Jiang Dudu thought for a while and smiled. I think he's hiding. Unfortunately, the competition had just started. There were too many participants in each region. They could not find Jiang Ci at all. In fact, it was very difficult to find him because Jiang Ci was hiding in the dark. Look, it's moving. Jiang Ji's ranking has directly soared to 99,527. Shen Wanxi suddenly exclaimed. So fast. In the blink of an eye, it's already 50,000th place, 30,000th place, 10,000th place. Wen Yoxin's eyes widened. How many people did he kill? As expected of martial granduncle. Wen Feng praised. Jiang Dudu smiled without saying a word. As expected of my brother. At this time, in the 101st Division of the Kanglan Star region, Jiang Ci hid in a building and watched the chaotic battle not far away. There was a situation that made him very surprised, because he found that this planet was very hard. That's not the right word to describe it. Should be very sturdy. The building was sturdy and so was the ground. Tens of thousands of perfected nascent soul cultivators were engaged in a chaotic battle that could destroy the world. Surprisingly, it didn't cause any damage to the buildings or the ground of the city. If such a large-scale battle had taken place on Earth, wouldn't Earth have already become a small broken ball? There's still someone hiding here. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Go to hell. At this time, someone discovered Jiang Ci who was hiding in the dark and directly slashed at him with a blade. Powerful nascent soul spirit energy fluctuations instantly spread out, mixed with a mysterious Taoist rhyme. This was a cultivator who had comprehended the true meaning of Tao. Ha! Jiang Ci smiled. His figure flashed and the departing fire sword stabbed out. This is the power of a domain. It's over, it's over. That person was in despair. Poof. His entire body was turned into ashes by the departing fire domain power on the sword. Run, this is a freak who has comprehended the Tao domain. Many people saw this scene. The participants who were gathered here in the chaotic battle immediately ran for their lives. Once the spirit body died, they would be eliminated. However, Jiang Ci didn't immediately chase after them. He was stunned there. Because in his mind, the prompt of the experience panel sounded. You killed a late nascent soul cultivator, fake, experience points plus 380. The word fake represented that these participants in the spirit body state were very different from the real late nascent soul cultivators. The experience points were only 1/10. There's such a good thing? Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. It was fine if there were less, but there were more. There were close to 10 billion participants. His blazing gaze looked at the contestants who were running away. Experience baby. Whoosh. Jiang Ci directly used the Gale domain, and his figure whistled as he chased after them. Within 1,000 kilometers, as long as their Dao techniques were weaker than his, they would be restrained by the Gale domain, and their speed would be greatly reduced. This is too terrifying. This is a genius who has comprehended 2 Dao domains. And he has already perfected them. A nascent soul cultivator shouted in shock. This kind of person is a freak who can rush into the top 10,000 in the finals. Why is he in the same area as him? I can't accept this. The 9 Zones Genius Battle is my chance to become famous. Over 10,000 participants were in despair. However, in Jiang Ci's eyes, these were all experience points. Kill, kill, kill. His figure flashed, and the sword light was sharp, taking away one participant after another. You killed a late nascent soul cultivator, fake, experience points plus 380. Some people struggled, but it was futile. Soon, the ground was full of corpses and blood flowed like a river. Looked very real. Jiang Ci was surprised again. Then he looked at the experience points remaining. Experience points, 866. 68,800,000 experience points. How much will it increase by the end of the first stage of the competition? Jiang Ci's eyes were filled with vigor. He was looking forward to it. Time of the competition, 30 days. Time was limited. Moreover, there were close to 10 billion participants in this area. They would not be waiting for him to kill. There would be a fierce battle between each other. In the end, how many people he could kill would depend on his killing speed. There was another prerequisite, and that was to not encounter a participant stronger than him and be eliminated by others in advance. The probability of that was relatively low. Let's go crazy and kill. Jiang Ci grinned. His killing intent was overflowing. His blood was boiling. Swish, swish, swish. Under the Gale domain, his speed reached the extreme. He constantly swept across this planet, killing everyone he saw. On the first day, the number of participants in the 101 area decreased by 4 billion. Jiang Ci eliminated more than 3 million participants, and the average number of people he killed per minute was more than 2,000. For every person he killed, he would obtain half of the opponent's points. With more than 4 million points, he was ranked 5th in the area. Therefore, there was someone more abnormal than him. On the second day, the number of participants in the 101 area decreased by 3 billion. Jiang Ci eliminated 2 million participants, and the average number of people he killed per minute was 1,388. His points had reached more than 10 million, and he was ranked 4th in the area. The killing speed decreased because after the chaotic battle on the first day, a large number of participants with low cultivation level were eliminated. On the third day, the number of participants in the 101 area decreased by 2 billion. Jiang Ci eliminated 1 million participants, and the average number of people he killed per minute was 694. His points had reached more than 20 million, and he was ranked 3rd in the area. Chapter 308. The current ranking situation. Fengxi 6th District, ranked 11th. Xiantian 6th District, ranked 169th. Li Baibai 360th District, ranked 1032nd. Jiang Ci 101st District, ranked 3rd. With such a result, Sangyun sect master Wuxia and the group of primordial soul elders were already grinning from ear to ear. Everyone had long expected Fengxi to be able to rush to such a position. What surprised them the most was the appearance of Jiang Ci's trio. In the beginning, when they discovered the youth with saber intent, they were already very surprised. Because Xian Tian's identity information showed that he came from the Kanglan planet. Then Jiang Ci's sudden outburst attracted their attention. He had 2 rare Dao domains and they were both at the perfected state. Such a genius made Wuxia and the group of primordial soul elders boil with excitement. Because with Jiang Ci's Dao technique strength, he had a high chance of breaking into the top 3,600 in the finals. Perhaps even the top 1,000. The remaining Li Baibai, although a little less surprising, was at least close to the top 1,000. Most importantly, these two people were the same as Xian Tian from the Kanglan planet. This was the Tsangyun sect's headquarters. The cultivators of the Kanglan planet shining in the 9 regions genius tournament would bring glory to the Tsangyun sect. Not counting Feng Si, who was already prepared, Jiang Xi's trio was a complete surprise. Could it be that the Tsangyun sect, which had been humiliated for 50,000 years, was now going to rise? Everyone was looking forward to it. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. There were less than 100,000 people left in the 101st district. The speed of elimination was getting slower and slower. This was because after so many days and countless battles, the contestants who were still alive would not be too weak. It was not that easy to kill them. It was very difficult for people of similar strength to kill the other party. Only by completely overwhelming the other party could one easily kill the other party. Of course, Jiang Xi's strength was not as simple as crushing a perfected nascent soul. His 2 rare Dao domains were both at the perfected state. Coupled with his special grade sword intent, his strength was definitely at the top of this district. Therefore he was ranked 3rd. There were 2 more people in front of him. Jiang Xi was also puzzled. In terms of killing speed, who could compare to him? With a thought, a light panel appeared in front of him, displaying his current ranking. Participant, Jiang Xi, Cerulean Star Region, Zone 101, points, 3. 9 billion ranking, 3 number of participants, 98235, with the ranking points removed, there was a total of 3. 9 billion. The reason why he had so many points was because of the rule that he could get half of the opponent's points by killing them. As time passed, the surviving contestants gained more points as time went on. Killing a single person was equivalent to killing 100,000 people. How many people had he eliminated? Although I have a lot of points, only 7. 56 million people were eliminated by me. Remove only 7. 56 million people. Jiang Xi himself found it hard to believe this number. He received 380 EXP for 1 kill. If converted to experience points, it would be almost 9 billion. Therefore, the decision to participate in this competition was the right one. He looked at his remaining experience points. Experience, 374. 325 million more than 7 billion. Jiang Xi's depressed mood was swept away, and his ambition was soaring. There are less than 100,000 people left, but each of them has a lot of points. I have to pay attention later. I can't be killed by others and then see if I can fight for first place in the district. With a thought, another light panel appeared in front of him. Participant, Mu Ning, Cerulean Star Region, Zone 101, points, 4. 5 billion. Ranking, 1 number of participants, 98205. The ranking information was public, and everyone could find it in the Tongtian River map. 4. 5 billion points. It's this monster. My Gale domain and Distant Fire domain combined are not as fast as his killing speed. Jiang Xi even suspected that this person was a cheat. Unfortunately, in these 20 days he had not met this person called Mu Ning. After all, everyone was busy killing people. My points are less than 600 million away from his. There's still a chance. Jiang Xi's eyes were burning. The first place in the district could directly obtain a spot in the finals and did not need to participate in the round robin. Of course, with his strength, even if he participated in the round robin, he was confident to get a spot in the finals. But to be safe, it was definitely better to get it early. If something unexpected happened in the round robin, it would not be good. Thinking like this, suddenly, Jiang Xi's soul sense found movement. There was a battle more than 600 kilometers away. His figure swayed and flew in that direction. There are 23 people fighting, and I don't know how many are hiding in the dark. Now that everyone was in the perfect nascent soul realm, once their aura was restrained. Unless there was a special detection method or a soul sense beyond the nascent soul realm, it was possible to find the hidden people. So now there were less than 100,000 people left, and it was getting harder and harder to kill. The probability of a large-scale melee was also greatly reduced. It was no longer possible to kill thousands or tens of thousands of people at the same time like in the beginning. Many people were hiding and waiting to reap the benefits. They wanted to wait for others to fight to the end before coming out to take advantage of the situation. At this stage, Jiang Xi did not act arrogantly. Before he got close to the place where the battle was happening, he restrained his aura. In the sky above a great swamp surrounded by clouds, 23 people attacked without being divided into factions. Whoever got close would be killed. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of energy exploded, clouds surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. If not for the fact that this world was very sturdy, the mountains would have collapsed and the earth would have cracked under such power. 19 of them have ordinary Dao domains and their comprehension level is more than 60%. 4 of them have rare Dao domains, but none of them have more than 30%. Jiang Xi felt the domain power coming from those people and instantly made a judgment. It was obvious that the 4 people who had comprehended rare Dao domains were stronger. However, these people's strength was similar, and they did not form a crushing momentum. It was impossible to end the battle quickly. Jiang Xi's gaze focused. At this moment, he saw a barefoot shepherd boy wearing a straw hat and a short shirt appear in another direction of the great swamp. The shepherd boy held a bamboo flute in his hand and stepped on the void, breaking through the clouds. Mu Ning. In the sky above the great swamp, those who were fighting were immediately terrified and wanted to escape. However, they realized that they could not move. The power of a perfect domain bound them tightly. Everyone, why don't you listen to me play a song? Mu Ning had an innocent smile on his face. The bamboo flute played. The melodious and light flute sound seemed to tell a beautiful story as it floated above the great swamp. An invisible domain power accompanied the flute sound as it floated out, suffusing with vitality. Those who were bound only took a breath before their eyes turned slack and they finally disappeared. They were dead. Vitality could save people, but it could also kill. Special Dao technique, life domain. Chapter 309. Fuck. Jiang Xi was shocked. This freak, no wonder he was killing people faster than him. A song accompanied by a Dao domain that spread out for 1,000 kilometers could kill everyone within this range. Suddenly, the sound of the flute became passionate and spread out from the sky above the swamp. Plop plop. Hundreds of figures fell from various hidden places and died. Humph. Jiang Xi snorted coldly. The wind was like a blade, circling around him. Woo. The sharp whistling sound drowned out the sound of the flute. It also blocked the strange power of the life domain. Not bad. In the past half a month, only you can block my dream-seeking song. Mu Ning stepped on the void barefoot and came in front of Jiang Xi. They were about 100 kilometers apart. Maybe I don't like this song. Jiang Xi's expression was serious. Then another song? I have a new song, Full Moon Song. Mu Ning's eyes lit up. His innocent face had a sincere expression, making people have a good impression of him. However, Jiang Xi was not fooled. The innocent shepherd boy in front of him had killed more people than him. Forget it, I don't like to listen to songs. Let's compete in sword techniques. Haha, then let's wait until the end to decide the victor. Mu Ning waved his hand and moved lightly, floating in another direction. Jiang Xi was afraid of Mu Ning. Mu Ning was naturally afraid of Jiang Xi too. Neither of them had the confidence to kill the other. Now that it was not the final moment, neither of them wanted to fight to the death. There were less than 100,000 people left, and the points of the top few were very close. Anyone had a chance to get first place. The two of them retreated. Their first meeting was outside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram in the Pale Blue Star region, causing a huge uproar. This is the first face-to-face confrontation between Mu Ning and Jiang Xi from District 101. This Mu Ning is too crazy. Listening to his song can kill people. Riverward only used one Dao domain just now. There's still one more he hasn't used. Although the two of them didn't really make a move, I can tell that they are both afraid of each other. Other than these two, the other people in Zone 101 are also very abnormal. Who will be the final champion? Division 101 was the most eye-catching division in the Kanglan Star Zone. The few people at the top of the rankings were obviously a level higher than the contestants in the other regions. Jiang Xi, Mu Ning, Mo Qianba, Dualgun Tycoon, Qingyu and Wang Jingyuan. All of them had perfected Dao domains. Mu Ning in particular had a special Daoist art that was extremely powerful. Due to the rule of obtaining half of the opponent's points for killing someone, anyone could get first place. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to these few people fighting to determine who was the better one. What a strange attack. I've really met my match this time. Jiang Dudu's eyes widened. Martial Granduncle will definitely win. The Wen siblings were filled with confidence. Jiang Gu will definitely get first place. Shen Wanxi supported him even more brainlessly. Another week passed. The division battles had already been going on for 27 days. There were only 3 days left. There were only 10,000 people left in Zone 101. Jiang Xi is here. Run. In the sky above a mountain forest, more than 10 contestants who were fighting immediately scattered. Even so, they all had looks of despair on their faces. This was because they knew that if they encountered Jiang Xi or Mu Ning, there was no chance of escaping at all. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled and swept through the mountain forest. Endless wind blades danced wildly. In a few breaths, this group of contestants was turned into minced meat. Before the 9 regions genius battle, his Gale domain and Li Fire domain had been perfected. However, he had not developed the practical application of these 2 Taoist arts to the extreme. After all, there was always a gap between practice and theory. After so many days and hundreds of thousands of battles, Jiang Xi had become more adept at using Taoist arts. His combat experience had finally improved greatly. After killing these people, Jiang Xi flew away and checked his points at the same time. My points have exceeded 5 billion. Killing these more than 10 people, he obtained a large number of points again. Since the competition started until now, these remaining 10,000 over people, each person had at least several 100,000 points. The current point ranking situation in Zone 101. Number 1, Mu Ning 6 billion. Number 2, Mo Tianba 9 billion. Number 3, Jiang Xi 5 billion. Number 4, Dual Gun Tycoon 4 billion. Number 5, Qingyu 4 billion. Number 6, Wang Jingyuan 6 billion. Number 7, Beirudo. The first 2 are both freaks. There are still 3 days and the division battles will be over. Have to kill 2 points players before I can catch up. Jiang Xi shook his head helplessly. His figure swayed and disappeared from the sky above this mountain forest. On Zone 101, this planet, he searched non-stop. Unfortunately, the strength of the points players were not weak. Wanting to find them was very difficult. Quickly run, it's Jiang Xi. Along the way, the contestants who saw Jiang Xi took to their heels and fled. But not a single one could escape. Very soon Jiang Xi arrived above a city. Whoosh! A figure directly blocked his path. It was a thin and cold young man. On the street below, there were hundreds of corpses lying. The hidden contestants in this area were all killed by this person. Jiang Xi. The cold young man looked at Jiang Xi. The blood on the long staff was still dripping drop by drop. Wang Jingyuan. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. The 2 were respectively 3rd and 6th in the division. One had 5 billion points, the other had 6 billion points. You want to fight with me now? Jiang Xi asked. That's right. If I kill you, I can rush to first place. Wang Jingyuan's expression was determined with a trace of madness. Then let's fight. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. Boom. The powerful aura of the 2 suddenly erupted and spread out. All the hidden contestants in the surrounding thousands of kilometers were shocked and wanted to withdraw from the battle range of the 2. However, Jiang Xi and Wang Jingyuan did not intend to let them go. These people who wanted to take advantage of the situation were slaughtered by the 2 of them in just a moment. Then the 2 stood in the air, separated by thousands of miles, and their aura reached the peak. Withered tree revives spring. Wang Jingyuan took the lead. A rare Dao technique, the complete withered tree domain, was immediately displayed through the long staff in his hand. The power of his domain bred vitality in death. It was extremely strange. An extremely condensed staff shadow swept out. Jiang Xi directly faced it. Gale shield. Clang. Clang. This move was blocked by him without any hesitation. Whoosh. Another sword suddenly pierced out. The power of the Gale domain. Gale sword shadows condensed on the sword body, shaking the space. It was extremely fast. What a fast sword. Wang Jingyuan's expression changed. He responded with the fastest speed. Staff forest. The sky full of staff shadows, under his withered tree domain, seemed to have turned into a primitive forest, covering thousands of kilometers. Buff, buff. The towering giant tree collapsed. Jiang Xi's Gale sword shadows were constantly being consumed under this kind of blocking. Before it reached Wang Jingyuan, it had completely dissipated. Chapter 310. As expected, no one in the top 10 is weak. Jiang Xi had expected this. Li Fire. He changed his move and the Gale domain disappeared. The dark red Li Fire domain spread to a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The primeval forest formed by the withered wood domain was burned to ashes in an instant. Fire was the bane of wood. Annihilation wood armor. Wang Jingyuan's expression was cold. He was not affected. The withered wood shrunk and condensed on the staff. A layer of withered wood armor appeared on his body. Swoosh. He rushed directly toward Jiang Xi. The staff shadow was like a dragon as it smashed down. Boom. 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 Haha, that's more like it. Jiang Xi laughed. He used the same method and the Gale domain condensed into a black armor. The Gale shield had an extremely strong defensive power. Now that it had turned into armor, its defense was 10 times stronger. Take my 10,000 strikes. Wang Jingyuan shouted coldly. The staff shadows covered the sky and emitted a vast divine power. Jiang Xi had no room to dodge. The sky suddenly darkened. Disperse. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. The leaf fire domain condensed on the killer shadow sword. The dark red sword shadow emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if it could burn everything. The sword turned into 1,000,000 feet long. Blazing flames surged and burned in this space. Rumble. The staff shadows that blotted out the sky dissipated. Impossible. This is my strongest move. It has already touched the early stage of the primordial soul realm. Wang Jingyuan found it hard to accept. With his strength he could definitely be ranked first in the other divisions. But now his strongest move was easily defeated by Jiang Xi. He lost. Swoosh. The moment the staff shadows dissipated, a 3-foot-long sword shadow cut through the air, penetrated the wooden armor and pierced his forehead. Wang Jingyuan was dead. He was also the first participant in the top 10 of Division 101 to be eliminated. The moment Wang Jingyuan died, half of his points were contributed to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi's points soared. From 5 billion to 8 billion. He was ranked first. At the same time, this battle attracted the attention of those outside of the sky-reaching mountain and river diagram. It became the biggest hot topic. Jiang Xi's name quickly spread to every major galaxy in the Blue Star region. This is the young genius of our blue planet. With such strength, Jiang Xi will definitely make it to the top 3,600 in the finals. Not only that, I think Jiang Xi is aiming for the top 1,000. The blue planet, which had been weak for years, urgently needed a genius to appear. Therefore, during this period of time, the Tsangyun sect had already taken out Jiang Xi and wantonly publicized it. Although they could not find any of Jiang Xi's experiences from 10 years ago, the experts of the Tsangyun sect still had doubts about Jiang Xi's true origins. However, he couldn't care less about that now. It was fine as long as his identity information indicated that he was from Blue Planet. Even if it wasn't, it was. For 50,000 years, no one in the Kanglan Star region had made it to the top 3,600 in the finals. Not to mention the Blue Planet. Douda Manor. Xian Tian and Li Baibai had been eliminated not long ago. The two of them were also paying attention to Jiang Xi's situation. At first, they were very worried when they saw Wang Jingyuan stop Jiang Xi. Because of Wang Jingyuan's strength, he could definitely rank first in the other regions. In the end, when they saw Jiang Xi easily deal with Wang Jingyuan, both of them were shocked. This kid is simply not human. He's only 32 years old. Xian Tian shook his head and sighed. It seems that we really can't catch up with him. Li Baibai smiled bitterly. Of course, both of them were very gratified. Although the outside world had been saying that Jiang Xi was the glory of the Blue Planet, Jiang Xi actually represented the people of Earth. Jiang Daodu chuckled at the side. She was naturally the happiest when Jiang Xi achieved results. However, Jiang Xi's first place only lasted for a minute before it was surpassed by the shepherd boy, Mu Ning. Through the changes in the points ranking, Jiang Xi knew that Mu Ning had eliminated Qingyu, who was in 5th place, and obtained 2 billion points. His total points directly reached 8 billion. And he only had 8 billion. The gap had widened. But it wasn't that he didn't have a chance. Jiang Xi didn't hide his aura at all as he searched for the other top 10 contestants in Division 101. Therefore, Jiang Xi and Mu Ning seemed to have agreed on it. They had a tacit understanding. Jiang Xi killed the 7th place and became first again. Mu Ning killed the 8th place and took back the 1st place again. The two of them took turns to sit on the first throne. Then the 5th to 10th place were all killed by the two of them. In the end, Jiang Xi's points reached 3 billion. Mu Ning, on the other hand, reached 8 billion. It was still difficult to separate them. They were very close. At this point, only the 1st to 4th place remained among the top 10 contestants. As for those outside the top 10, there weren't many left. Jiang Xi and Mu Ning were hunting down the top 10 contestants. Mo Qianba, who was in 3rd place, and Double Gun Tycoon, who was in 4th place, killed almost all the remaining contestants. Even if they were lucky enough to survive with their points, it wouldn't affect the ranking. Now only the top 4 could affect the final ranking. Muning 9. 8 billion. Jiang Ci 9. 3 billion. Mo Qianba 6. 2 billion. Double Gun Tycoon 5. 3 billion. Now anyone could get first place. For example, Double Gun Tycoon, who was in 4th place. If he could kill Mu Ning, then his points would reach 10. 2 billion. On the 30th day of the division battle, the battle for the first place in Division 101 also came to an end. All eyes were on it. Many of the 360 divisions in the Kanglan Star region had already decided the first place. None of them was as intense as Division 101. It was already the last day, and the first place was still uncertain: Kanglan Star Jiang Ci, Forgetful River Star Mu Ning, Moto Star Mo Qianba, Nawa Star Double Gun Tycoon. All 4 of them had their own supporters. Although they couldn't hear it in the towering mountain river diagram, they still couldn't help but shout. The Interstellar Spinach Group even opened bets. Who would get first place? Towering mountain river diagram, Kanglan Star region, Division 101. Jiang Ci stood on the top of a 10,000-meter high mountain and searched within a 1,000-kilometer radius with his sole consciousness. It's the last day. It's impossible to get first place by killing those ordinary contestants. Mu Ning, Mo Qianba, and Double Gun Tycoon. Only by killing all of them can I guarantee the first place. He was thinking about hunting, and the other 3 must have the same idea. After searching within a 1,000-kilometer radius of this 10,000-meter high mountain, Jiang Ci didn't find any trace of these 3 people. He went to the next place. His figure kept flashing on this planet. Found it. In the mountains ahead, Jiang Ci found 2 powerful auras, but Mu Ning wasn't there. Then it could only be Mo Qianba and Double Gun Tycoon. Are they deliberately revealing their auras? Or are they fighting a decisive battle? Jiang Ci's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly flew over in a flash. But before he arrived, someone beat him to it and appeared in the sky above the mountains. Mu Ning. This young shepherd boy looked like he was taking a stroll. He was very relaxed. Gentlemen, listen to my song. Mu Ning chuckled. Chapter 311. Swoosh. 2 figures darted out from the mountains and blocked Mu Ning's path. Mo Qianba was tall and sturdy like a bear. His mace seemed to have the strength of 10,000 kilograms. Dual Spear Protector was like his name. He held 2 spears, one of water and one of fire. 2 perfected Dao domains circled around his spears. Both of them stared at Mu Ning with a grim expression. Their original plan was to lure Jiang Ci over and kill Jiang Ci. Then the 2 of them would fight. That way they would have a chance to fight for first place and avoid fighting Mu Ning. They did not expect to lure Mu Ning over. They would rather fight Jiang Ci than Mu Ning. Mu Ning's methods were too strange. It was impossible to guard against. Jiang Ci, stop hiding. Mu Ning was about to play his bamboo flute when he suddenly chuckled. Mo Qianba and Dual Spear Protector's expressions changed. They did not notice Jiang Ci. Whoosh. Not far away, there was a sudden fluctuation in the empty sky. Jiang Ci appeared. He used the wind to hide his figure. Nice move. Jiang Ci praised. He did not mind being discovered. My ears have been good since I was young. Mu Ning smiled innocently. His eyes were bright and clean. 1 each. Jiang Ci said again. He was naturally referring to Mo Qianba and Dual Spear Protector. No, I'll fight the 3 of you. Mu Ning smiled. Haha. Jiang Ci sneered. Their conversation infuriated Mo Qianba and Dual Spear Protector. They did not feel good being looked down upon. How dare you? Take 2 of my spears. They attacked. Mo Qianba's heavy mace suddenly enlarged. It was like a mountain as it came crashing down. Dual Spear Protector's dual domains of water and fire were also unleashed. The 2 completely opposite domain powers collided at high speed, producing a shocking force. Boom, boom, boom. Their targets were Jiang Ci and Mu Ning. Jiang Ci laughed. His sword flashed. Accompanied by a gust of wind, it whistled toward Mo Qianba's mace. Clang, clang, clang. The immense power flowed along the sword and into Jiang Ci's body. What a powerful force. Jiang Ci was shocked. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and dodged to the side. At the same time, the Gale Sword shadow stabbed out. Dong. The aftermath of their fight seemed to compress the space around them, and a muffled sound echoed through the sky. At the same time, Mu Ning's bamboo flute began to play a melodious tune that drew people in. It seemed to be able to penetrate deep into one's soul. The invisible power of the domain of life spread out in this space. The dual gun protector that was attacking him paused for a moment, and the dual domain of water and fire immediately dispersed. Dual gun Tycoon's eyes were unfocused, and his expression was ferocious. He was still struggling. Suddenly the pitch of the flute rose a few notches. Dual gun Tycoon's body fell from the sky. His aura disappeared without a trace. He was dead. Fuck this freak. Jiang Xi had already used the power of the Gale domain to protect himself. The whistling wind covered the sound of the flute, but the pervasive power of the domain of life was trying to penetrate his body and mind. Gale parting fire. The power of the two domains quickly circulated in his body and blocked it. This is my chance. At this moment, Jiang Xi saw that Mo Tianba's eyes were also a little unfocused and confused. His speed reached its peak and he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Slash. The killer shadow sword pierced through Mo Tianba's forehead. At this point, the third and fourth place in Division 101 were all dead. Only Jiang Xi and Mu Ning were left. Their latest points were, Jiang Xi 12. 4 billion. Mu Ning 12. 5 billion. There was only a difference of 100 million. But at this moment, this 100 million was no longer important. The two of them would definitely fight to determine the winner, and the winner would be first. Outside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in the major galaxies of the Pale Blue Star region, trillions of people were watching this battle, and everyone's emotions were already at the peak. Such a battle for first place was too exciting and exciting. Pale Blue Star's Jiang Xi. Forgetful River Planet's Mu Ning. There were many supporters on both sides cheering and shouting. Songyun Sect. Sect Master Wu Kuei and the Essence Soul Elders were also completely attracted by this battle. Sect Master, Jiang Xi has a high chance of winning first place in Division 101 this time. Dual rare Dao domains aren't necessarily worse than a special domain of life, Grand Elder Mu Chuan said with a smile. Although Jiang Xi and Mu Ning were both participants of the Pale Blue Star region, Jiang Xi was from the Pale Blue Star region. Of course they supported Jiang Xi. It still depends on how they perform in the battle. With the strength of these two, either one of them could win. Wu Kuei shook his head and smiled. He had to be rational. Elder Mu, when this battle is over, go visit Jiang Xi and recruit Shen Tian and Li Baibai into our Zhangyun sect, said Wu Kuei. Ah, that's right. I didn't expect the three of them to know each other. Mu Chuan laughed loudly. They had already found out that Jiang Xi, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai lived in the same manner on the Pale Blue Star region. The only doubt was that they couldn't find out what Jiang Xi and the other two had experienced 10 years ago. It was as if they had appeared in the Pale Blue Star region out of thin air. Wu Kuei and the others suspected that the three of them came from some mysterious family or faction in the Dao Alliance. Otherwise, how could they be so talented? In Division 101, Jiang Xi and Mu Ning stood opposite each other. I've never liked fighting and killing with others since I was young, so it doesn't matter if I get first place or not. Mu Ning chuckled. Jiang Xi, you don't like fighting and killing? Don't you know how many people you've killed? Then let me stab you. I want first place, said Jiang Xi. How can there be such a good thing? Although I don't like fighting, I've never been one to admit defeat since I was young. I've met so many opponents, but you were the only one who blocked my dream-seeking song last time, so this time, I'm going to show you my full moon song. Mu Ning was excited and excited. Come on then. Jiang Xi raised his long sword and condensed his aura. Swoosh. The sword shadow pierced through space and directly attacked Mu Ning. Strike first and gain the upper hand. However, Mu Ning turned his body and stepped on the void barefoot, easily dodging Jiang Xi's sword. It was as if the world was closer to him, making it easier for him to control the environment around him. A soft and ethereal sound of a flute sounded. It was the sound of the full moon song. Almost instantly, it penetrated deep into Jiang Xi's soul. It was like a lullaby. Jiang Xi's head was dizzy and he wanted to fall asleep. Oh no! Jiang Xi shuddered and suddenly woke up. Whoosh! The wind whistled and he disappeared on the spot. Boom! Almost at the same time, a huge foot landed on the spot where he had been standing. A huge thunderous aura spread out in all directions, making one's heart tremble. If Jiang Xi was a step slower just now, he would have been trampled into a meat patty. No. I have to fight in close combat. If I'm restrained by him like this, I won't have any chance at all. Jiang Xi's expression was serious. The wind turned into armor and protected his body. Then he crossed the void and approached at an extremely fast speed. Wind helps fire, Li fire. A dark red Li fire sword shadow suddenly shot out under the power of the Gale domain. Jiang Xi was confident that even an early-stage Essence Soul Realm cultivator would not dare to take this sword head-on. Chapter 312. However, Mu Ning was still standing in place, and the sound of his flute was still fluttering. However, a strange life domain power, accompanied by the sound of the flute, suddenly transformed into a giant palm and shattered the distant fire sword. Jiang Xi's expression did not change. He took advantage of this opportunity to approach Mu Ning. He instantly swung his sword. This time with the true intent of the sword as the core, gale and fire spiraled. The wind aided the fire and the fire aided the wind. The power of the two domains seemed to have merged into one, and the power instantly increased. The surging sword made Mu Ning unable to maintain his composure any longer, and his expression changed slightly. The sound of the plenilune immediately accelerated its tempo, and the life domain power condensed into countless huge feet. It kicked towards Jiang Xi's sword. Boom! Boom! The explosive impact swept through the entire planet of Zone 101. As for Jiang Xi and Mu Ning, under this kind of impact they remained unmoved. After everything calmed down, Mu Ning's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If your plenilune song is only this powerful, then you will definitely lose today. Jiang Xi was expressionless as he struck out with his sword again. You can actually fuse two rare domains, and its power is comparable to a special level Dao domain. Looks like the plenilune song won't work. Listen to my fourth song, Muyun's song. Mu Ning took a deep breath. There's a fourth song. Jiang Xi's expression changed. He knew that Mu Ning's Dao technique was a special Dao domain. According to his judgment, the plenilune song had perfectly unleashed the full power of this special Dao domain. If there was a fourth song, it meant that this person's Dao technique realm had already surpassed the domain stage. The Dao of heaven and earth. Mu Ning said, my Muyun song was comprehended when I was herding cows. Unfortunately, I've only completed 30% of it. If you can block it, I'll admit defeat. As he spoke, he began to play with his flute. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed the Dao of heaven and earth. Don't even think about it. Jiang Xi shouted coldly. If he let this guy play, he would have no chance. Immediately, sword shadows rose, turning into a sword curtain that blotted out the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was as if 10,000 swords were fired at the same time. There was a hum. However, there was an invisible heaven and earth binding coming from all directions. Riverward discovered that he seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. The speed boost provided by the Gale domain also lost its effect. This was the difference between their cultivation realms. It was indeed the Dao of heaven and earth. Jiang Xi felt bitter in his heart. As the sound of the flute rose, the clouds rolled and dispersed. The curtain of swords in the sky vanished into nothingness. In an instant, Jiang Xi was immersed in the sound of the flute. He could not resist at all. Even with the protection of two domains, he couldn't stop Mu Ning's Dao of heaven and earth. They were no longer on the same level. Jiang Xi's consciousness disappeared into the mountain and river diagram in a daze. Finally, the only person left in the sky above the mountains was the shepherd boy, who was wearing a straw hat, a short shirt and bare feet. Mu Ning, on the other hand, was stunned for a long time before he let out a long sigh with a complicated expression. This fourth song was supposed to be reserved for the finals, but you forced me to use it. I, Mu Ning, admit that you are the strongest opponent I've ever met. There were countless races in the universe, and the Dao Alliance's 9 star zones occupied by the human race were the most fertile territories in the vast universe. The Dao Alliance's heavenly court, which ruled over the 9 zones, was located in the middle of the 9 zones. It occupied an enormous star zone that was no smaller than the 9 zones. At this moment, in a hall surrounded by stars in the Dao Alliance's heavenly court, 2 middle-aged men sat across from each other in the starry sky. One of them had disheveled hair and wore only a green robe. The other had a handsome face and was covered in armor. In the center of the hall, the mountain and river diagram's rainbow light flowed. The situation of the first stage of the 3,600 star zones was displayed in front of the two of them. Pale blue star zone Zone 101 is quite interesting. The green-robed man waved his hand. The mountain and river diagram in front of the two of them spun and displayed the scene of Jiang Xi and Mu Ning's battle. Oh, this kid has already mastered 30% of the special Dao of life. He has the strength to enter the top 10 in the finals. The armored man was also interested. Moreover, he has mastered it very well. He can completely integrate the Tao of life into his music. With such attainments, once he perfects the Tao of life in the future, he can directly perform Tao integration, said the green-robed man. In comparison, his opponent, the other kid, has terrible luck. He can think of using Sword True Intent as the core to fuse two rare Tao domains. With such strength, he could have taken first place in the zone. The armored man laughed. He can be considered a good seedling. If he's lucky, he might be able to enter the top 500 in the finals. The green-robed man shook his head. Clearly they were more interested in Muning. Soaring Rainbow Planet. Yuan Zhangshua was alone in a luxurious palace. He was in a deranged state. Good death. Good death. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. The Flying Rainbow Star trade was an important source of wealth for the Flying Rainbow sect, and he had managed it for so long. He had been in charge for so long, so he was naturally not a simple-minded and impulsive person. Yuan Zhangshua knew the current situation very well. Even if the 9 Zones Genius tournament ended, he would not be able to deal with Jiang Xi. In fact, he had to avoid him. Furthermore, he was worried about something else. If the competitors for the position of sect master in the sect knew that he had a conflict with Jiang Xi, at that time he would be in a passive position. Damn it. Yuan Zhangshua gritted his teeth and growled. Pale Blue Star region on a remote Tier 2 planet. There was also a Skirich Mountain River diagram in the sky. Patriarch Qing Xian was like an ordinary person. He hid in the secular world and paid attention to this Grand Genius tournament. Although the first stage of the round-robin tournament had yet to begin, he was already certain Jiang Xi was the genius ranked second among the participants of the Pale Blue Star region in terms of talent in Tao techniques. The first place was naturally the shepherd boy. Jiang Xi, a dual rare Tao technique at the domain stage and a special Tao technique at the true meaning stage. Patriarch Qing Xian's eyes flickered. He had already obtained the blood chi spirit fruit that he had been guarding for 2,000 years. His strength could improve further. However, at this moment, seeing the Tao technique talent Jiang Xi displayed, he could not think of a way to deal with Jiang Xi. Pale Blue Star region, Linhai City, Daoda Manor. Jiang Daodu, Xian Tian, Li Baibai, and the others were guarding outside the training room. Soon Jiang Xi walked out with a frown. He did not seem to be in a good state. Brother. Jiang Daodu shouted first, very worried. Next to her, the Wen siblings and Shen Wanxi also looked worried. Jiang Xi, you did very well. Xian Tian also comforted him. Yes, compared to us, you are ranked second in your division. You are much stronger than us. I am only ranked 855th. Big brother is a little better. He is only ranked 103rd in his division. Li Baibai laughed. They had been through hundreds of battles and were much older than Jiang Xi. Their psychological endurance was strong. In the face of such failure, they naturally laughed it off. However, Jiang Xi was only 32 years old. He was too young. Although they were sworn siblings, in reality Riverward was still a junior. The two of them were worried that Jiang Xi would be dealt a blow. This was because Jiang Xi had not encountered such an opponent for a long time. There was no room for him to fight back. He was completely crushed and miserable. Chapter 313. Hearing these comforting voices, Jiang Xi felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just second place. It's not like I don't have a chance." He frowned just now because he was reflecting on the battle just now. Only then did they feel relieved. Yes, there was still the round-robin competition. With the strength Jiang Xi had shown, there was no problem for him to participate in the round-robin competition. At this moment, someone came to Daoda Manor and asked to visit. After confirming the identity, Jiang Xi did not dare to neglect and quickly invited him in. Because the person who came was Cangyun sect's great elder Mu Chuan, a late-stage essence soul cultivator. A late-stage essence soul cultivator, only one step away from Tao integration. In the entire Kanglan Star region he was a powerhouse who stood at the peak. Jiang Daodu, Wen Yoxin, and the others saw the situation and knew that they had something to talk about, so they quickly left for other places in the manor. Greetings, great elder. Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai were left behind and bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. You are all the leaders of our Kanglan Star, the hope of the future. Especially Jiang Xi, you did well this time and spread the name of our Kanglan Star's cultivation world. Our Cangyun sect is also happy for this, so the sect master sent me to meet you, genius. Mu Chuan nodded and smiled. His gaze lingered on Jiang Xi for a while. The great elder of the Tsangyun sect was now full of emotions. This was because the strength that Riverward had displayed in the final battle of District 101 had exceeded their expectations. Although Jiang Xi was still in the nascent soul stage, he could imagine that soon after the finals of the 9 regions genius battle ended, Jiang Xi's status would be almost the same as his, a late-stage essence soul cultivator. Thank you for your compliment, great elder. Jiang Xi smiled. He had already guessed the other party's intention in coming. Xin Tian and Li Baibai, on the other hand, were secretly laughing. They were all fake Blue Planet natives. Our sect master said that he hopes that you will continue to work hard and strive to break into the top 500 in the finals. At that time, our Tsangyun sect will also have a big gift to offer. Mu Chuan said again, Jiang Xi thanks sect master. Jiang Xi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Only the top 500? He muttered in his heart, but his expression did not change. Was he that pessimistic about him? At that moment, Mu Chuan glanced at Shen Tian and Li Baibai before teasing Jiang Xi. Of course, I didn't come here uninvited this time because I'm not looking for you. Jiang Xi thought to himself, sure enough. Shen Tian and Li Baibai also looked calm. Obviously they had also guessed it. Mu Chuan laughed. Shen Tian, are you willing to become a disciple of my Tsangyun sect? You walk the path of the Saber Dao, and it just so happens that my master is an expert of the Saber Dao. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai looked at Shen Tian happily. Although Mu Chuan did not say it explicitly, his master was very likely to be an expert of the path integration stage. However, it was still up to Shen Tian to make the decision. I'm willing to join. Shen Tian was very decisive. He walked the path of the Saber Dao without a guide. If there was a knowledgeable person to guide him carefully, he would definitely improve faster. Mu Chuan laughed, very satisfied with Shen Tian's answer. As for you, Li Baibai. Mu Chuan's gaze turned, and then he said, although the Dao technique you've comprehended is called the true meaning of fast, I've never seen it before. Is it convenient for you to explain? The true meaning of fast is a name I came up with myself because my Dao technique only strives for speed, Li Baibai said. Speed? Mu Chuan was puzzled. Not only speed, everything has to be fast. Li Baibai said simply. However, it made Mu Chuan even more puzzled. He did not look down on Li Baibai just because his ranking was the lowest among Jiang Xi's trio. Therefore, although he was puzzled, Mu Chuan still said seriously, are you willing to join the Tsangyun sect? Although we don't have any powerhouses who specialize in this Dao technique, I can provide you with the Dao technique. However, I can guarantee that the sect will provide you with the best cultivation conditions and help you cultivate to a higher level. Li Baibai hesitated. Shen Tian joined the Tsangyun sect because they had a powerhouse who cultivated the Saber Dao. However, her joining the Tsangyun sect did not have much meaning cultivation resources. They had treasures dug up from various arcane realms on Earth and did not lack resources. Just as Li Baibai was hesitating, someone else came to visit. Jiang Xi let Shen Tian and Li Baibai accompany Mu Chuan while he went to greet them himself. When he saw who it was, Jiang Xi smiled. There were 2 people in total. He did not recognize the kind-looking old man in the white robe. The other person was a middle-aged man with a long axe on his back. He had seen him before and had even interacted with him before. Greetings, Lord Earth. Jiang Xi bowed and said. The middle-aged man was Earth, the commander of the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court's Planet Kanglan Law Enforcement Department. Earth was the one who helped the Mountain Sea Star trade when it was suppressed by the Flying Rainbow Star trade. He said it was to repay the favor of destroying the Azure Mystic sect, but Earth had helped a lot after all. Haha, Jiang Xi, congratulations. You're famous in all the major galaxies in the Kanglan Star Zone. Earth laughed heartily. You must be joking, Lord. I'm only second. Jiang Xi chuckled. Don't be modest. Everyone has seen your performance. If you were placed in any other competition zone, you would be number 1. It's a pity that you met Mu Ning. With his strength, he has a chance to enter the top 10. Earth shook his head and felt sorry for Jiang Xi. Only a chance to enter the top 10? Jiang Xi was surprised. He thought that with Mu Ning's strength, it was certain that he would enter the top 10 in the finals. That's right. Based on the experience of the previous 9 Zones Genius Tournament, it's common for geniuses with perfected Dao of Heaven and Earth to appear in the finals. Earth sighed. Jiang Xi was speechless. Perfected Dao of Heaven and Earth. He was leading by a large stage. Don't be surprised. Take Mu Ning for example. He comprehended the Dao of Heaven and Earth before reaching the nascent soul stage. He can easily become a Dao reunion cultivator in the future. What's more, he comprehended a special Tao technique. Once he succeeds in the Tao reunion, he will be at the pinnacle of the Tao reunion, Earth exclaimed. After saying that, he saw that Jiang Xi was a little stunned. Only then did he realize that these words seemed to be a big blow to Jiang Xi. Therefore he smiled and said, "You're not bad yourself. With your strength, if you perform well, you can enter the top 500. If you're lucky, you might even enter the top 300. Only 3 to 500? Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. He was a little unconvinced. Muchuan had said the same thing just now. However, he didn't express his dissatisfaction. This time he had obtained a huge amount of experience points. He had to pile up his Tao techniques first. Then Earth shook his head and smiled. "I've digressed. Actually, I have another purpose for coming here this time." With that, he introduced the white-robed elder who had been smiling but hadn't said anything to Jiang Xi. "Jiang Xi, this is Lord Mo Qian." "Lord Mo Qian?" someone exclaimed. It was Muchuan, accompanied by Xian Tian and Li Baibai, who had walked out of the manor. Muchuan looked very surprised, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 3:14. "Haha, looks like someone is one step ahead of us." Earth laughed. The elder in gray robes called Mo Qian shook his head. "Timing is better than being early. Luck has nothing to do with time." "Greetings, Lord Mo Qian." Muchuan took a few steps forward and bowed solemnly. Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai were all stunned by this scene. Muchuan was a late-stage primordial soul cultivator. Could Lord Mo Qian be in the Tao integration stage? "Let me introduce you. Jiang Xi, this is Lord Mo Qian from the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court's Time Hall." Earth smiled at Jiang Xi. The Tao Alliance Heavenly Court's Time Hall? Xian Tian and Li Baibai were confused. However, Jiang Xi was shocked. He had learned about the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court from his master, Taoist Gu. There were a total of 36 halls in the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court, and the Time Hall was one of them. Those who could enter were at least in the Tao integration stage. "You're wrong. I'm not in the Tao integration stage. Like Earth and Muchuan, I'm in the late-stage primordial soul stage." Mo Qian smiled faintly as though he could see through Jiang Xi's thoughts. "I wouldn't dare to compare myself to Lord Mo Qian. Although you're in the late-stage primordial soul stage, your strength is no different from a Tao integration stage cultivator." Muchuan hurriedly said respectfully. Earth also bowed to show his respect. "All right, let's get down to business." Mo Qian shook his head and said to Li Baibai, "You're Li Baibai?" Li Baibai was still in shock. Hearing this, she nodded blankly. "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Mo Qian asked. Li Baibai was stunned. Since when did she become so popular? Lord Mo Qian is Li Baibai's Tao technique. Muchuan was shocked. However, it's related to time. Mo Qian nodded. No wonder the sect leader and I couldn't tell the origin of her Tao technique." Muchuan was enlightened. He persuaded Li Baibai. "If that's the case, Li Baibai, it's most suitable for you to be Lord Mo Qian's disciple. Let me remind you. Once you enter the Flowing Time Hall, you won't be allowed to leave unless you've reached a certain level of cultivation. The Tao technique that you are cultivating is very difficult. You might not be able to cultivate it successfully even after 100 years or 1,000 years. Mo Qian said. Li Baibai didn't hesitate this time. She was also a decisive person. She immediately agreed. Good. Mo Qian nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian looked at each other. They were both pleasantly surprised for Li Baibai. Now, the future of the three of them was settled. Needless to say, Jiang Xi would become a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect once he entered the top 3,600 in the finals. In the entire human race of the universe, other than Taoism, Buddhism, and Sword Gate, the Purple Heaven sect was the strongest. Now that Xian Tian had become a disciple of the Tsangyun sect, he had the opportunity to become a disciple of a Tao integration powerhouse. Although the Tsangyun sect was not comparable to the Purple Heaven sect, it was still a top immortal Tao sect that ruled over a star region. Since Li Baibai could become a disciple of an expert from the Tao Alliance's Time Moon Hall, his future would definitely not be too bad. They seemed to have stepped onto a new starting point and started a new journey. Although the three of them didn't say it out loud, they all had the same belief in their hearts. While everyone was pursuing a higher cultivation level, they also wanted to protect Earth. In the past, Xian Tian and Li Baibai had protected Earth from the monsters. Now it was Jiang Xi who was protecting Earth. Xian Tian and Li Baibai on the other hand had fallen. Given their personalities, they naturally didn't want to put such a heavy burden on Jiang Xi alone. They wanted to prove that they weren't too bad either. Finally, it was time to leave. Mo Qian was going to return to the Dao Alliance's heavenly court. Therefore, Li Baibai had to leave with him. No one knew how long it would take for her to return. Although there was an interstellar transportation array, Mo Qian had said that she couldn't leave the Time Moon Hall unless she succeeded in her cultivation. Li Baibai's departure saddened Jiang Daodu the most. This was because Jiang Daodu had worshipped Li Baibai since she was young and saw her as a role model. You should cultivate well too. Don't cause trouble for your brother. Li Baibai intimately pinched Jiang Daodu's face. She chatted with Jiang Daodu for a while before turning her gaze to Jiang Xi and Shen Tian. Big brother, third brother, don't slack off. Don't let me overtake you if you're not careful. Alright, let's see who's more powerful in 100 years. Shen Tian was also very heroic. Jiang Xi smiled but didn't say anything. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to cultivation speed. Li Baibai valiantly waved her hand and left. Shen Tian also followed Mu Chuan to the Zhangyun sect. Daodu Manor once again quieted down. Big brother and sister Baibai are already working so hard. I can't slack off either. Jiang Xi collected his thoughts and returned to the cultivation room with a determined gaze. He first thought about the battle with Mu Ning. Using the sword intent as a medium to facilitate the fusion of wind and fire, the power of that sword surpassed the simple superposition of the previous domains. Unfortunately, it's still too far away from Mu Ning's path of life. If I had the Gale path or the path of fire or the sword domain, I definitely wouldn't have lost so miserably. The path of sword was also a special Dao technique. It was not inferior to the path of life and it was better at fighting. Even if he was only at the domain stage, it would still greatly increase his strength. With this thought, Jiang Xi opened the experience panel. Cultivation, Nascent Soul, Late Stage 1. 06 million/1. 06 million, Dao Technique, Gale Domain 5 million/5 million, Fire Domain 5 million/5 million, Sword Intent 1 million/1 million, Amplitude 100 Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time. Cultivation Method, Purple Cloud Sword Scripture, Peacock Visualization Experience Points, 37,468 million, 7 billion points. Finally, I don't have to be stingy when it comes to deductions. Jiang Xi laughed. Deducing once would cost 10,000 EXP. 100 million experience points could only be used for 10,000 deductions. Gale and Fire Domain were rare Dao techniques, and the Path of Sword was even more special. Whether it was to deduce the Path of Gale, Fire Domain, or the Sword Domain, the difficulty was very high. For the past 10 years he had not succeeded in deductions. In addition to the high difficulty of deductions, the number of deductions was too low. The round-robin competition will be attended by the 2nd to the 100th place in the 360 divisions, a total of 35,640 people. One-on-one, each person will have to fight 35,639 battles. 36 battles a day, which will last for nearly 3 years. In this way, I still have a chance to improve my Dao techniques. Let's begin the deduction. No matter what, I have to make a breakthrough. If he made a breakthrough in any of these 3 Dao techniques, his strength would improve even more. Mu Chuan and Eartha's words were still echoing in his mind. Could he only make it to the top 500 in the finals? Jiang Xi did not believe it. Use the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture and Sword Intent to deduce once. Use the Gale Domain to deduce once. Use the Fire Domain to deduce once. He repeated the words in his heart without stopping for a moment. His experience points were rapidly depleting. The feeling of success in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 315. While Jiang Xi was deducing Taoist methods, the first round-robin of the 9 regions genius competition was also going on. A total of 35,640 people in the Kanglan Star region were competing for the remaining 3,240 spots in the finals. Compared with competing for the first place in the division, the chances of qualifying for the finals in the round-robin were much higher. For example, the strong contestants who were eliminated in Division 101. Mo Qianba, Wang Jingyuan, Double Gun Tycoon, and the others. In such a competition, if there were no accidents, they would all qualify for the finals in the end. Jiang Xi would certainly have no problems. After finishing the 36 matches a day, he spent all his time on cultivation. Such a competition was very easy for him. The competition that others needed to do their best was just a place for him to hone his Taoist methods and moves. In addition, Jiang Daodu knew that Jiang Ci was looking for a breakthrough, so she didn't disturb him. Instead, she took the initiative to take on more responsibilities. For example, she occasionally went to Earth to help Jiang Ci patrol. Then she worked hard to develop the Mountain Sea Star trade and tried to become a powerful helper for Jiang Ci. Just like that, time flew. 3 years passed in a flash. On May 5th, the 110th year of the new moon era, the round-robin competition in the Kanglan Star region finally came to the last day. There was only one picture left on the map of the Skyspan Mountain hanging in the sky. It was the last match. In the picture, Jiang Ci, the star contestant of the Kanglan Star region, was fighting with another contestant. Now, 3 years had passed. Jiang Ci's name had already spread to all the planets of the major life galaxies in the Kanglan Star region. He was even more famous than the young shepherd boy Mu Ning. Especially on the Kanglan Star, Jiang Ci had to wear a disguise mask to go out. Otherwise, he would be surrounded and asked for his autograph. At this time, in the main hall surrounded by the starry sky in the Zixiao Star region of the Zixiao domain, a man in a green robe with disheveled hair and a man in a suit with a handsome face. They were still sitting opposite each other in the starry sky. The two of them seemed to have not moved in the past few years. In the center of the hall, the colorful light of the Skyspan Mountain was flowing. "Old Chu, look at this little guy. He has made a lot of progress." The man in a green robe was a little surprised. He waved his hand, and the round-robin competition in the Kanglan Star region appeared on the map. The unlucky little guy from 3 years ago? Didn't he see it last time? With his strength, he can at most break into the top 500. The man in armor felt a little bored. "Just watch." The green-robed man smiled. The armored man's eyes narrowed, and he began to take this matter seriously. Although their mission was to supervise the entire Nine Zones Genius battle, the two of them didn't have the same mission. However, Immortal's authority was greater than his. He had some ability to control the heavenly mountain river diagram. Through the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram, he could see the specific situation of the participants. In the cosmos of the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, on a giant meteorite, Jiang Ci and a disdainful handsome young man stood opposite each other. Both sides exuded powerful auras and Taoist rhymes circulated. Suddenly, the handsome young man took the initiative to attack. The full moon scimitar in his hand drew an arc, wanting to cut Jiang Ci in half. However, the moment he made his move, Jiang Ci merely chuckled. The area within a radius of 1,000 kilometers was covered by an invisible domain. A sword shadow, like a fish, shot out from the void behind the young man and pierced through his body like a bolt of lightning. The handsome young man's expression froze and he stopped breathing. Jiang Ci won. His attack was clean and tidy, completely crushing the opponent. In the starry sky palace, the green-robed man, Immortal, smiled and looked at the armored man, Chu Xian. "How is it?" "Sword domain. And it's a perfect sword domain." Chu Xian's eyes lit up. "That's not all. Think about his sword realm 3 years ago." Immortal smiled. "See? What a terrifying speed of improvement. It had only been 3 years. Of course Chu Xian remembered. This little guy called Jiang Ci sword realm back then was the true meaning of the sword. And now, not only had it become the sword domain, but he'd also cultivated it to perfection. This Jiang Ci can enter the top 300 in the finals. Chu Xian stared at Jiang Ci's figure on the screen and suddenly said, "Last time he'd been lucky and entered the top 300. This time he'd definitely enter." And the top 300 and the top 500 were two completely different concepts. Immortal only smiled and didn't say anything. What if this little guy had a breakthrough in the finals? Inside the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram, Jiang Ci won easily. In fact, whether he won or not didn't affect him at all. Because his ranking in the round-robin competition had already been confirmed as first place, he'd advanced to the finals of the Nine Zones Genius competition. However, Jiang Ci didn't immediately leave the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. He seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a teleportation force appeared around him. The Milky Way spun and he appeared on a vast starry continent. On this continent, all the young geniuses who'd advanced to the finals were gathered. Including him, there were a total of 3,600 people. Jiang Ci. In the distance, a young boy's figure flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Ci. "Mu Ning." Jiang Ci nodded and smiled. "You freak, it's only been 3 years. Your sword domain is perfect. Mu Ning's expression was exaggerated. Hey, let's not talk about who's freak. Even if my sword domain is perfect, I'm still not your match. Jiang Xi said unhappily. Haha, at least you know your limits. Mu Ning laughed. It sounded very arrogant, but his eyes were very clean, not the kind that had malicious intentions. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. There was nothing he could do when encountering such a naive guy. At the same time, he secretly checked the changes on the experience panel. Sword domain, October 10th 10. Amplitude, 200. Remaining experience points, 2,815. 9 million. He was lucky enough to successfully deduce the sword domain a month ago. That was why he could easily win just now. In terms of experience points consumption, he had consumed more than 900 million. Of course, this included the consumption of the Gale domain and the Fire domain. The deduction of the sword domain alone had consumed more than 200 million experience points. The most obvious change this time is that the amplitude has reached 200 times, which is double from before. I just don't know how far away I am compared to that freak Mu Ning. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. While the two were talking and laughing, the other geniuses of the Blue Star region were also observing and discussing the two of them. Since Mu Ning did not participate in the round-robin competition, they had not seen much of him. However, Jiang Xi was different. Every one of them had fought with Jiang Xi and knew how terrifying Jiang Xi was. Everyone understood that Mu Ning and Jiang Xi were no longer on the same level as them. These two people were aiming for the top 3,600 in the finals. As for them, they were probably just going through the motions. While everyone was bustling with noise and excitement, a figure appeared out of thin air above this starry sky continent. It was a burly man with a long beard and a long saber on his back. His aura was very domineering. As soon as he appeared, an invisible pressure immediately spread out. Chapter 316. The 3,600 geniuses of the Kanglan Star region suddenly fell silent. Some of the weaker ones even turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat under this terrifying pressure. Is this the Dao integration powerhouse of the Zhangyun sect who cultivates the Dao of the saber? Even a wisp of spiritual consciousness in the sky connecting mountain and river painting can emit such power. Jiang Xi was also shocked. After Xian Tian entered the Zhangyun sect, he once revealed information about the Dao integration grandmaster of the Zhangyun sect. The Dao integration grandmaster of the Zhangyun sect, Wei Sheng, is a Dao of the saber. It is said that his actual combat power has surpassed the Dao integration stage. This was the slightest bit of information that he had learned. Beyond the Dao integration stage, Jiang Xi was fascinated. At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded in this starry sky continent. The young people of this year are very good. The second stage of the finals will begin in a year. I hope you can continue to work hard and win glory for the Kanglan Star region. The dark-faced man's eyes were like torches as he swept his gaze over everyone. Then he disappeared. The big boss finished his lecture. The geniuses breathed a sigh of relief and left the sky connecting mountain and river painting. Jiang Xi, I see you in a year. Mu Ning also waved his hand and disappeared. Jiang Xi nodded. When his spiritual consciousness returned to his body, he seemed to be able to feel the pressure just now. When he came out of the practice room, Jiang Daodu was waiting outside. The little girl smiled and said, "Brother, congratulations. It's still early. Congratulate me when I get first place in the universe." Jiang Xi was very arrogant in front of Jiang Daodu. "Ah, you only know how to brag." Jiang Daodu wrinkled her nose. "Let's go home and have a look. I haven't been back for 3 years." Jiang Xi smiled. The two left Daodu Manor side by side. Soon they returned to Earth through the interstellar transmission array. Although someone in the Zhangyun sect secretly investigated Jiang Xi's background, they found nothing. Because the interstellar transmission array on the first moon of Earth had been marked by Taoist Gu, the coordinates of Earth's interstellar transmission were encrypted. Earth, Xiantian City. Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu appeared in a teleportation array. He had set up this teleportation array the last time he returned to Earth. Now that the situation on Earth had changed drastically in comparison, Xiantian City was safer and more secretive than Pak Sun Province. Therefore, he destroyed the teleportation array in Pak Sun Province. The fewer people who knew about the teleportation array, the better. At this stage, Earth was still not suitable for connecting to the stars. Lord Jiang Xi, Hu Yen, Chu Zhe, and Qiu Hong, who had been waiting here for a long time, bowed respectfully. The three of them had now completely replaced the original responsibilities of Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai, to guard the entire Great Xia Alliance. Hu Yin, congratulations, you've broken through to the nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi laughed. It's mainly because Milord nurtured me well. Hu Yin did not dare to claim the credit. Jiang Xi smiled. As early as 10 years ago, he had selected a cultivation technique from his inherited memories and passed it to Hu Yin. Now Hu Yin had finally broken through and reached the early nascent soul stage. Hu Yin's breakthrough also made Jiang Xi feel more at ease. Because in the future he, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai would only return to Earth less and less frequently. The Great Xia Alliance had just been established and it was not that stable internally. There had to be a cultivator who was strong enough to suppress everything. One nascent soul stage cultivator was enough. After that, Jiang Xi held Jiang Dudu's hand and, like ordinary people, mingled with the passers-by and strolled around Earth. Compared to the cruel competition in the universe, Earth was like a quiet haven. In the blue sky, there was no sign of the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. It was as if it was isolated from the universe. 10 years had passed and Earth's environment had changed greatly. Brand new cities were built in the former wilderness. The trend of cultivation had become more prosperous. Everyone did not relax just because the monsters were sealed in the Grotto Heaven's secret realms. Instead, because of the rich resources, more and more martial artists were produced. Jiang Xi was very happy to see such a situation. Being strong as a whole was true strength. He believed that if this continued in another 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, Earth would definitely not be inferior to the level 4 or even level 5 planets of the Tao Alliance. When the two of them came to the Dark Shadow Kingdom to patrol, Jiang Xi received a message in his communication bead. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that it was a message from Earth. After reading the content, Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. This Lord Commander had given him another great gift. Brother, what's the good news? Jiang Dudu asked curiously. Something good. Earth sent me some information about some young geniuses from other star zones that I need to pay attention to, Jiang Xi said with a smile. As the Heavenly Court's law enforcement commander in the Blue Star Zone, Earth had the means to obtain information about geniuses from other star zones. That's not bad. Jiang Dudu was pleasantly surprised for Jiang Xi. She had been running the Mountain Sea Star trade for the past 10 years and knew the importance of information. Know yourself and know your enemy. It was the same in business and on the battlefield. Jiang Xi was about to participate in the finals. At that time, all the geniuses from different star zones would gather. If he did not know the strength of his opponents, he would be at a disadvantage. Next, the two of them traveled around Earth. Jiang Xi diverted part of his attention to read the information. This Ji Wei, a young genius from the Thousand Bird Star Zone of the Hunyuan domain, killed 1 billion contestants in the division battles. Jiang Xi was stunned by the first piece of information. There was also a scene of Ji Wei's attack in the information. He hurriedly checked it. He saw a cold young man with a lock of white hair on his forehead facing more than 100,000 contestants. Suddenly, the space within 1,000 kilometers collapsed. The space seemed to have turned into glass shards. The contestants inside didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. A special Tao technique, the Tao of Nothingness? He was even stronger than Mu Ning. The information stated that he possessed a special Tao of heaven and earth and had the strength to compete for the first place in the finals. Jiang Daodu was most familiar with Jiang Xi's expressions and movements. She could tell at a glance that Jiang Xi was frightened. What happened? Why are you so scared? Jiang Xi suppressed the shock in his heart and sent the information to her. Jiang Daodu was also dumbfounded after reading it. Then she turned her head and said, Brother, I think you'd better forget about the first place. You'd better fight for the 300th or 500th place. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and continued to read the information of other geniuses. Quang Lang, the first place in the Jiuyou star zone of the Guanghan domain, has a special Tao of heaven and earth. Yan Jiufeng, the first place in the fire-splitting star zone of the Tianyang domain, has a rare Tao of heaven and earth. Shuetong Wuji domain, Fenglu. When the two of them wandered around Earth, Jiang Xi also finished reading the whole information. The shock in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. In the information sent to him by Earth, there were 3 people who possessed a special Tao of heaven and earth. They were Ji Wei, Mu Ning, and Quang Lang. 27 of them had a rare Tao of heaven and earth. 265 of them had an ordinary Tao of heaven and earth. There were a total of 295 geniuses at the Tao of heaven and earth level. Chapter 317. The 9 realms of the Tao Alliance were controlled by the 3 gates and 6 sects. The names of the realms also came from the 9 sections. They were the Tao realm, Buddhist realm, Sword realm, Zixiao realm, Guanghan realm, Hunyuan realm, Tianyang realm, Wuji realm, and True Mystic realm. While Jiang Ci was familiarizing himself with the information of his opponents, the geniuses of the 9 realms were also collecting information on the others through various means. Inside the famous Raging Sun Cave in the fiery split star zone of the Tianyang realm, Yan Jiufeng was the young master of this cave. She was wearing a fiery red dress and was lying on her stomach beside a fire pond. She was holding a jade slip and carefully examining it. The girl with a fair face and a good figure frowned, looked serious and sometimes excited. Experts are as common as clouds. Experts are as common as clouds. After a while, she said to a woman in armor beside her, "Why hasn't the Zixiao realm sent over the Kanglan Star Zone?" The armored woman replied respectfully, "The young cultivators of the Kanglan Star Zone have always been weak. In the past 50,000 years, the highest ranking in the finals was only 3,601. Our intelligence agency hasn't developed there, so it's not easy to collect information." "Wait, then forget it. It's boring." Yan Jiufeng waved her hand. At this moment, the armored woman's communication bead lit up. She quickly said, "I've collected information on the participants of the Kanglan Star Zone." "How many?" Yan Jiufeng didn't even look up. She was obviously not interested. "Just 2. Then read them to me. The first one is Mu Ning. He has a special Tao technique, the Tao of Life. He has the strength to reach the top 10 in the finals." The armored woman sounded surprised. "Damn. Didn't they say the young cultivators of the Kanglan Star Zone were weak?" Yan Jiufeng got up from the fire pond and widened her eyes. "What about the other one?" she asked. The armored woman replied, "The other one is Jiang Ci. He also has a special Tao technique." "What? Another special Tao technique? How are we supposed to play?" Yan Jiufeng interrupted her. "Young master, it's a special Tao technique, the Sword realm. According to the information, this person has the strength to reach the top 300 in the finals." "That's good. You don't need to read the rest." Yan Jiufeng waved her hand. In a desolate galaxy in the Hunyuan region, it was dark and deathly still. A cold youth with a lock of white hair on his forehead sat cross-legged in the starry sky. The starry sky around him seemed to be fluctuating, shattering, and reassembling along with his breathing. He was also looking for information on geniuses from other star zones. "Are there 2 other people with special Taos of heaven and earth?" "No one can stop me." Guanghan Domain 9 Nether Star Zone. On a cold planet there was a young man named Wild Waves. Even after reading the information of the geniuses from other star regions, he was still extremely arrogant. In the Black Mountain Star Zone of the Wuji Domain. In the middle of the Sea of Blood, mountains of corpses stood tall. A cultivator who looked like a child sat on the highest mountain of corpses, overlooking the entire Blood Sea. Zixiao region, Kanglan Star region. In the Forgotten River Galaxy, on a quiet planet with life. Beside a clear lake, an old water buffalo was strolling leisurely. The young shepherd boy, Mu Ning, was leaning against a willow tree with a green foxtail in his mouth. He held a jade slip in his hand and looked at it. Earth. Jiang Ci focused his gaze and regained his composure. According to the information, there were a total of 295 geniuses with Taos of heaven and earth. But he understood that there were far more than that. Those geniuses with special Tao domains are not inferior to ordinary Taos of heaven and earth in terms of combat power. For example, he had a special sword domain, and it was already in the perfected state. Through the experience points panel he calculated, a perfected sword domain could provide an amplitude of 200 times. A perfected ordinary Tao of heaven and earth could provide an amplitude of 500 times. According to the degree of comprehension, a Tao of heaven and earth could be divided into 10 levels. His special Tao technique, the sword domain, was equivalent to 4 levels of an ordinary Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had 2 rare Tao domains, gale and fire. The geniuses of the universe gather. Jiang Ci's eyes became firm again. There was still a year before the finals began. It was not time to admit defeat yet. In the coming days he would continue to deduce. As long as he could make a breakthrough in the gale and fire domains, his strength would be further improved. As for the sword domain, Jiang Ci did not dare to think about it now. As a special Tao technique, it would be extremely difficult to deduce the stage of the Tao of heaven and earth. Soon, another year had passed. New Moon Era 111, August 8th. The first stage of the competition in each of the 3,600 star zones had ended. The finals of the 9 Zones Genius Tournament had begun. Jiang Xi rushed from Earth to planet Songlan. Waterfront City's teleportation hall. Guard Captain Gong Shi's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Xi. "Greetings, Lord Jiang Xi." Gong Shi made an exaggerated salute. "No need to be so polite." Jiang Xi only smiled lightly, then waved his hand and left. Gong Shi and Shen Wanxi were good friends and they had met a few times over the years. "Thank you, Lord Jiang Xi. I wish you a great victory in the finals." Gong Shi's face was full of smiles as he sent Jiang Xi out of the hall. He looked at Riverward's back and muttered in his heart, "Your Excellency, you must get a good ranking." After Jiang Xi left the teleportation hall, he wiped his face and changed his appearance. If he walked back to Daoda Manor with his real appearance, he would definitely be surrounded by people all the way. It would be the next day when he returned. He had no choice. He was too famous now. Now, the people of planet Songlan regarded him as their hope and glory. After returning to Daoda Manor, Jiang Daoda was busy with the Mountain Sea Star trade, so she didn't stay on Earth for long and had already returned. She knew that Jiang Xi was going to participate in the finals tomorrow, so she had arranged everything in advance. For example, the defense array of the manor, the meditation array of the training room, and so on were all checked many times. She ensured that there wouldn't be any accidents on the way. Jiang Xi was quite satisfied with this. The little girl was becoming more and more considerate. "Brother, do your best." Jiang Daodu waved her fist, even more excited than Jiang Xi. "Just wait and see." Jiang Xi nodded vigorously. Then he closed his eyes and entered the Tongtian Mountain River, painting through the communication bead. It was the Starry Sky continent that he had arrived at the end of the last round-robin competition. Jiang Xi later learned the name of this continent. It was called Kanglan Continent. 3,600 contestants from the Kanglan Star region were gathered here. "Jiang Xi, over here." Mu Ning called out to him again. Jiang Xi walked over with a smile. This young shepherd boy wearing a straw hat and a short shirt looked very excited. "Jiang Xi, have you seen the information of the geniuses from the other star regions? There are many experts." Mu Ning asked. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Xi asked back. "What's there to be afraid of?" Mu Ning glared at him. Then he asked curiously, "By the way, you've improved so quickly. Did you improve again in the past year?" "No." Jiang Xi shook his head. "I don't believe it." "Heh, believe it or not." Chapter 318. Jiang Xi didn't want to explain. No means no. The Tao of heaven and earth was indeed difficult to deduce. Over the past year he hadn't made any breakthroughs in the Gale domain and the Fire domain. However, the feeling of a breakthrough was getting clearer and clearer. Soon. While Jiang Xi and Mu Ning were talking, the other young geniuses of the Kanglan Star region were also full of excitement and anticipation. Even though they knew that their strength might be a little weaker, everyone still hoped to get lucky and get a good ranking in the finals of the 9 regions genius battle. If they were lucky enough to enter the Purple Heaven sect, they would have a meteoric rise. After a while, the burly man with a long beard and a long saber on his back appeared again in the sky above the Kanglan continent. "My name is Wei Sheng. I will lead you to participate in the finals of the 9 regions genius battle." His voice echoed on the continent. "Greetings, Lord Wei Sheng." Many geniuses immediately saluted. While Jiang Xi saluted, he thought to himself, "Sure enough, it's the Tao Reunion, old ancestor of the Zhangyun sect." He also had a good impression of this burly man because Wei Sheng was now Shen-Tian's master. They were family. Wei Sheng nodded slightly. His dignified eyes made people not dare to look directly at him. He fixed his eyes on Mu Ning and said, "Mu Ning, this time among the 3,600 geniuses of the Kanglan Star region, you are the only one who has a chance to enter the top 10 of the finals. I hope you can perform well in the finals and win glory for the Kanglan Star region and wash away the shame of the Kanglan Star region for countless years." "Mu Ning will remember." Mu Ning replied respectfully. In addition, Wei Sheng glanced around and said, "Only Jiang Xi has the strength to make a breakthrough. As for the others, I hope you can perform better and do your best. Don't embarrass the Kanglan Star region." The geniuses present were immediately a little unconvinced. Although they knew that their strength was worse than Jiang Xi and Mu Ning's, it was uncomfortable to be said in public like this. "Unconvinced? Very well, I hope you can hold your breath. In the finals of the 9 regions genius battle, there have been cases of sudden breakthroughs. If any of you can have a big explosion, I will personally reward him. Wei Xing sneered as soon as these words were spoken. The eyes of the geniuses lit up and they were filled with battle intent. Although Wei Xing was expressionless, he nodded in satisfaction in his heart. The effect of the lecture was very good. Alright, it's about time. I'll bring you to the Purple Clouds continent. Wei Xing waved his hand and the Milky Way spun. In the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves in a different environment. He was standing on a green jade platform that was millions of square kilometers in size. And this green jade platform was located on an even more vast continent. Purple Clouds continent. At this time, on the green jade platform, there was a sea of people, stretching as far as the eye could see. Each of the 3,600 star zones of the Tao Alliance had sent 3,600 geniuses to participate in the finals. In total there were 96 million people gathered here. Just looking at the numbers, he didn't think much of it. But now that he saw so many people with his own eyes, the feeling was completely different. The geniuses of the Kanglan Star region were shocked to see this. How are we going to compete? Jiang Xi was puzzled. Or mix the people together, fight each other, and survive to the end? He shook his head. If it was that simple, it would be too lame. At the same time, the people of the Kanglan Star region arrived. The people of the other star zones immediately turned their attention to them. The people of the Kanglan Star region are here. Which one is Mu Ning? I think it's that young shepherd boy who doesn't wear shoes and a straw hat. Our sect master said that this person has the strength to make it to the top 10 of the finals. I wonder if it's true. Anyway, he's a strong opponent. I remember there's a guy named Jiang Xi in the Kanglan Star region. I heard that his strength is also not bad. He's a so-so. He's only in the top 300 or 500. He's not worth paying attention to. You're talking as if you can make it to the top 500? Everyone's attention was obviously on Mu Ning. As for Jiang Xi, as someone said just now, he was not worth paying attention to. With the mentality of watching a show, they would only look up and not down. Jiang Xi's expression was very indifferent. The other geniuses of the Kanglan Star region were indignant because no one paid attention to them. At this time, 3,600 geniuses from another star zone were transmitted over. Ji Wei is here. Our sacred master said that Ji Wei's strength has already determined that he will be the first in this year's finals. What's his strength? On the huge green jade platform, exclamations rose and fell one after another. It was an uproar. An indifferent young man with a wisp of white hair on his forehead walked in front of the geniuses of the Thousand-Bird Star region and came to the green jade platform. Jiang Xi and Mu Ning also looked over. He's very strong. He's even stronger than what the information said. He's the real freak. Mu Ning's expression was solemn. It's not time to admit defeat yet, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Of course. I'm not afraid of him. Mu Ning snorted. Then, the geniuses of various star zones arrived one after another. On this huge green jade platform, they were divided into 3,600 square arrays and arranged neatly. The Tao reunion experts of each star zone stood in the air above their respective arrays, waiting quietly. After an unknown period of time, two huge figures appeared in the starry sky. One of them was a man in a green robe with disheveled hair. The other was a man in a suit of armor with a handsome face. They were Immortal Yi and Chu Xian, who were supervising the 9 Zones Genius battle. My name is Yi Liang, the man in the green robe said leisurely. My name is Chu He, the man in the suit of armor said in a low voice. The 3,600 Tao reunion experts immediately bowed respectfully and said in unison, Greetings, exalted immortals. Greetings, exalted immortals. The 129.6 million young geniuses also bowed along with the Tao reunion experts. But many people were confused, especially those who didn't have a master. They didn't understand what exalted immortals were. Exalted immortals? Were they immortals? Jiang Xi was only a little surprised, but he wasn't particularly shocked. Because in the inheritance memory left by Taoist Go, there was also an introduction to the existence above Tao reunion. Tao reunion experts had a lifespan of at most 10,000 years. Their lifespan could only be extended when their cultivation reached a higher level. And the realm after Tao reunion was Tribulation Transcender. There were 9 tribulations in total. One tribulation was 10,000 years. In other words, the lifespan of a Tribulation Transcender could reach up to 100,000 years. I didn't expect 2 Tribulation Transcenders to preside over the finals. After all, It's a battle of geniuses that covers the entire human race in the universe. Jiang Xi understood. Just as this thought came to his mind. At this moment, another figure appeared in the starry sky. This figure was a middle-aged man with a resolute face wearing blood-red armor. This person seemed to be in existence of another level of life, and the entire starry sky faintly seemed to be in harmony with him. His iron-blooded aura spread throughout the entire purple clouds continent, giving people a kind of pressure that came from the depths of their souls. People couldn't help but tremble. He was too strong. What realm was this expert at? Chapter 319. Greetings, true monarch Iron Mountain. Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He were the first to bow to the middle-aged man. As soon as they bowed, the other Tao integration experts and geniuses did not dare to stop. Greetings, true monarch Iron Mountain. Orderly and loud voices echoed in the starry sky. Jiang Xi was truly shocked. True monarch. It was actually a true monarch. Those with such a title were definitely above the tribulation transcender realm. Tao Immortal. Above the 9 tribulations was Tao Immortal. This is ridiculous. The Purple Heaven sect actually sent a Tao Immortal to preside over the 9 regions genius battle. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. There were a total of 3 immortals. This showed how powerful the Purple Heaven sect was. This was also one of the reasons why he did not dare to casually go to the Purple Heaven sect to deliver the inheritance. He could imagine if he told them that he had the Purple Heaven sword manual. With so many immortals in the Purple Heaven sect, any one of them who acted cruelly would be able to dissect his soul. Moreover, he might feel that such an act was cruel. But in the eyes of an immortal he was just an ant. After everyone finished bowing, true monarch Iron Mountain looked expressionlessly at the 129.6 million young geniuses, and his hoarse voice echoed throughout the Purple Heaven continent. In this 9 regions genius battle, I hope you will do your best to achieve good results and strive to become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Those who fail do not give up. Continue to work hard and contribute to the strengthening of the human race. We will remember your words, everyone said in unison. True monarch Iron Mountain nodded and disappeared. The pressure that lingered in the depths of his soul also dissipated. In the starry sky, Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He looked at each other in surprise. I didn't expect true monarch Iron Mountain to come personally. It seems that the 3 geniuses who comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth in this 9 regions genius battle have attracted the attention of the perfected monarch. Then the 2 suppressed their surprise. Immortal Yi Liang said to the geniuses, let's first talk about the rules of the 9 regions genius battle. Everyone on the green jade platform immediately looked over. Immortal Yi Liang continued. In this final there are a total of 129.6 million participants in the 9 regions. Only 3,600 people can enter the Purple Heaven sect. First of all, the first stage is the Qingyun Dao trial. We have prepared an illusory space for each contestant. Every illusory space has 9 Qingyun paths. Each Qingyun Dao is divided into 9 trial spaces, each of which has a certain number of points. What you have to do is to go through the Qingyun Dao trial and gain points. The more points you have, the higher your ranking will be. Everyone only has one chance. Death is the end. After everyone dies according to the final ranking, the first to the 360th can directly enter my Purple Heaven sect and become a disciple of the 9th heaven. From 361 to 13320, there are a total of 12,960 people. After 2 more rounds of the challenge tournament, the remaining 3,240 people will be chosen. These people can also directly enter my Purple Heaven sect and become disciples of the 9th heaven. As for the others, they're all eliminated. All eliminated, all eliminated. These words echoed throughout the entire Purple Clouds continent and the starry sky. All the geniuses were stunned. Jiang Xi was even more shocked. Just now he was still thinking about how to compete in the finals. Unexpectedly, the rules given by the Purple Heaven sect were so simple and crude. More than 10 million people were eliminated in just 1 round? The top 3,600 people of the finals were selected? Suddenly Jiang Xi was stunned. Qingyun Dao 9 steps, Lingwan Road 9 steps, they were so similar. Could there be a connection? Get ready, I will teleport you to your respective illusory space later. The voice of the Immortal sounded again. The green jade platform that covered an area of millions of square kilometers was suddenly in an uproar. More than 10 million geniuses could no longer hold it in and started discussing. There are a total of 9 Qingyun Dao trials in the Qingyun Dao trial. The trial will definitely be more and more difficult. I wonder how many steps we have to pass before we have a chance to enter the top 13320. In short, the more we pass the better. It seems cruel, but it's actually an opportunity. If it's really a battle royale or a challenge tournament, once we encounter those crazy people, we'll be eliminated. However, there are more opportunities in this kind of trial. Many geniuses who were previously just going through the motions reignited hope in their hearts at this moment. As long as they entered the top 13,320, they would be able to enter the next round. After 2 more challenge tournaments, they would be able to enter the top 3,600 and become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Xi, why don't we compete to see who has a higher ranking in the Qingyun Dao? Mu Ning raised his eyebrows. At this moment, Jiang Xi was still shocked by the relationship between Lingwan Road and the Qingyun Dao. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "No. I'm just giving it a try. If you win, I'll play you a new song." "Come on, listening to your song will kill me." "Hey, I only have a few songs that can kill people. The rest are all good." "How many more songs do you want?" Mu Ning insisted again and again. In the end, Jiang Xi couldn't dissuade the innocent young man and agreed. "Isn't it just listening to songs?" After a while, the Immortal's voice sounded again. The Qingyun Dao trial begins. All of a sudden, the galaxy rotated and everyone disappeared under the power of teleportation. Jiang Xi appeared in a bright and boundless space. Although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. In this illusory space, there were 9 Qingyun Dao paths made of green jade. They were numbered 1 to 9. Each Qingyun Dao path had 9 giant stone steps. This scene was too familiar. There was such an illusory space in the heavenly pavilion of the second grotto heaven of the Jade Pool mystic realm. However, in the illusory space in the heavenly pavilion, there was only 1 Lingwan road made of white jade. However, there were 9 Qingyun Dao paths made of green jade. Could it be that this heavenly mountain river painting has some kind of connection with the Jade Pool mystic realm? To be more specific, is it related to the heavenly pavilion? Jiang Xi couldn't help but think so. He still remembered the last words that the spirit of the illusion and I Shang had entrusted to him in the illusory space of the heavenly pavilion. And I Shang told him to return to the heavenly pavilion after he cultivated his essence soul. By then there would be great benefits for him. The heavenly mountain river painting was the supreme treasure of the Dao Alliance. What was the heavenly pavilion then? Jiang Xi's heart raced and he tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart. At this moment, a clear and crisp female voice sounded. "Trial taker, please pay attention to the rules of the Qingyun Dao trial." Jiang Xi took a deep breath and temporarily put aside the suspicions and shock in his heart. He looked at a stone tablet in front of the 9 Qingyun Dao paths. The specific rules of this trial were written on it. Each of the 9 Lingwan road has 9 steps, and each step corresponds to a trial space. There are 100 trial targets in each level of the trial space. Kill all the trial targets and you will pass the trial. If you survive for 30 days, you will also pass the trial and continue to the next trial. Chapter 320. Jiang Xi continued to read on, only to see that there was a way to obtain points at the end. The points of the trial taker are determined according to the trial targets killed. The more you kill, the more points you will get. The specific points are as follows. The first Qingyun path, the 9th trial space, 1 point will be awarded for each trial target killed, totaling to 900 points. The second Qingyun path, the 9th trial space, 10 points will be awarded for each trial target killed, totaling to 9,000 points. For each Qingyun path, the points of each trial target will be increased by 10 times. For the 9th Qingyun path, the 9th trial space, 100 million points will be awarded for each trial target killed, totaling to 90 billion points. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and pondered for a while. "I just don't know the specific difficulty of the trial. According to Immortal Iliang just now, the final ranking will only be determined after everyone dies. In other words, none of the more than 10 million geniuses can pass all 9 Qingyun paths." Although Jiang Xi had the experience of going through Lingwan Road on Earth, he was also worried that his experience would be wrong at this time. The rules of the Qingyun path and Lingwan Road were similar, but it did not mean that the trial targets inside were similar. Hence, he did not let his guard down and instead focused 120% of his attention to take this trial seriously. He strode towards the first step of the first Qingyun path. Before he went up, Jiang Ci suddenly stopped in his tracks. In a flash of inspiration, an idea surfaced in his mind. There are two ways to pass each trial, either to kill all trial targets or to persist for 30 days without dying. Then what if I can last for a full 30 days in each level of the trial space, and only finish off all the trial targets at the last moment? In that case, there will be 270 days in one Qingyun path, which means that there will be 9 Qingyun paths in 2,430 days. That's more than 6 years. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up as he saw new hope. With that time he could continue to deduce Dao techniques. If he broke through, his strength would be improved. If I do that, my ranking in the early stages of the trial may be much lower or even at the bottom. However, once I break through, there will be great progress. Even if my luck is terrible and I don't succeed in my deduction, with my strength, as long as I don't die, I'll be able to catch up. Moreover, Jiang Ci's sharp intuition told him that he was about to succeed. After all, the deduction of the Gale domain and Ignis domain had already taken a long time, consumed a huge amount of EXP, and had been black-faced so many times. If he still didn't succeed, it would be too unreasonable. With that thought in mind, Jiang Ci stepped onto the first step. He immediately used his spiritual senses and entered the first trial space of the first stage of the Qingyun Dao. First, there was a blue stone round platform similar to the one in Lingwan Road. Next to it stood a blue stone pillar. Words appeared on it. Participant, Jiang Ci points, 0 ranking, none. There was a line of words below, which made Jiang Ci even more certain that his assumption was correct. If you can kill them all or survive for 30 days, you will pass the trial. After that, it was the familiar equipment selection process. Jiang Ci chose the supreme grade spirit weapon, the Killer Shadow Sword. After everything was ready, the spirit of the illusion of the Qingyun Dao said, "Participant, please kill 100 dragon pythons of the demon race within 30 days. Dragon pythons? Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment. I'm going to get the top demon bloodline right away? On Earth, he could easily defeat the dragon pythons. What about here? In the next moment, the space changed and a vast swamp appeared outside the bluestone round platform. There were dark clouds and black rain while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Kill the humans? Drink their blood and eat their flesh. 100 dragon pythons with wings on their backs hovered above the swamp, emitting a monstrous ferocious aura as they roared at Jiang Ci. These dragon pythons are all at the perfected nascent soul realm. Jiang Ci was slightly shocked, but he soon regained his composure. He leaped and took the initiative to rush out. The Dao runes emitted by the dragon pythons were not strong. Their Dao realm was very low, but their cultivation level was high. In addition, their bloodline power was definitely much stronger. However, when Jiang Ci used the sword domain to easily kill a dragon python, he was confident. Kill 99 of them first and leave the last one alive. Yes, that's it. At the same time, in the Tongtian River diagram of the Purple Clouds continent, Immortal Iliang and Immortal Chuha had been standing in the starry sky, supervising the progress of the 9 regions genius battle. Below, on the huge green jade platform, 3,600 Dao integration powerhouses were gathered together and chatting with each other. According to the rules, the Qingyun Dao trial of the 9 regions genius battle would only be announced to the public with a simple ranking. The specific trial content was confidential. They would only continue to use the Tongtian River diagram to spread the news of the battle to the entire 9 regions of the Dao Alliance. However, the Dao integration powerhouses had the authority to check the situation of the various illusory spaces of the Qingyun Dao trial. 5 poisons. Your disciple is very impressive. He even entered the top 10 in the first trial space of the Qingyun Dao trial. A Dao integration powerhouse from the Qinyao Star region exclaimed in surprise. You flatter me. I can't compare to Ji Wei from the Qinyao Star region. That young man is really strong. Although the 5 poisons shook his head, his face was full of pride. It was true that Ji Wei came from the Qinyao Star region, but he was not the disciple of that Dao integration powerhouse. However, the 5 poisons disciple had temporarily entered the top 10, so the significance was different. Ji Wei is indeed impressive. Others are still working hard in the first Qingyun Dao trial, but he's about to enter the second one. He's indeed a rare genius of the Dao Alliance. The other Dao integration powerhouses also sighed and changed the topic to Ji Wei. On the other hand, the Dao integration powerhouse of the Kanglan Star region, Wei Xing, remained silent and frowned. It's normal for Mu Ning to enter the top 20. But what is that little fellow Jiang Ci doing? He stopped after killing 99 of them? He could observe the situation in the illusory space that Jiang Xi was in. After Jiang Xi easily killed 99 dragon pythons, he trapped the last dragon python with the power of his domain. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Wei Xing valued Jiang Xi very much. This was because his new disciple, Xian Tian, was Jiang Xi's sworn brother. The two of them were also related by blood. Now, Jiang Xi's passive attitude towards the competition made him feel a little embarrassed. All 96 million people were desperately trying to pass the trial, but Jiang Xi was the only one who was leisurely. At this moment, the 5 poisons and some other Dao integration powerhouses came to Wei Xing. Old Wei, I remember that the Kanglan star region is known as the star region with the best interstellar trade in the Zixiao domain. However, in the past 50,000 years, no one has been able to enter the top 3,600 in the 9 regions genius battle. This time there are actually 2 people who have a chance to enter. That's really rare. The 5 poisons spoke in a strange tone, and it was unknown whether he had good or bad intentions. Wei Xing's face darkened. What he was afraid of had happened. Others might not be able to tell, but of course he could. This was malicious. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.